Good morning. It is 11:30 here, or 11:10. I am. I'm having one of those days. Yeah. I don't worry anymore. I just I become concerned. is, is what you get. What you get. Those of you that are on Facebook, you are more than welcome to join us over on the Hawks Mustard Seeds number 22, as you see it written there on the screen. If you'd like to join us in our chat, you've got right now, you got 35 people over here that are watching and chatting away. Get involved in the conversations, um, ask questions of your community, and or become part of a community where you can uh, derive information from each other, not just from me, but from each other, and that's kind of an important thing. Uh, got a couple of things. Well, actually, I got more than a couple of things. I got quite a few things today. It's kind of funny how you know we discover uh, so many ridiculous things that are going on, but I want to make it a point to people to um, understand not only um, hang on one second here. What is the major part of the news, but the little bits and pieces have a huge significance in how you can break everything down. We spend a lot of time going through a lot of information, and a lot of times, we're trying to form a uh, a proper opinion, okay, and use discernment. But at times, it helps to have a little assistance in achieving these things. So today we're going to start off with a short one from SDT report. I believe this one here is about it's about an hour long. Um, Actually, you know what? I'm going to hold off on the SDT report because I would rather jump right into last night's X22 report, um, and and then jump into after that the Table of Titans from last night. I don't know how many of you actually follow Space Yacht 76 and his crowd, but last week I gave a prime example as to why listening to these guys can be very beneficial for us, because they will pull out bits and pieces of information in regards to a lot of topics that normally we do not see. And part of that is because of so many things here being in the States being censored. And by the way, I was censored off of Facebook during the last podcast because of the video that I opened up with in regards to the conflict going on between Hamas and Israel. And, honestly, my personal opinion is we should stay the hell out of it. We shouldn't be giving either side any money. We should just stay out of it and let them do whatever they're going to do to each other. You know, um, you know, uh, you know, Israel has been getting money from the United States since the 1940s. Okay, almost 80 years they've been receiving funding from the U.S. It's time that comes to an end. Okay, uh, and I'm talking about the Israeli state. Okay, uh, because the people who are in charge there are not what they appear to be. They're just not. When you delve into Hamas, as we did a couple of days ago, we find out that Hamas is not what um, what we believed it to be, So it's like discovering that ISIS was created by Obama and Clinton. Okay. We didn't know that at first. We didn't know it until just a few years ago. But now that we know it, we know what to look for. We know what to watch for. We can begin to see the signs of how each of these are impacting our financial stability here in the United States. And I have, let me throw this out there. I have absolutely no problem that we don't have a speaker, because as long as we don't have a speaker, they don't get no money. And I said this the other day. As long as there's no speaker, that purse is zippered shut and locked. They can't get no money. Okay. Biden can't send anything anywhere, because who controls the purse? Congress. Okay. And we have to remember that. And if we remember that and we focus on that instead of, well, we don't have a speaker yet. We don't have and I just see so many people complaining because we don't have a speaker yet. Listen, if they're not doing for the American people, then they're not doing. And that's the way that we need to get it. And that's the way we need to keep it. Okay. So, let's lay that out on the table. Neither side should get any money. And we need them to kowtow to the American people. Take care of Lahaina. Take care of that once beautiful city there in Ohio that was affected by the train derailment. Okay, go in and clean up Flint's water. Okay, these are things that are, to me, are more important than dealing with somebody's foreign war. Okay. Dealing with these foreign wars, all we're doing is shelling out money. East Palestine. Thank you very much, big chap. I keep forgetting that name. And it's funny how Palestine is in the name. Whoa. If we're going to help a Palestine, how about we help East Palestine, Ohio? Okay. How about that? Okay. Once again, those of you that are on Facebook, feel free to join us over here on Hawks Mustard Seeds number 22. Be a part of the awesome chat family that is over here. Right now, we have 50 people now watching. And it's hard for me to be able to pop up your comments over on Facebook, because then I have to find a way to get the responses that the crowd on this side has, to respond to you. And I want you part of the conversation. And I know some of you, it's easier for you to use Facebook to, and so on and so forth. But this just allows you to be able to get involved in the conversation. And okay, I can't bypass this comment. Okay, Wild Dragon. You know what? Let's start the morning off right. Oh Lord, I haven't yet today. But I have now. Okay. Yeah. I had a very nice delivery from one of my good friends a couple of days ago. I've been going through it and getting it jarred up because it's got to go through a cure process. But I've been test tasting everything that he grew for me this year, and he did a really, really good job. So, Bill, if you're tuned in and listening, thank you very much. I know you won't type in chat because you already told me you'll never type in chat. He's funny like that. Old people. Got it. You gotta love us. You gotta love old people. Right. Okay. All right. So let's get this started. We're going to start off with yesterday's X22 report. And then we're going to jump into, we're going to go from that into the table of Titans from last night. I do have some other ones. I have an interview with Jim Willie, and Jim Willie, I like goldenjackass.com. Jim Willie's a very straightforward kind of guy. And he does in a abundance of research and really lays it out. And a lot of times is showing the receipts for everything that he's talking about. Very opinionated, of course, but at the same time, he's not a warmonger, doesn't want to see, all the bad going on and everything else. So it's no different than the rest of us. We sit back and we see all these things going on. And we wonder what, what's that saying? There are 330 billion people in America saying, I'm just one person. What can I do? Well, stand up. Join the other millions that are already standing. Okay. And that's basically what we need to do. We just need to join together, share information, get information out to people everywhere. Sure, you don't have to agree with all of my personal opinions. A lot of people don't, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Okay. But I'm entitled to my opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one, but you got a right to it, and I prefer to keep mine clean, So, all right. So here we go. We're going to start the X22 right now. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3191, and today's date is October 19th, 2023, and the title of the episode is The Patriots Have Set a Plan in Motion That Will Drive the Central Bank into the Ground. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Hey, feeling unsure about your finances these days? You're not alone. That's why Noble Gold Investments is here to help. Just hear it straight from the folks they've helped. The Noble crew walked me through everything, no stress. With their help, I can finally sleep easy at night. And now this month, Noble Gold Investments is handing out free 5-ounce Silver America the Beautiful coin if you qualify for an IRA. Invest in gold and silver with Noble Gold Investments. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com. Or click the link in the description. The only gold company I trust. And remember, there's always a risk of investment and there's no guarantee of any kind. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private was the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they are trapped in this entire push to destroy their old system and to bring us into the new system. And the only way they can get there is to raise the interest rates, destroy their old system, and print like crazy, which is going to devalue the currency like we've never seen before. And if you're trying to destroy the central bank, like I do believe Trump and the Patriots are trying to do here, you allow them to do this, because as the currency continually lose value, which is inflation, what do people see? What do people notice? They see that, holy crap, look at this piece of paper. It's worth absolutely nothing. What are we going to replace it with? Because now the value of the currency can't purchase food, it can't purchase fuel, it can't purchase anything. Actually, if you go back in time, they saw this in Weimar, Germany, they saw this in Argentina, and now we're seeing it here in the United States. And of course, we're going to see this worldwide, because remember, their entire plan is to destroy their old currency and to bring us into a new currency, which is the central bank digital currency. But the people now, they're awake, they can see what's happening. And as time goes on and the economy completely implodes on itself, the people, they're going to push back like we've never seen before. Because once the people are awake, once the people see what's going on and they know who's responsible, there's nothing the central bank can do. Yes, they could try to cover it up with some type of an event, but I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're already prepared for that. So whatever they do right now, it's not going to work because remember, from the very, very beginning, Trump has continually been saying that we're heading towards a recession. Then he changed it into a depression. So if he's continually telling everyone this starting last year and continuing through 2024, do you really think the central bank at this point, when they use some type of event, maybe a cyber attack, if they say, oh, you know why the economy fell? Because we had a cyber attack and that's why the system fell apart. Well, Trump was already telling everyone it was falling apart. And I do believe it's going to fall apart way before we even have that event. And people are going to see it fall apart as we approach the presidential election. And you could see already, it has already begun. It's begun as soon as Trump left office. Everything started to reverse. And Trump wanted the people to see this. Trump wanted the people to see how they went ahead and they increased fuel costs by getting rid of the Keystone XL pipeline, by removing a lot of the regulations, by trying to bring us into the Green New Deal. He wanted everyone to see how all of their stimulus was going to destroy the currency. He needed people to see the central bank system where the currency is no longer valuable. He needed people to see all of this firsthand. And when you look across the country, you can see that consumer and business sentiment, well, it is below the pandemic levels. How in the world could it be below the pandemic levels? Really think about that for a second. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we see the Conference Board leading economic indicator. It has continued to decline in September, dropping by 0.7% month on month, worse than the 0.4% decline expected. And this is the 18th straight monthly decline in the LEI, the longest streak of decline since Lehman. I guess we're heading into a recovery then. No, actually, what we're doing is we're heading into a recession. Actually, I do believe we're already in a recession. We're going into a deep depression. That's where we're really headed. And you could see with what's happening with the rates as the Fed continually raises them, and they, even if they freeze them right now, it's too late because remember, they always hit a tipping point and they watch the economic indicators and they see, okay, the economy is ready to turn over. We don't have to raise the rates anymore. They did this back in 2006, 2007. They hit a tipping point and then they dropped them dramatically. And they already knew that the economy was finished. And you could see by raising the rates and having the mortgage rates move up to 8%, it's almost game over right now. CNBC put this out and said mortgage demand falls to the lowest level since 1995 as interest rates near 8%. So people aren't going out purchasing homes right now. This is a complete and utter disaster. And people are feeling it every day. No matter what the government says, no matter what Biden says, no matter what the Fed says, people understand that their money, the currency that they're receiving, isn't going as far as it used to. Mario Stefano put this out and said, this is what the Fed's money printing has done to save Wall Street with Main Street's pocketbook. Redfin says home buyers need to earn a salary of $114,627, up 15% from a year ago and up more than 50% since 2020 to afford a home. This is about $40,000 more than the income of a typical household. In 2012, we needed to earn $52,000 to afford a home. The Fed did not save the U.S. from a financial crisis. They caused it and bankrupted the U.S. and the middle class in the process. And he's absolutely right. That's exactly what they've done. We weren't in a crisis. They're creating the crisis by raising the rates. Trump knew this when he was in office. This is why he attacked the Fed and said, do not raise the rates. It doesn't make any sense. The only reason they were doing this is because they wanted to crash the entire system while Trump was in the White House. They tried to do it during the pandemic. It all failed. Now he's turned the tables on the deep state, on the central bank and the World Economic Forum, and he's allowing the people to see the entire economic system crash while Biden and the rest tell you everything is great. The Fed's telling you everything is great. And he's telling you, no, it's the opposite. Things aren't great. The economy is at a complete and utter disaster. But the people know this. Even the Democrats know this. And we'll just focus on the Democrats for right now. Rasmussen Reports put this out and said, Dems only. 82% say inflation is an important issue for 2024. 81% say inflation is a serious problem for them now. So these individuals, not Republicans, not independents, Democrats, they realize and they see it with their own two eyes and they feel it every single day. Inflation is a problem. And this is just going to get worse and worse. Actually, they see a lot more of other things like violent crime, immigration, and the border wall. They're all above 62%. So they're seeing it all and they're saying, you know something? This has to stop. There is something wrong here. And as the economy continually implodes on itself, what do you think the people are going to do? You think the people are going to believe Biden when he's out there telling you that everything is great? No, the Democrats are even going to say, you know something? We don't believe you anymore. We believe this guy over here that's been telling us that we're heading towards a recession or a depression. We're no longer believing you. We no longer believe the Fed. Actually, we believe that they're causing these problems. Let's talk about being prepared. Leaders of the World Economic Forum anticipate a cyber catastrophe for 2023. Between emboldening cyber criminals and ransomware as a service thriving, the threat of cyber attack on U.S. soil is getting worse. In fact, 86% of business leaders and 93% of cyber leaders believe we're headed to a catastrophic cyber event soon, most likely one that attacks and shuts down the power grid, potentially leaving the U.S. in a modern-day dark age for months. This is why tens of thousands of people are preparing for the worst with the Lightbug. The Lightbug is an ultra-bright, mini portable floodlight built for life-threatening power outages that you can take with you anywhere. This savvy solution to blackouts is so effective because it uses solar power instead of traditional energy, making it excellent in low or no light situations, including emergencies, cart repairs, fishing, camping, night markets, and many others. It also includes life-saving features like a built-in power bank for charging, an adjustable bracket, battery indicator, and more. The best part is that Lightbug is 66% off for the rest of this month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts free with every order for a limited time, including express shipping, 100% lifetime guaranteed replacement. Get yours now by going to lightbug.com. That's lightbug.com. This is the cause of the economy completely imploding on itself. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they knew that this was going to head in this direction. They knew they were going to go ahead with their plan. They knew that they were going to bring this economy down, and they were going to do this no matter what. If Trump was in office, wasn't he in office, it doesn't make a difference. You could see the evidence from when he was in the White House. They were trying to bring down the economic system back then. That's why they were raising rates, and this is why we had Soros out there right before the pandemic saying, hey, the market's overheating, and I do believe that it's going to crash. And as soon as the pandemic hit, and by the way, he said that in January of 2020, as soon as the pandemic hit, what happened? The market all of a sudden came down for no reason whatsoever. Did it crash? Absolutely not. So Trump, he's turned this on them because what's the whole purpose of all this? What's the mission for the Patriots? The mission is to bring down the old system and restart the system that benefits the people. That's the whole purpose of this. Because remember, this system that we're in today was created by the central bank. The system is an illusion, and they already had plans going way, way back to bring us into a green fake world and a great reset, which was total control of everything that you do, especially how you use your money and how you use your energy in your home. So he needed them to destroy their own system. And that's exactly what is happening. But you could see that something is happening, and it's happening very, very quickly because we see other countries like China. All of a sudden, they're starting to sell their stocks and treasuries. Wall Street Silver put this out and said, Putin recently visited Xi in China. The next day, Taiwanese stocks were slammed. Today, we got the figures, and the Chinese have been on an unprecedented U.S. Treasury selling spree. Last month, they sold the largest chunk of U.S. Treasury debt and stocks in the last 4 years. Do you see what I do? Do you think the risks are adequately priced? Then we have Genevieve Roque-Decter, who put this out and said, good morning, everyone. China dumps U.S. stocks and bonds, the most in 4 years. Over 21.2 billion sold in August, mostly treasuries and bonds. But wait, China also unloads a record 5.1 billion in U.S. stocks. Their U.S. Treasury holdings now the lowest since 2009. Why would they be doing that? Is that because the economy is improving? Is that because everything is fantastic? No, they're getting their money out of the system. That's really what they're doing. And you could see that Trump and the Patriots, they have set up the central bank to go down this path. And this path is about creating more currency. This path is about trying to control what is happening. And the only way they can do this is with interest rates and printing. They have no other control over anything else, pretty much. And that is what they're going to use to try to control what is going on. Wall Street Silver put this out and said, if the national debt is growing way faster than the economy, then we are effectively headed for hyperinflation eventually. The Fed is going to be forced to create the Federal Reserve note printing digitally to buy the debt to keep interest rates low. The only way to stop this is to cut spending, which they won't do. So the Fed is trapped in all this, and they're going to have to create more and more currency. And they're going to have to, and it's going to accelerate as we move along this timeline. And as they keep creating the currency, what do you think happens? Do you think the money is worth more, or do you think the money is worth less? It's worth less. And the people are going to notice this. And this is actually going to destroy their system in the end. And the people are going to know who's responsible for all of this. I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they set this up from the very, very beginning to make sure the Fed was on course, the World Economic Forum and the other central banks, they were all on course for this. Because remember, they're trying to head off the central banks from bringing us into the central bank digital currency. Yes, here in the United States, a little different. They need congressional approval to do this. We already have bills in Congress saying we don't want the central bank digital currency. But remember, the central bankers, they like to use events to try to force us into what they want. I do believe Trump is going to turn this around on them, and the events are going to be used against them in the end. And the people, as they see this play out, because remember, this has been playing out for quite a while. This is going to go into 2024, and the people are going to see the economy, the economic system break down. Actually, if we go back to 2008, the economic system at the end of 2007 going into 2008 really started to break down. That's why in the very beginning of that year of 2008, Bernanke came out and said, we aren't forecasting any type of recession. We're not predicting anything. Now, this was right before the presidential election, a couple months before, but they needed to do this to convince everyone that everything was fine. McCain jumped on that bandwagon, and he was saying that the economy is great. Obama took the other side. Now, I do believe what Trump has done here, he's going to be turning this all around. He has Biden out there telling everyone that the economy is doing great. We're creating jobs. Everything looks great. People are having a better time. So he's going to continually tell everyone that the economy is great. Now, if right now he's running, but if this changes up and they bring someone else in like Newsom or Michelle Obama, do you think they can just turn around and say, no, he was wrong. The economy's crashing. What do you think the people would do with that? The people will go, wait a minute. So you're all of a sudden, he's telling us that the economy was great. Now you're telling us that it's doing bad. And Trump has been saying it was bad from the very, very beginning. So I don't think they can go down this path. I think what they're going to do is they're going to stick with that storyline, telling everyone that the economy is great because they want the people on their side. But the people, they're experiencing an economy that is completely imploding around them. And they can see the inflation. They can see the higher fuel costs. They can see people losing their jobs. And we just mentioned this yesterday, that people are starting to lose their jobs. Companies are starting to lay off. I do believe this is going to pick up as we hit January, February, because remember, as the Fed continually raise rates, and they might freeze it, the next quarter and the next quarter after that, but it makes no difference at this point in time because they already pushed the economy over the edge. And I wouldn't be surprised if they raise it one more time just to make sure the economy goes off the edge and then start going the opposite direction. We'll have to see how that all plays out, but we can see at this point that the economy is not improving. It's getting worse and worse and worse. And Trump already told us that we're heading into a depression. And I do believe as we go throughout 2024, it's just going to collapse upon itself. And the people are going to see this. And those individuals that are continually telling everyone that everything is great, well, in the end, it's going to backfire on them because what's really the last indicator that convinces everyone that the economy just fell apart? Well, that's when the market comes down. So I do believe the market is going to come down quite a bit. And people are going to wake up all over this country and they're going to go, holy crap, what's going on here? Even the fake news is going to be out there going, oh my God, look what just happened. The market crashed. Now, of course, it will crash and then they'll say, don't worry, I think it's going to pick up. I think things are going to get better. It might bounce to a dead cat bounce, but I think it's going to go back down again as we move into the 2024 election period around October or so. That's when it usually happens. And I do believe this is when everything's going to really come to a screeching halt. And Trump will be out there saying, yeah, I told you this entire time during my campaign, the economy is a complete and utter disaster. We're heading towards a depression. Actually, we're in a recession. We're very close to a depression. The market doesn't tell you if you're in a recession, depression. That's the last thing that goes to let you know something's wrong. But before that, the economy's been breaking down way before that. But again, a lot of people don't notice this until it's too late. And when the market comes down, just like in 2008, it signals the companies, okay, it's okay to lay off now. And that's what they do. They start laying off a lot of people. Even though they've been laying off people in the beginning part of the year, this gives them the signal saying, okay, now you can lay off and now you can, cut expenses and everything like that. And I do believe this is exactly what's going to happen as we approach the 2024 election. And Trump, he's always going to stay steady, letting everyone know the economy is a complete and utter disaster. And I think in the end, this crisis will be able to be used to destroy the central bank, destroy the D's, destroy all those individuals. And this will allow us to pivot away and bring us into a people's economy, something where the people create their own currency. We don't borrow it anymore from a central bank. And I do believe this is exactly where we're headed. And we'll see. We'll have to see how it all plays out. But it seems like every step of the way, that's where all of this is going. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, we're going to go ahead and pause that right there because of the fact that we are going to jump right into part B. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3191 BN. Today's date is October 19th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Fake News, Actors, Deep State, Panicking, Worldwide Alert. This is how it begins. Let's talk about your health. Did you know one of the leading reasons skin begins to sag or form wrinkles isn't necessarily because of old age, but because our bodies are missing out on essential collagen? You see, we produce 10% less collagen every decade once we hit 30, and that's a major reason behind those pesky wrinkles. Adding just a little collagen to your diet can have noticeable effects for your skin and youthfulness, preferably the sooner the better. That's why myself, along with tens of thousands of people, have turned to this cutting-edge new substance to help reduce visible lines of aging. It uses the top 5 most researched types of collagen, which is essential for skin health to support skin elasticity and skin hydration. These 5 collagen types are difficult to find on their own, but they're all included in every scoop. Just mix the serving with your favorite morning drink to give your skin the building blocks it needs to reignite a youthful glow. The best part I love is you get 53% off the rest of the month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts valued at over $500 free with every order for a limited time, including free VIP live health and fitness coaching for life, a free new ebook titled The 14 Foods for Amazing Skin, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free shipping. Get yours now by going to healthwithx22.com. That is healthwithx22.com, or click the link in the description. You won't regret it. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they are panicking like we've never seen before. The fake news is panicking right now because they're afraid Trump is going to win and he's going to put them all in jail. Actors are out there saying if Trump wins, they're going to leave the country. Wait a minute. Didn't they do this before back in 2016? But they all stayed. That's very interesting. And you could see that they're panicking because they realize that they have lost control. They've lost control of the narrative. And now the patriots are understanding, they're realizing what's really going on. And you could tell by the poll numbers that the people are not on the side of the deep state players on the D's anymore on the fake news. Most of the people now, and I say the majority of the people, They're pushing back like never before. Even the D's are coming on board with all of this. And I do believe all in the end, Trump's entire mission, his plan is to unite the country. And the only way to unite the country, and I've been saying this for quite a while, is to show the country the true enemy. And the only way to show the country the true enemy is to allow the true enemy to do what they do best. That is destroy the economy, open the borders, go to war, infiltrate everything, try to violate your rights at every turn, shut you up when you want to speak the truth. And once you show the people all of this, the people start to get it. They start to understand. Holy crap, look at this. They really don't like this country. They don't like the Constitution. They're really against it. We could see it. It's clear as day. They're like dictators. And the people, they're starting to see all of this play out. And think about it. Think about Trump, the Patriots have done. When they were in office, when they were in the White House, they went ahead and they reversed everything. And they knew that when Biden came in during the pause, they were going to take everything and not follow what Trump was doing because that would benefit the country, would benefit the people. They were going to reverse everything. And by doing this, it makes it much, much easier to see. And when you look at the border, when you look at the education system, when you look at, CRT, when you bring in the trans people, when you look at what's happening with the economy, when you look at what is happening with war, with terrorism, it's very, very easy to see. And they even did it with terrorism. They took the designation of terrorists off of Al-Qaeda, Houthis, and Hamas and the rest, and they placed it on we the people. So Trump, the Patriots, they knew if they decided to make everything right, they would go ahead and they would reverse everything, which would make it a lot easier for the people to see exactly who and what they are, which will make it easier in the end for the people to see the enemy. And we see it's already started. Now, war is not going to start tomorrow. It's going to build up over the next many, many months. But this is how it begins. This is what the people are witnessing right now. Because remember, it's drip, drip, drip. You just can't bring everyone into it all at once. You need to show the deep state actions. You need to show the people what they're going to do in certain situations. Because once they do something in a situation that people say, okay, they're not for this country. They really want war. And in the end, with this entire process, I do believe people are going to see that they actually do want war, that they don't care what the people think, because now they are desperate. They are panicking right now. And this is why there's a worldwide, alert about danger everywhere, about terrorists roaming everywhere. And this is why Trump was out there letting everyone know there could be terrorists in this country. I wouldn't be surprised if there are terrorist cells within this country ready to do something. And actually, if or when this does happen, it's going to prove Trump right again. And this will build up as we go through 2024. And I do believe in the end, or very close to the end, where we're heading towards the presidential election, this is when things really get crazy. And like we said before, this is going to be very, very bumpy. We're going to see probably many different events occur during this period of time because war is building. Trump let us know war is building. It's not a conspiracy. It might have sounded like a conspiracy going back a year and a half when he said it. People behind us said, oh, I don't believe it. But it's almost like if someone told you, hey, by the way, they're going to release a virus in 2020 and the world's going to be shut down. You're going to be forced to wear a mask. All businesses will be shut down. Kids won't be going to school. And they were going to try to keep us in our homes for at least 10 years. Back in 2018, even 2019, people go, that's crazy talk. Is there something wrong with you? Now, when Trump mentions war, I'm sure a lot of people said, that's ridiculous. This is not going to be war. Come on. There's peace everywhere right now. Well, there is peace everywhere right now because that's what Trump created. He created a calm situation in the Middle East. He brought the troops home. He made deals around the world. And what did the deep state players do? They didn't follow this path. They did the opposite. And this is what this pause is all about. to show people the truth. And it's working. And the people are awake. And you could see the corporations, which they are the minority, where they're trying to push their agenda on we the people. We the people aren't buying it. Not for 1 second. Because once you wake the people up, you can't put them back to sleep. And once people know the truth, you can't lie to them anymore. And this is the problem the deep state is having. And I do believe this is why they're going to continually put pressure on Elon Musk with Twitter. Then it's going to be Truth. Then it's going to be Rumble. And you're going to see the European countries and many other countries push censorship like we've never seen before. Or they're going to push these social media platforms out of their countries, because that's a form of a communication blackout. Because if you don't have that platform where people can speak freely and you only have the platforms that they control, well, you just blacked out communications, didn't you? And I do believe that's exactly what they're trying to do with X, which is formerly known as Twitter. And they're going to be trying to do that with Truth in the end, and probably Rumble or any other platform that they don't control. And we can see that this is already happening. But I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they knew that they were going to head down this path, just like almost everything else. Now, we're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about how the majority is winning right now, because now we have another corporation that is actually folding because they couldn't push their agenda. And that is Victoria's Secret. And they're learning a valuable lesson, just like Bud Light, Target, and the rest. As they pushed their lingerie diversity plan, it completely backfired on them. And this is something that was very predictable, because do you think women are looking at men dressing up as women, and you think the women are going to say, hey, you know what? I want that lingerie. No, most of the people can say, you know something? This is not what I want. This is nothing that I want to purchase. And that's exactly what happened. Their sales plummeted. And now the company's backing off, going, oh my God, look what's happening right now. We've lost a lot of money. People aren't buying like they used to. And now they have announced that they're going back to their basics. Well, should people go back to Victoria's Secret? Or should they say, you know what? Enough is enough. Let's see how this all plays out, because people didn't rush back to Bud Light either. And I don't believe we should rush back to these different businesses. They decided to make this move. They decided to make the minority the majority and try to convince everyone. And now they just want to go back, and they expect everyone just to go back to the store or to buy their product. I don't think so. I think the lesson hasn't been learned yet. And I think a lot of people agree with this, that no, because if they do this and in a short period of time, people go back to purchasing these items, they're just going to do it again and again and again. I think the lesson hasn't been learned. And I think it's time to show these individuals that they are not in control. We are. Remember, we don't have to purchase their products. We don't need them. They need us, because without us, the majority, purchasing their products, their business goes under. So they need to be very, very careful in what they do in the future. And I think the people are going to respond to this. And I don't think their sales are just going to pick up like they think they're going to pick up. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, like we said before, is I do believe that the deep state players eventually, since they can't censor, they're going to have a communication blackout. And out in Europe, they do have the Digital Service Act, and that went into effect in August, requiring large online platforms like X to have effective and transparent systems in place for moderation and removal of false, misleading, and harmful information. Basically, they want to censor any dissent from the authorized propaganda. That's pretty much what they're trying to say here. So in recent weeks, what has happened? Well, they've been attacking X. They've been attacking Elon Musk. And he continually says, listen, we want this out in the open. We want everyone to see what you're talking about. You're telling me I have all these things on the platform. Point them out. And I think eventually what's going to happen, I think they're going to try to force X to pay all the penalties, or Elon might decide, you know something, we're not going to be the European market anymore. And looks like that's where this is headed. So we have Thierry Breton out there, and this is put on X. It says, and this is towards Elon Musk, you are well aware of your users and authorities, reports on fake content and glorification of violence. Up to you to demonstrate that you walk the talk. My team remains at your disposal to ensure DSA compliance, which the EU will continue to enforce rigorously. Elon responded to this and says, "We take our actions in the open, no backroom deals. Please post your concerns explicitly on this platform." So, and they should. The people should see. I mean, if they have a concern of violence and other things, they should just put it on there. What are you talking about? And let the people decide. And I don't think this is going to work out well for them. So what they're going to actually do is they're going to continually fine X. And I think in the end, I wouldn't be surprised if Elon says, okay, we're going to remove ourselves from the European market. Now, this is something that they actually want, because that will set up a precedent, and it will have the social media platform actually censor themselves. If you go back in time to YouTube and Twitter when Elon didn't own it and other platforms, in the beginning, what they did is they had people censor themselves. Oh, wait, you can't say that. Oh, you can't do this. Oh, you can't post that. So people were started to censor themselves. But that wasn't enough, because they didn't like that people were still saying things, but in a different way, going around it. But people were still getting what they were saying. So they needed to censor them altogether. Here, I think what they want to do is they just want to remove the platform. And yes, they're setting up a communication blackout. Now, can they do this here in the United States? No, that's going to be a little bit more difficult. Why? Because we have a constitution like no other country. It was created by we the people. And this is a contract by we the people on the government, and they can't violate that contract. So they just can't make up a Digital Service Act, because we have our rights. And look what happened when the Biden administration and all the different agencies that aren't elected, when they violated the constitutional rights, what happened? Well, the courts struck it down and said, you can't do this. Actually, these people should be removed from their positions because they violated the Constitution. They knowingly violated the Constitution. But again, they're going to try to push this. And I think what's going to happen in the end, they won't get the platforms that they want shut down, and they're going to have to move to the next step. And as war is approaching, as we can see out in the Middle East, and a lot of people are already on board saying that this is going to lead to something much, much larger. And this is exactly what the deep state wants. They want a war. Trump already knew the playbook. He's been telling us the playbook from the very, very beginning. So he knows exactly what they're going to do, because he tells us that he's the only person, if you vote for me, I can have peace in 24 hours. So we know for a fact, and yes, it's going to look terrible. It's going to look scary. It's going to look awful. War is not a good thing. But people are going to see this, and they're going to see the Biden administration, those people that are running for the presidential election, the fake news, the corrupt individuals in government, the swamp. They're all going to be pushing for war. And yes, you're going to see events happen. Now, you have to remember, Trump and the Patriots, they already set everything in motion, because they placed everything the way the people wanted it. Closed border, secure, build a wall. Economy was roaring. Trump was creating jobs. We were energy independent. We had peace out in Afghanistan. He was removing the troops from Syria. He had the Abraham Accords in the Middle East. He didn't start any wars whatsoever. Actually, he was ending the endless wars. Troops were coming home. And now we have the complete opposite. We really didn't see terrorism, if you really think about it. Now you're going to see all of this. And actually, Cash explains this. We'll be talking about that in just a sec. But I want to go back a little bit in time, because we discussed this before. But once again, remember, Israel and Saudi Arabia, they were making a deal. They were going to end up making a pathway for the Palestinian people. And it seems that the deep state players did not want this. Kaneko the Great put this out next and said, 1 month ago, Mohammed bin Salman announced that Saudi Arabia was moving closer to a historic normalization agreement with Israel. With this progress linked to Palestinian negotiations and an arms deal with the United States, because isn't that something that Trump set up? At the same time, Netanyahu unveiled the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, IMEC, a trade route connecting India and European Union through the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. Fast forward 1 month, Hamas carried out a terrorist attack on Israel. In response, Israel declared war on Hamas, initiating airstrikes in Gaza and cutting off food, water, and electricity to 2 million Palestinians. The United States deployed 2 carrier strike groups to the Mediterranean. The State Department issued a worldwide caution for American citizens, and the Middle East stands at the precipice of war. What is the goal behind the terrorist attack on Israel? Is it possible for Israel to eradicate Hamas without killing tens of thousands of Palestinians? Does China, Russia, and Iran want India, Saudi Arabia, and Israel to build an alternative trade route to the Belt and Road Initiative? Now, I do believe this was all being planned out where the Palestinian people were going to be helped. And it looks like the deep state players did not want this to happen. And this is why they had the terrorist groups start something. Israel didn't start something. They're the ones who started it. And it just didn't happen overnight. This was being planned from the very, very beginning. Think about January 6th. Do you think they put in all the confidential human sources and everything in place for January 6th? Do you think they just did that the day before? No. When I interviewed Kash Patel, Kash let us know it was a year planning. The same thing with this. This most likely was planned a year out. And actually, a little bit later, Kash explains. But before we get to that, we can see that everything that we talked about with the agenda of the deep state is actually coming true. Remember, right now they're trapped. They're not getting the funds for Ukraine. Zelensky, he's been blackmailing, bribing Biden. They're protecting everything in Ukraine. The money is not flowing there anymore. They can't launder the money to pay everyone off. And now they need something to get that money because look what's happening in the House. Right now, there's no speaker. Nothing's being done. And everything's just stopped. So we could see that this was part of their plan to try to get the money for Israel, then siphon it off for other things. And I do believe this is also why they started the border project back up, because they're thinking of ways, where can we get money and how can we siphon it off to where we want it to go? Wall Street Silver put this out and said they are putting Israel and Ukraine and some border money to make sure they get Ukraine funded through 2025. $60 billion for Ukraine. This would never pass solo. $10 billion for Israel. 30 billion other earmarks to buy out members of Congress so they continue funding Ukraine. One person told ABC News that the bulk of the assistance will likely go towards Ukraine, while others also said that it included 10 billion for Israel. I wouldn't be surprised if Israel receives a very small portion. The other money that's earmarked for other things, that will be laundered out, yes, to pay other people, but the majority of it, where do you think it's all going? It's going to Ukraine. And this was part of their agenda. Remember, this is just one part of their agenda. The other part, you have to remember, they don't want Trump to win the election. Their cheating mechanisms that they have in place, I don't believe they're going to work the way they think it's going to work this time. And I think they know that. I think they know they can't push COVID. A lot of the laws have been changed in a lot of the states. A lot of states are moving towards paper ballots again. A lot of states have implemented voter ID. This time around, it's going to be very, very difficult. And they realize this and they understand that it's not the same in 2020. And remember, I do believe Trump using the military, because remember, Space Force was not under the control of the Posse Comitatus Act until 2021. So yes, could they monitor things? Yes. Trump also put into place executive orders where other agencies were monitoring everything, because I do believe nobody wants to depend on one source of intelligence. You want it from multiple agencies to prove exactly what is happening. And they caught how they cheated, what they did, who they used, what governments they were working with, and they needed to understand how their cheating system worked. Once they understood their cheating system, they can put into place countermeasures to counter what they were going to do. And when you look after 2020 and after 2022, look what's happening now in 2024. Is it very difficult for them to actually cheat? Yes, it doesn't mean they're not going to try to cheat. They're going to try to cheat any way possible. And that's why they're bringing in all these illegals. Will they try to push pandemic? Of course they will. But I don't think it's going to have the same effect that it had in 2020. And I think this is where they're going to be trapped. We'll be talking a little bit more about this a little bit later. But first, what's very interesting is that more than 3,000 actors and musicians, they signed a letter accusing Israel of war crimes. Now, they're talking about the bombing of the hospital, which never happened, by the way. It was already proven. The fake news is already retracting and saying, oh, well, you know, this is a difficult time. We didn't know what was going on. I mean, this is all BS because it's supposed to be journalism. You're supposed to have facts. You're not supposed to just report when the terrorists tell you that it was Israel. I mean, if it was Israel, we would say it was Israel, but it wasn't. And why would you believe the terrorists? I mean, does that make any sense whatsoever? Absolutely not. But we have 3,000 actors and musicians. And this is Artists for Palestine UK. Where were they when the Sound of Freedom came out and we were talking about child trafficking? Did they sign a letter? Did we have 3,000 of them sign a letter? Did they come out and make the videos? Isn't it amazing how now all these people can come out because they're controlled? They're told what to do. Now, just like we mentioned, the hospital wasn't bombed, but I just want to give you a little taste of how the propaganda works. Michael P. Senger put this out and said, yesterday, when the New York Times published a fictitious story from Hamas about Israel bombing a hospital, the New York Times used a picture from a completely different location to make it look like a picture of the hospital that was destroyed. This is disinformation, misinformation, and malpractice. But they did it on purpose. Why? Because they want to start a war. They wanted the world to erupt. They wanted chaos. This is what the deep state does. So we have the Wall Street Journal, we have the New York Times, and they're putting out their statements of what happened here. New York Times put this out. After hospital blast, headlines shift with charging claims. The fast-moving events highlighted the difficulty of covering the war between Israel and Hamas. Well, that's strange because a lot of other people, they had the facts and they were saying, whoa, just a minute. Let's be sure. Let's just wait a sec and let's look at the evidence of what's really going on. Did they really have to come out with that headline? Did they really have to say this without seeing what really happened? No, they didn't. They did it on purpose. It was planned from the very beginning. The fake news is truly the enemy of the people. Trump, going all the way back to 2016, he was absolutely right, and they're proving him right every step of the way. It's absolutely unbelievable because social media was lit up with, well, wait a minute. Let's take a look at the evidence. And when dawn came, people started to go, whoa, wait a minute. The fake news, they just jumped on this. And then all of a sudden protests erupted. I mean, think about what they did here. And then you had protests in all these different countries and cities. And they stormed the Capitol with fake information. Think about this. Think about what they're doing. Same thing with COVID. Same thing with everything else. It's all fake propaganda that they've been using. The difference now is that they're getting caught. Remember, back in the day when they controlled Twitter, and there were very few people out there like digital soldiers countering what they were saying, they controlled the narrative. So they could say whatever they wanted, and then people just believed them. And sometimes it took a couple of months or a year to find the truth out. Then that time frame, well, it was scaled down to 3 months, then to 2 months, then to 1 month. Now it's a couple of hours. This is how strong we, the people, have gotten. We don't need the fake news. There's no reason for them anymore. And I think people are starting to understand this. Now, because of what's happening around the world, we can see there are certain events that have been canceled. The MTV Europe Music Awards ceremony has been canceled due to security concerns, given the volatility of the world events organizers have announced. So they're now canceling everything because of what is going on. And what's very interesting, the organizers behind the pro-Palestinian insurrection at the Capitol, well, they have a pro-terror history because they staged an insurrection. They illegally occupied the Capitol office building, and they went into certain offices. And these people are calling themselves the Jewish Voice for Peace. But their history is something completely different. They are actually supporters of the Palestinian terrorists. And what's very interesting is Ben Bergquam was in there talking to these individuals, the organizers, and it looks like that these people aren't even Jewish. Actually, it looks like they're the same BLM Antifa people. This is what he put out. Must see, confronting some of the so-called Jewish Voices for Peace, organizers of the Capitol insurrection today. They're all the same people, BLM, Antifa, anti-American, Israel-hating leftists. Everything else is just an act. They're calling for peace, but when I ask them to denounce Hamas terrorists, they suddenly have to go to the bathroom. You can't really make this stuff up, and you really can't. And what's very interesting is I Meme Therefore I Am put out a post, and it shows the insurrection yesterday compared to the Patriots, which they call an insurrection. So the Patriots, they're walking in between the velvet red ropes, taking pictures. The mostly peaceful insurrection or protest that this group, the BLM Antifa, did, they're all in the center screaming and yelling. What a difference here. So there's two choices here. It's either all these people are arrested and they're put into prison without trial for a year, or you release all the people on January 6th. And I think they should be releasing everyone that was put into prison on January 6th, because I think people now can see this. Again, they understand that it's a two-tier justice system. And just because people got arrested doesn't mean they're staying in prison. Because think about it. Antifa got arrested and they were released right away. It's the same exact group. So they're not going to keep them in prison. They're not going to do the same thing to them. But very interestingly, Colin Rugg put this out, and Marjorie Taylor Greene has called the pro-Palestine protest at the Capitol to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. She also asserted that the incident was an insurrection and is demanding that the Capitol Police hand over all surveillance footage, photographic evidence, police reports, and arrest records relating to the protest. The Committee on the House Administration must investigate this incident and review all footage and evidence provided by the Capitol Police, and the insurrectionists involved must be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. More than 100 people were arrested, according to CBS. Now, are they going to be prosecuted like the January 6 prisoners? Are they going to be thrown into the same prisons and kept there for a year? Let's see how this plays out, because I don't think the same thing is going to happen. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Marjorie Taylor Greene actually took a picture of someone's phone. And on top, and this is the texting, it says Global Intifada. And down below, it has someone's name, Katrina Bleckley, lead attorney at Southern Poverty Law Center. So this person was in contact with this individual. That is very, very interesting. Now, remember, these protests were done because of what happened with the hospital. But that turned out to be fake, phony, and false, just like everything else they do. So once again, there was no reason for this. This, again, was done on purpose by the deep state players, and the fake news did it on purpose to push this. And once again, out in Gaza, there are still hostages. What is this, day 11 now? Has Biden done anything? Absolutely not. Rick Grinnell put this out and said, there are U.S. hostages held in Gaza. Joe Biden went to Israel and didn't speak about them, didn't get to meet with the leaders who could help get them returned and return home, calling the terrorists who took the U.S. hostages the other team who needs to learn to shoot straight. Where's Maggie, New York Times? So why didn't he have a discussion about the hostages? Let's talk about our health. A record number of doctors are applying to become obesity specialists as America's excess weight problem worsens. Nearly 1,900 doctors applied for the annual exam this October, which is a 50% increase from last year and would allow them to be certified in treating obesity and raking in higher salaries. What's worse is that their market is bigger than ever. 40% of the population in 3 states are now obese. This is one reason why so many people have turned to my favorite magic powder used to help manage weight. With its research-backed ingredients, it works by supporting elevated levels of ketone, which mimics a state of fasting and helps promote the weight management benefits that people want. The powder also promotes a fat-burning metabolism, helps curb cravings and appetite, elevates energy levels, and much more. Simply mix a scoop with your favorite morning drink to give your body the nutrients it needs to supercharge your weight management efforts. The best part is you get 51% off the rest of the month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts valued at over $500, free with every order for a limited time, including free VIP live health and fitness coaching for life, a free new ebook titled The Top 14 Ketogenic Foods, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free shipping. Get yours now by going to ketowithx22.com. That is ketowithx22.com, or click the link in the description. That's very interesting. Then we had the Biden administration. They doxed the Delta Force operators out in Israel. Basically, it's a breach of protocol and security, and they're jeopardizing national security. And then they kept it up there for an hour or so. Then they took it down. Why would they do this? Was it done on purpose? I do believe so. Remember, Delta Force is an elite special force unit of the United States Army. It was founded in 1977. Delta Force's official name is the 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment, Delta. And Delta Force is one of the U.S. military's Tier 1 special mission units. They are tasked with performing the most complex, covert, and dangerous missions directed by the President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense. But Biden decided to dox these individuals, which is going to make their mission completely impossible. Very interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see there are certain countries now. Yesterday, we mentioned Saudi Arabia. They've been telling their people to get out of Lebanon. Now we have Germany. They're calling on their citizens to leave Lebanon right now. And we can see that everything's starting to break down in this entire region. Now, remember, Trump, he introduced the Abraham Accords. The Middle East was quiet. He removed the tension. The tension is back. Biden, just like with the border, just like with the economy, just like with everything else, just reversed everything that Trump did. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that a U.S. warship, they shot down a missile that was fired by a militant group Biden removed from the terror watch list. So Biden removed many different terrorist organizations from the watch list. Trump put these terrorists on the watch list, and they were there before him, but he put additional terrorists there, and Biden decided to remove them and refocus everything to we the people, because now we the people are the terrorists. Kash Patel wrote an article. He says, how did the Biden administration miss World War III? And this is what he wrote. Instead of analyzing how the world's supreme intelligence agencies and superpowers missed Hamas, the media is sensationalizing its actuality. That's the scary part. It's not a miss. It's a deliberate act of weaponization by the Biden administration of our national security apparatus. The intelligence community, like our National Command Authority, is directed by one thing, the commander-in-chief. Whether you grow its size is a red herring, when you reorient thousands of career individuals trained to detect prospects of war, you have less personnel capacity detecting the threat environment. It's simple. There is only so much money, machines, and manning to direct against our enemies. I know firsthand during the Trump administration, our national intelligence priorities were foreign terrorist organizations and defeating a nuclear Iran. We had specific cells and groups within the IC dedicated against groups like Hamas and Iran. They were top-tier priorities. Trump made the mission simple. Defeating our enemies will always be the top priority in his national defense arsenal. We used all options, overt and covert. The National Intelligence Priorities Framework, NIPF, is the bulwark of our national security efforts. What is the NIPF? Simply defined, amongst a multi-tier threat analysis, each White House is charged with the duty of prioritizing the greatest threats to the United States and our allies. In the Trump administration, this was simple. AQ, ISIS, and foreign terrorist organizations were all top priorities. Each year, the White House creates a new rack and stack within the NIPF. For example, during Biden's first year, climate change was a top priority. Don't believe me? His DOD's first CONOP, Concept of Operations, the mandate that moves the DOD's rudder, was on climate change, not terrorists, not the CCP, not Iran, and not the cartels, like we did during Trump's term, but the weather. There's your critical intelligence failure driven by Biden's desire to weaponize intelligence for political narrative purposes. And it was intentional. That's the difference between Trump and Biden. Now the world sees what happens when you do not. Immediately after the Biden administration, just weeks ago, provided Iran with $6 billion of funding, the fake news declared this is an overarching win because they carried the false narrative that this was a victory for global security. The day after Iran received this stack of cash, they kicked off every single UN inspector that guarded against their production of nuclear weapons grade material. The media continued to print false stories that America will have oversight of all funds because Biden administration told them to say so. You now see the power of these disinformation campaigns. The reality, Iran's president, the day after receiving the cash, stated unequivocally, Iran will use the funds as they see fit, with zero oversight. As a side, it's a total fiction to believe America could have any oversight of these funds, to wit, Afghanistan and Ukraine. You do not need to be in national security to know planning a declaration of war of this magnitude by Hamas and Iran takes thousands of people, months of work, and painstaking collaboration. Are we to believe the Biden IC just missed on the intel? It was a gap, not for 1 second. It was an intentional decision to prioritize the weather, diversity, inclusion, and giving money to terrorists than the safety of us and our allies. When you demand the thousands of IC officials whose entire careers are spent fighting against actual top-tier threats and force them to study climate change and diversity, this is the result. We cannot expect America nor its allies to destroy terrorism when you have demanded them to guard the setting sun. Trump had dedicated intelligence and defense cells focused against Hamas, Iran, Shia militia groups. That work can only be stopped by reorganization of the NIPF at the charge of the commander-in-chief. It's not complicated government gymnastics, rather simply government weaponization to satisfy a destructive radical agenda and the media. Don't believe me? Here's another dose of reality. Jake Sullivan, the current national security advisor to the president and author of the false Russiagate Alpha Bank narrative, definitely declared just 1 week ago the Middle East has never been more at peace. How is that aging? When you have corrupt government gangsters running our national security, this is the result. As a side note, since we sent 7 years worth of surface air missiles defense system, just one example, to the Ukraine, along with 120 billion, what happens when Israel calls on us for aid? Worse yet, what happens when we find out hostages taken by Hamas are American or those killed were one of ours? Do you trust this administration with our national security? Perhaps Biden will again give another $6 billion to Iran on 9/11. And you could see that Biden, the deep state players, they want what? They want war. Everything that Trump has set up, and you can go all the way back to the very, very beginning, the economy, the border, Afghanistan, everything. They have been doing the opposite. Remember, this is all part of the 16-year plan. The last part of the plan is what? World War III. And Trump needs the people to see this. And people are seeing this. Kim.com put this out and said, the U.S. government can't win a war against Russia, China, and the Islamic world simultaneously. If the U.S. does not back off, World War III is guaranteed, and it would become a nuclear war. We are now in the critical phase. And we are in the critical phase. And I do believe it's going to get a lot worse as we go through 2024. Robert Kiyosaki put this out and said, Jordan Peterson warned, if you think tough men are dangerous, wait until you see what weak men are capable of. Everything people were afraid President Trump might do, President Biden has done. Under Biden, the world is at war. Inflation is wiping out our poor and middle class, and the economy is crashing. Biden is a puppet of the woke liberal left. Biden should be impeached. Biden is the worst president in U.S. history. Tough men are better than weak men. And that's exactly what people are seeing now. Plus, they're seeing this is what happens when you cheat in an election. This is what happens when a puppet government is in power. Can you see it? And I think the people do see it. And the people, well, it seems like they're waking up now and they're panicked about what is happening. Because, again, war really wakes people up. Rasmussen Reports put this out and said, how concerned are you that the current conflict in Israel will lead to a terrorist attack on the United States? It says, I'm concerned. Democrats, 74% of Democrats, they're concerned about this. So who's responsible for this? Oh, wait, it's Biden, which means they're going to wake up pretty darn fast. Independents, 70%, GOP, 82%, all voters, 75% believe that what's happening out in the Middle East, we're going to have a terrorist attack in the United States. Now, why would they believe this? Is that because the borders are open now? Remember, everything is connected to World War III. And everything goes back to who? The Biden administration. It goes back to the deep state players. And now the Dems, they're actually seeing this. You don't think the people are questioning this? Of course they are. Catherine Herridge put this out and said, Intel Bulletin says terror groups, including Al-Qaeda and Hezbollah, are calling on supporters to target U.S. Israeli interests amid Israel-Hamas conflict. So now you have Al-Qaeda, which is CIA, Hezbollah, and Hamas. So they're targeting the U.S. and Israel right now. Think about this for a second. Who does this lead back to? The Biden administration. And right now, the U.S. State Department issues a worldwide caution travel alert. So now there's a travel alert in place. And remember, this is how it all starts. Because again, one leads to another, which leads to another, which leads to another. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is think about all these countries that have been infiltrated with all these Muslim individuals. And remember, not all Muslims are bad. There are good people and there are bad people. And that goes with anything. black, white, you name it. There are good people and bad people. And what's very interesting, this individual was explaining that, listen, in the Muslim world, the people that were brought from these different countries, these were the bad apples. These are the people that we wanted to arrest, these people that we wanted to shun. They were taken and they were brought into Europe. They were brought into Canada. They were brought into the United States. So who are bringing these people into all these countries? Well, it was Soros and the deep state players. Why weren't they taking the good people? Why were they taking the criminals, the terrorists, and bringing them into all these countries? Because they wanted chaos throughout the world. Rabbit Hole responded to what this individual said and said, the guy in the video describes the West as having imported the garbage that the Muslim countries wanted to put in prison or isolate from society. He goes on to claim that while the West did it for cheap labor, the aforementioned immigrants are less interested in working and more interested in welfare. Yeah. And when they don't get their way, or if something happens in the world, what are they going to do? They're criminals. They're terrorists. You see it firsthand. It's happening. And they did this on purpose. Now, I think Trump and the Patriots, they knew this, that we've been told about the infiltration. They knew that they were going to bring all these people over the border. They knew that Soros was behind all of this. And we've been reporting, and many other people have been reporting, how they were taking these individuals, these refugees, and bringing them into all these countries. You don't bring all these people into these countries for no reason. There was a purpose to all this. Yes, there might be multiple agendas like working, which most of them don't want to do, but you also need them for voting, and you need them at a certain point in time when you need chaos. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Why do you think they've been releasing the criminals from prison here in the United States? Because when they need them, they will use them for chaos. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they know this. They know that this is part of their plan. And this is why he's been telling everyone that this is a pause, if you like to call it that. I'm actually in my second term. And yes, I do believe he is in control of this. And I do believe that he has countermeasures in place because he needed to wake the people up. He needed the people to see this, and he needed the people to react. Remember, it's up to the people to take back the country. He wants the people to make the decision. He wants the people to vote. He wants the people to push back on the deep state players. This has been his plan from the very beginning, since he made that speech right outside Andrew Jackson's house. Because remember, Andrew Jackson went to the people. Andrew Jackson didn't go to the establishment. He went to the people, and the people were with him. It was a landslide victory during his election. I do believe Trump wants the same exact thing, and I do believe he's going to get it. Now, what's very interesting is we could see that the deep state players, they've been pushing the whole COVID scare again, but it's not working. And actually, as they push this, you know what people are starting to realize? That the vaccine has always been a bioweapon, and they hid the side effects from the people. This is why they wanted to keep it hidden for like 75 years, and the court ruled, no, this needs to be released. And remember when people came out and said, oh, we've done studies and the bioweapon causes myocarditis. The bioweapon causes pericarditis. Well, you know what's very interesting? Go to the Pfizer site, because all of a sudden now, Pfizer on their site, it actually says that the bioweapon shows an increased risk of myocarditis, inflammation of the heart muscle, and pericarditis, inflammation of the lining outside the heart, particularly within the first week following vaccination. Do you think it goes away? Absolutely not. So what do people feel? Chest pain, shortness of breath, feeling of having fast beating, fluttering, or pounding heart. You think this is the only problem? No. This is just a small portion of it. And they pretended that it didn't cause this. Now they're admitting it, which means everything else that all these peer-reviewed documents are showing, they're true. They injected everyone with a bioweapon. They didn't give people the proper information so the people could make a logical decision. The people were tricked by these evil individuals. You never needed the bioweapon. You never needed the booster. Trump was trying to tell everyone hydroxychloroquine. Doctors, like Peter McCullough and many others. They were telling you, ivermectin, you don't need the bioweapon. And actually, the healthy people, they have a 99.9x survival rate. The CDC, the FDA, the pharmaceutical companies, and all these fake doctors, the fake news, they are responsible for all of this because they created something that didn't exist. They made it up with their statistical numbers. They paid the hospitals to tell everyone that COVID killed everyone in the hospital when it really didn't. They might have tested positive for COVID with the fake test, which is the PCR test, because they were going to get money for it. But the people didn't actually die of COVID. These numbers are completely out of whack. And now the people are learning the truth, but it's too late for a lot of these individuals. Because a lot of people, what do? Can you undo it? Think about businesses that forced people to take something when they didn't want to take it. They just can't remove it from their body because once it's in you, it's in you. Yes, there might be other remedies, other things to calm the situation down. But again, this is something that you can't take back. It's almost like chopping off your arm. Your arm's not going to grow back. Yes, you can have a fake arm or something put on, but you don't have your arm. So once again, the people should be getting angry. And actually, I think we're heading towards Nuremberg type of trials because in the end, when all the truth comes out, the people are going to be pretty darn pissed. And I think they're getting pissed right now. Now, what's very interesting is that we could see that RFK right now, he is running as an independent. And it looks like the deep state players and the fake news, they're trying to build upon this. And RFK is out there and he's trying to get the black votes by saying, yes, I'm all for reparations. Now, are the black people going to move away from Trump, or do you think they're going to move away from the Democrats? Well, I do believe they're going to move away from the Democrats. And DC Drano agrees. He says, now that RFK supports race-based reparations, his support amongst Republican voters should drop to near zero. He'll now pull even more black Democrat votes from Biden, which will sink Biden's chances in narrow swing states. But the fake news, they're trying to convince everyone that since Robert F. Kennedy Jr. went to be an independent, that now Biden's going to win. Now, we saw this back in 2016 with Hillary Clinton, where they put out these fake articles and information. And this is coming from The Hill. It says a new poll finds Biden beating Trump and Kennedy in a three-way race for presidency. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. There's no way this guy in the basement who can barely speak, where the world is completely falling apart, that people are going to go, you know what? I love this guy. He's doing a fantastic job. I love the war. I love the open borders. Hey, that terrorist attack that we just had, incredible. Love it. You know what? I don't need my job. You know what? I love paying $90 for a loaf of bread. This is incredible. Thank you. You know what? We're going to vote for you. You know what? Because we love what you're doing. What? You can't speak? You're walking into walls? We still love you, man. We want to vote for you. You really think the people are that stupid? I mean, do these people really think the people are going to go, yeah, this is the guy? Absolutely not. They're going to go with the guy that's been telling them the truth. They're going to go with the guy who's never wavered from his message. You can go back in way back, all the way to 2012. Look at his tweets. Trump has been saying the same exact thing over and over and over. And I think the people see this and realize this. But you know what's very interesting? You could see that the actors, the fake news, the deep state players, they're all panicking right now because they realize they have lost. They've lost the narrative. They lost the people that are on their side. They don't have them anymore. And they realize the people are now flocking to Trump. Cher is out there. She's saying that if Trump wins the presidential election in 2024, she's leaving America. Didn't we have this before in 2016? Didn't they tell us they were all going to leave if he won the election in 2016? But they stayed. Why? Oh, wait, this is the greatest country in the world. That's why. And they know it. Don Jr. responds to this and says, everyone wins. It's true. If all these people leave, everyone wins. Then we have Rachel Maddow. She says, if Trump is back in the White House, we won't have another election because he wants to change everything. He wants to arrest the reporters. He wants to go after the fake news. No, that's because they are treasonous to this country. And they knowingly push propaganda. And he's not going to do away with elections. He wants one-day elections with paper ballots and voter ID. He wants honest, transparent elections. She is panicking right now because she realizes, and most of them realize, they're not in control anymore. They have completely lost control. And as we approach the 2024 election, it's going to get a lot worse for them because a lot of people are going to be waking up every step of the way as we approach 2024. And yes, a failing economy, war, and everything else that you're seeing, maybe even a terrorist attack in this country, hopefully not. But this is going to pull people away from the fake news, from Biden, from the corrupt politicians, and it's going to pull people and push them towards Trump. And every move they make is going to fail. And you could see they're going after Trump. They have indictments. Yes, they're accusing him of election fraud. Plus, they're accusing, 18 others of election fraud. And Sidney Powell right now, she pleaded guilty in Georgia, and she pleaded guilty to misdemeanor charges. Now, the full charges, they were dismissed. So she is now willing to testify to avoid jail time. Technofog explains. He says the following. Fulton County prosecutor drops all seven felony charges against Sidney Powell in exchange for a misdemeanor plea. They overcharged and they knew it. The Fulton County DA lied to the court repeatedly about the law. They hid exculpatory evidence from the grand jury, violating the prosecutor's oath to do justice. And now the felonies vanish on the eve of trial. Totally unjust prosecution. Of course, this is the deep state. They're criminals. Jonathan Turley on X put this out and said the plea of Sidney Powell to 6 misdemeanors will allow her to avoid jail and only face minor fines. What she did not plead guilty was the racketeering conspiracy. That was the most serious charge and tied in former Trump. She agreed to testify truthfully. She is no longer facing a threat of prosecution and can now testify freely. That can make her a dangerous witness for both sides. Now, let's see which way she goes, because if there's no fear of prosecution, I do believe she's going to tell the truth. And this is going to be pretty darn bad for the deep state players. Now, with everything going on, it seems that the fake news was out there pushing the idea that Jim Jordan wasn't going to be on the third ballot to be speaker, that he wanted Patrick McHenry as interim speaker. And I do believe Trump said we might end up with a interim speaker, maybe for a couple of months, 2 months, 3 months, or something like that. But it looks like the deep state players, they were already pushing this, but it turns out it's not true. It looks like Jim Jordan, he still wants to be speaker and he wants to run, maybe even tonight or tomorrow, whenever it's going to be. Now, remember, I do believe Trump, Patriots, Jim Jordan, and Matt Gaetz, I think they all know that we can hold out as long as possible. Because do we need funding for Ukraine? No. Do we need funding for the border wall? No, that was already set aside. So we can actually, and I'm not talking about myself, I'm talking about the Patriots, they can hold out for quite a while. And I do believe we can go many, many rounds, because who actually will be suffering? Who needs the money to launder? It's the rhinos and the deep state. So let's keep the pressure up and let's keep pushing back. So Jim Jordan, he is letting everyone know that he isn't going to back down without a fight. He says he's still running for speaker, and I plan to go to the floor and get the votes. Take a listen to what he said.
We made the pitch to members on the resolution as a way to lower the temperature and get back to work. We decided that wasn't where we're going to go. I'm still running for speaker, and I plan to go to the floor and get the votes and win this race. But I want to go talk with a few of my colleagues. Particularly, I want to talk with the 20 individuals who voted against me so that we can move forward and begin to work for the American people.
And we need to remember, McCarthy, he went 15 rounds. So we can go 15, we can go 20. The longer it takes, the better it is. Because this way, in the end, you know what's going to happen? The rhinos are going to fold. The D's eventually are going to fold because they need something to happen. Right now, nothing is happening. And the Patriots know, you know what? We can stay like this for quite a while. It's not that big of a deal. We don't need to send $100 billion out to Ukraine because that's where the money's really going. The only people that really, really want it is the other side. They're going to get desperate way before the Patriots. Watch how this all works out. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and John Solomon put this out and Trump retruthed it. It looks like Louisiana, the new Louisiana Secretary of State, will face a task of replacing voting machines. Trump says, go paper ballots. So the winner of the November 18th runoff will be tasked with transitioning to new voting machines required by law amid widespread distrust in the election process following the 2020 presidential election. Now, once again, as these different states move to paper ballots, as they move to voter ID, and I'm not saying every state is doing it, but there are quite a few, this puts a wrench in the deep state's ability to cheat in the election. And I do believe as the deep state realizes what's happening, they won't be able to stop each one of these states. I mean, they always go in with lawfare and everyone else to try to stop it, like they did in Arizona and Georgia and many other states. But you could see they won't be able to stop every single state, which means the Patriots will have the leverage when it comes to the election. If they don't have COVID and all they have is the illegals, and maybe they have some other tactic that we just don't know of yet, but if they have just that, and Trump has the people on his side, which he's going to be getting a lot more people as time goes on, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to cheat in the elections, which means I think they're going to try to postpone it because they know they can't cheat it. Now, they could just let it go and let Trump win, but I think this is going to be very difficult for them. I think they would try to postpone it, which they won't be able to do, before they'll allow Trump just to win. And I think Trump, he knows if they do this, they can use paper ballots. A couple of the states will already be set up for this. And I think he really wants to rub it in their face. Look, I have the people behind me. And I do believe that's the direction most likely we're going in, because when you take a look around, and since we're in this pause, or he likes to say his second term, if that's what you want to call it, it looks like it's being all set up for Trump, for him, when we get to the 2024 election. And what's very interesting, he decided to put this out on Truth. And this is coming from Pastor Mark Burns. Quote, "We are getting this nation ready for the return of President Donald J. Trump." And I do believe that's exactly what is happening. Because when you look around, Trump keeps telling you, we're going to reverse the economy. We're going to reverse the borders. We're going to deport everyone. We're going to have peace in the world. He can do all of these things. So basically, the Patriots allowed the deep state to do what they do best. They unleashed their plan. The people now can see it. The people are getting disgusted. The people are getting afraid. The people see what's happening. And the people are going to vote for Trump. And Trump is going to reverse this. It's all being prepared for him to come back. And the people will accept what needs to be done. Because once you see all this play out, the people are going to say, you know what? Let's fix it. Let's have peace. Let's close the border. Let's build the wall. Let's move away from the central bank. Let's restore the economy. Let's remove all the CRT, trans stuff, and all this other stuff from the schools. Let's all clean out the swamp. Everyone is going to be with him at this point. And I do believe this has been part of his plan from the very, very beginning. And as we can see, the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, and that was Dave with X22. Up next, we are going to jump right into the Table of Titans from last night. Great conversations that went on there. I've been kind of fast forwarding quite a bit and going through a bunch of it with them. And, well, not with them personally, but, you know, watching them. And then doing a little side research on my own. And, you know, these kids, they'll stand the test of time. Absolutely. Absolutely. Here we go. Table of Titans. And yeah, the beginning of this is going to be quiet. Let's see here.
Let's go! You're now tuned in to the Patriot News. Patriots United, that's what Patriots do. Doing deep dives and discovering the truth. Follow along and you'll discover it too. Yeah. Doing research and covering Q. We turn the deep state into bumbling fools. How they don't know what to do. We got them on the rug, grabbing popcorn. The world's best movie has begun. Let's go. We made it through the storm, now get ready for some fun. Now comes the pain, perpetrators, every single one. From Evergreen to Renegade, they're all gonna fall. This ain't a game of Pokemon, but we're gonna catch them all. Taking back power from the clutch of the cabal. They won't answer questions while they're rushing down the hall. You got love for us and we've got love for y'all. That's the meaning of where we go, where we go. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team, yeah, the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wild, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team, yeah, the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wild, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Let's go, let's get it. Yeah, you know what's going on at the table of Titan. Yeah, you know they're going strong. Yeah. We're taking back control. The cabal got it wrong. We got it where we fit in, right where we belong. The movement is exclusive, so come join along. Red Pill with this music while you enjoy the song. Yeah. It's easy to lose and we've been waiting for so long. Knowing all we know about common ping pong. Wake the normies up, sleeping with pajamas on. Yeah. It's time to wake up to the Q phenomenon. Feel the energy, just like the beat I'm rhyming on. The Great Awakening, it's time to turn the sirens on. Where we go on with no one left behind. The community we formed here is one of a kind. The deep state is scared and they're running out of time. Cause the Patriot News got them running from the crimes. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team, yeah, the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wild, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team, yeah, the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wild, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree.
In terms of your sort of strategy currently, you're obviously taking the populist pathway.
What does that mean?
Well, appealing to people's more emotional levels, I would guess. I mean,
What do you mean by that?
certainly you tap very strong ideological language quite frequently.
Like what?
Left wing, this and that, right wing, I mean, it's that type
I
of
almost never
ideological
talk about. I never really talk about left
But
or right.
anyways, a
I
lot of
don't
people
really believe in that.
Okay. A lot of people would say that you're simply taking a page out of the Donald Trump
Well,
book.
like which people would say that?
Well, I'm sure a great many Canadians, but
Like who?
I don't know who, but
Well, you're the one who asked the question, so
yeah.
you must know somebody.
okay. I'm sure there's some out there, but anyways,
Some
the
people
point of this question is, I mean, why should Canadians trust you with their vote, given not just the sort of ideological inclination in terms of taking the page out of Donald Trump's book, but
What are you
also
talking about? What page? What page? Can you give me a
Okay.
page? Give me the page. You keep
in
saying
terms of turning things quite dramatically in terms of Trudeau and the left wing and all of this. I mean, you make quite a it's quite a play that you make on it. So
that. I'm not
just
sure.
wondering.
I don't know what your question
Okay.
is.
Then forget that. Why should Canadians trust you with their vote?
Common sense.
Okay.
Common sense for a change. We're going to make common sense common in this country. We don't have any common sense in the current government. The guy prints $600 billion, grows our money supply by 32% in 3 years. That's growing the money 8 times faster than the economy. No wonder we have the worst inflation in 4 decades. I'm going to cap spending, cut waste, so that we can balance the budget and bring down inflation and interest rates. You'll want to be able to pay your mortgage again. You want to be able to afford rent. Then you have to vote for Pierre Poilievre, because I am the only one with a common sense plan that will bring back the buying power of your paycheck.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Table of Titans. It is Thursday again, and we've got a bunch of stuff to show you with corrosion of conformity. And there's one way you don't play the game. They throw the talking points out there and you throw it right back in their face. I hope you guys are staying in that center line and we don't do the left wing and the right wing. I think it's very important. Let's stay right in the middle so we can gather up all the votes that we really need to get done with this election that's going to come up in about a year and a half. And it's only going to get worse, and they're winding it up. We've got attacks in Israel. We've got issues going on in the Mediterranean. Did Yemen really light off a whole bunch of missiles with that? What's going on with China and Russia? We got so much. And Sidney Powell all lumped into one. We got a lot to cover here. Let's not get too much further. Tron, what is going on, sir?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for joining us. Another Table of Titans. And like Hulk said, man, what an amazing week. A lot has been going on. Boss, again, in the court system. Jim Jordan, we have a vacancy in the Speaker of the House. Sidney Powell pleads guilty and whatnot. We'll get into that. And also Sleepy Joe on a little tour, guys. On a little tour, flipping, flopping, and falling what he does best. And he's got a new chin, guys. We looked at him. He has a brand new chin, a little ball chin. And again, does not surprise me in 2023, guys. Hit that thumbs up. Thanks, mods, in the chat. Let's rock and roll, guys. Boom time.
Yeah, Mr. Ardoc, sir, what is going on, sir? You've been dropping a whole bunch of stuff as we put the little tidbits and tights on top of this show, and we just increased the tabs. That's all we've done.
Yeah, sorry. Hulk dropped a little goodie on me, and I did some research here as the show was beginning, and it went down a rabbit hole. So good on Kash Patel for that. Well, so what do we got going on? Well, if you were part of the Western media, you didn't know that Putin met with Xi and they had a really good meeting, and that they talked about the Belt and Road Initiative, and that BRICS Bay went live, because in the same day that happened, of course, Ukraine launches a ATACMS, U.S.-provided ATACMS missile at a Berdyansk helicopter field. And, well, Biden said we weren't giving them ATACMS for 3 months. They said it. Oh, surprise, they got ATACMS. And they, of course, launched them on the same day. And that just happens to be the day after that Gaza hospital, Ali, was, hit by something. Was it hit by something? Was somebody else something? Was it a false flag? Was it? Oh, we'll get into that stuff tonight, I'm sure. And there's a lot of people afraid, Hulk. There's a lot of people on their side, on our side, on nobody's side that are afraid. But there's one thing that's clear. One group of people seem to want to escalate everything, and another group of people seem to want to settle everything down. Which is which? Can we make sense of this stuff? So I'm ready to get into this tonight. Back to you, man. Let's hear what Space Shot's got, because I know he's been doing some good stuff too.
Yeah, and PSYOP level this week has been turned up to 11, if anybody's been paying attention to. And we're going to try to sort through a little bit of that murky waters there. Mr. Space Shot, sir.
What is going on out there, my fellow world patriots? Hulk, Ardoc, Tron, ladies and gentlemen in the chats. Yes, I think we've hit peak escalation, and peak obviously up until this point, and I'll make that prediction again. It's just going to keep ramping up until something breaks. But yeah, I found that interesting too. Maybe we'll show some pictures later on. I'll overlay them. But something was weird with Joey's chin yesterday, and I don't know if he had a couple testicles added down there or something. But
Balchinian.
Yeah, he was. I think he's a Balchinian. He's got 10% Balchinian in his ancestry there. But yeah, a lot of crazy things, a lot of finger pointing out there, and a lot of different topics as well, not just Israel versus Hamas and stuff. So a lot of that crazy stuff. And I know Hulk's got about 200 tabs to rock and roll. So until that moment right now, let's get back to it, and let's rock, Mr. Hulk.
Let's get into it. Let's stay in the domestic side here for a little bit. What do you want to talk about?
Before you get fully into it, I just want to say, and for all the people in the chat, welcome back, Hulkinator, because we missed you, bro, with all your tabs.
Welcome back,
Welcome back, dude. And thank all the mods.
I'm sure the crowd didn't miss me, right? Nobody missed me.
They kept asking.
Moving and sick. If anybody didn't know, let's get into it. So we had Trump came out and gave a little talking points right after this meeting down to Georgia, because he's still dealing with the election stuff that's going on down there. So I thought this was quite interesting. Got a little bit of lead into it.
The government, through its witness, just got caught in a big fat lie. And frankly, this case should be dismissed. It should have never been brought. This case should have never been brought. And this case should be dismissed. This is ridiculous, what's going on. And all you have to do is take a look at the record of the people in the room.
So he just wanted to say a little bit of that. I got a clip a little bit later, him making some comments about international stuff, which is very presidential there. But again, this was all tied up into the into his CEO positions over allowing too much money, and we still got Loretta James out there giving us the talking points. We got to get her in here. Listen.
He's called me venomous. He's called me disgraceful. He's called me radical. He's called me a racist. And this is only week 3. None of his behavior, which can best be described as performative, will change what's happening in the courtroom. The courtroom, as you know, where we have submitted evidence, and the evidence is clear. And that is, he inflated his statements of financial interests to enrich himself and his family.
Yeah, enough of you. I'm tired of listening to her anyways. Let's see what we got out of some of the court cases this week. If we're going to talk about little parts here, you want to go and read that for me, Mr. Space Shot?
Certainly. Technofog on Twitter. Judge Chutkan has released the official gag order on Donald Trump. He is prohibited from criticizing the special counsel. The special counsel could engage in the most egregious behavior, threatening witnesses, etc., and Trump couldn't say a thing. And from the highlighted part here, accordingly, he's also ordered all interested parties in the matter, including the parties and their counsel, are prohibited from making any public statements or directing others to make any public statements that target, 1, the special counsel prosecuting this case, or his staff, 2, defense counsel or their staff, or any people that are connected to it, essentially, is what the rest of it says. Very interesting.
Yeah, right here at the bottom. This
says, at its essence, this prohibition could punish Trump for telling the truth about the special counsel. No falsity required. Also, she didn't state the penalties for violating this order. Theoretically, that would include fines or potential jail time. It's just all complete BS. And really quick, Hulk, on that first one, the whole thing was on, how much, businesses were worth, and, who did the appraisal on it and whatnot. And they said, oh, did you had anything to do with that? And he was like, no, I didn't work with the Trump team at all. No. And it was interesting because during the thing, as it was going on, Trump's lawyer, actually, one of his attorneys stood up and said, oh, hey, maybe you want to talk to your attorney because you don't want to perjure yourself. And then they had him leave the room and then come back in. And then actually his attorney stood up and was like winking him over, like, hey, let's go talk. He went out and talked, came back in, and essentially they brought out an email which showed him communicating with the Trump administration and how they were evaluating the appraisals and whatnot. So one witness up, one witness discredited.
Yeah, that's interesting. And then we also picked up over here. Here's the kicker. The gag order applies to Jack Smith, called surrogates, in his proposal order. And this, in fact, gags Trump's campaign spokesman, advisor, and anyone the DOJ Chalkland views as others tied to Trump. It is not limited to the gag order. A contentment trap for Team Trump is what she's saying. From Julie Kelly over here, who's been tracking a lot of the January 6th cases, is still going. So I thought that was interesting about her take on that. And then I ran into this, and it says Trump's attorneys aren't legally allowed to practice law in the court that they're defending him in. They knew it and then tried anyway. So this is saying that they don't hold the bar association in the particular case that they're holding in. So the Trump attorneys need to have attorneys with them, is basically what it comes down to. So this is all rolled up into the same cases. They're starting to play games with what they're going to do with the judicial stuff. So interesting things to fall into. Here's another one from the Mar-a-Lago case. Judge Aileen Cannon had just denied special counsel Jack Smith's request to create a secure facility in D.C., which would have forced Trump's defendants to travel to D.C. to view classified documents. So at least this judge is holding true to what the law is, and we'll hold it over here, and we won't do the whole skip over in D.C. They can do it locally. That's what's going to happen with that. So it kind of gives you both sides of the stories to look at of who's being fair and not of what's coming down to. Any comments in that before we go talk about Sidney Powell and what happened with her today?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'll say is if, well, not with Sidney Powell, with the Trump's case, right? If she was being fair and honest, which we know she's going after President Trump, but if she was being fair and honest, she would have a bunch of other people under indictment already, because as we've gone over ad nauseum, the people that take out the loans, yeah, they put out their paperwork, but at the end he wrote, do your own research, right? And the banks, you're never going to have a bank come to your house and say, yeah, I appraised this bank at 500,000. And you're like, well, actually, I think it's worth 700,000. And they're like, yeah, let me scratch that off and write what you said down. It's never going to happen. So this whole case is just a circus.
I agree with it 100%. Yep, go right there.
Okay, so in this document related to the attorneys, typically this is in District of Columbia, DC Circuit. Okay, so this is, they're playing lawfare here. They're trying to basically say, hey, none of the attorneys you have, could stand before the bar. Typically what happens is those attorneys would have to partner with or bring into a representation with another attorney that is able to practice in the bar before this particular district court. And they work out a pay arrangement, whatever, even though that attorney is not really representing them. They're doing all the casework. He's the one that's able to file the motions. His office does that, so on and so forth. But they're playing lawfare in this case because typically, especially in district court, if you have standing in one district court, you typically would be granted reciprocal standing in another district court. This is an example where they are playing games, or this particular attorney, John F. Lauro from Lauro and Singer, is trying to, create a problem for Trump when one really doesn't exist, but they might pursue this. This is
interesting. This is interesting as we play the games. And we had Sidney Powell come out. I picked up your case here. Or picked up your video. Anything you want to say before I play this, Mr. Space Shot?
Yeah, 1 minute and 17 seconds. But it was 1:18 when I was done, so I may cut off a second. But anyway, we'll get into that stuff later. So now, after going through and listening to stuff throughout the day, I'm going to be a little less hard on her now. I guess she took a plea deal. All the felonies were thrown out the window. But what I posted earlier was still remains. And if anybody remembers, oh, we're going to put out the Kraken lawsuit. This thing's coming out. And it's like everybody's waiting. Let's do it. Oh, hey, guys, everybody go over to Sidney Powell's law website. The lawsuit, the Kraken's up there. Let's go read it. What do we get to? Page 1, it was error. Page 2, error. I mean, it was wrought with errors that my 12-year-old would have picked up easily. So I said,
I know.
Kraken author, you remember the one with erroneous errors on the first page, which we all saw immediately, just pled guilty, agreed to cooperate, 12 months probation, fine, stay off media until case is done. Also wrote an apology letter, which is that something that you could put in a friggin' plea deal, Ardoc? That's crazy.
But here's the thing that I get, okay? I seem to recall that Rudy Giuliani had to go to meet her and basically make publicly known she was not representing Donald Trump nor the Trump campaign. So, what happened? Did we just lose something?
Get dropped? I think
did Hulk just drop?
He did.
Oh, he did.
Is it that Wi-Fi?
I don't know, man. I told it. It's the blood on the walls, and so we're going out over you, but we're not going out over him. Okay. So I seem to, looking at what the case was about, is that they're trying to basically get her to testify against Trump in something about her representation of him and false billing and so on and so forth. But I'm like, how can this be the case if she wasn't even representing him, wasn't engaged by him? What is the point here? Is this just bogus through and through? I understand that she, if she was able to have a felony conviction in any of the other 7 charges that were dismissed, which may have been bogus and overcharging anyway, she would lose her license to practice law. A misdemeanor charge, no, not so. So anyway, I just found it interesting. Hey, welcome back, Hulk.
I don't know why I did that.
We do.
Uh,
The blood on the walls and in that new place, man.
Dude, holy crap. So Zoom's crashing. So I don't know what happened with that. The rest of the stream is still up and running. Sorry about that. We're back at it. So I think you covered Sidney Powell wasn't a Trump lawyer. He was Rudy Giuliani hanging out with their Patrick Burns. What's the slicky suit guy with the hair from Georgia? Hey, huh?
The Ali guy looks like Sammy Davis Jr.
No. The Lockwood dude.
Lynn Wood.
lawyer?
Yeah. Lynn Wood.
Yeah, the other
And
Lynn Wood. But those-
Actually, I got some information on that one too, and whether it's pertinent or not. But basically, Lynn Wood had posted out. Somebody had sent this to me. Excuse me, on his Telegram channel or page that essentially he wrote that Sidney Powell had wrote his name inside of this couple of these cases without his permission. Now that's what he wrote, and so I don't know the ins and outs of that, but he did say that on his Telegram that she put his name as being one of the attorneys on the case or whatever when he never was. He says so.
And see that first sentence right there in this document, whoever these guys are, a member of Donald J. Trump's legal team after he lost the 2020 election. Where's the engagement letter? I want to see.
We were all asking these in the beginning on who was supporting Donald Trump, and we never found any. I mean, Tron, are we wrong? I never.
No, I remember we looked into it. We couldn't. Yeah,
she lost her cases, and the judge denied the cases, saying they had no standing because they didn't.
And she went to the White House with was her. I think it was Flynn and somebody else. They went to the White House and tried to talk to Trump about it. I mean, if you're his official lawyer, you guys can go meet. But
no, that's when Giuliani came out and they made a public statement saying they're not part of this. They're not part of his legal team.
Yeah, they were going after the election stuff. So just trying to put it all in context, and they gave her 6 years probation, $6,000 fine. There's some other 6 in here somewhere. I can't remember. But again, we still got 17 remaining defendants, and she's supposed to testify against them. So we'll really see what happens with that. I don't know where to put the story, but that's what we're dealing with on those guys.
I'm sorry, Tron was trying to say something, and I stepped on him. I'm sorry.
No. I remember back then we were trying to find out what her place was in all this, and I know that she did the Georgia election fraud case and raised a bunch of money for that. But it's an interesting situation that that this is going on. But what's the long-term plan here? I mean, is she gonna people are running to for the running around saying that she's she's flipped, and I don't think it's that case. They overcharged her in a certain respect. So we'll see where this goes.
Misdemeanors is what it comes down to, and she's down the road. So Tron, read this for me, because this is where we're at right now, right there.
Breaking, the FBI has just released their list of the top 10 terrorist groups in America. Number 1, extreme ultra MAGA Republicans, guys. That's the full flavor right there. Then we got the meme makers. We just had someone that made Hillary memes go to jail. Parents at school board meetings, we saw them get wrestled like WWF style. Pronoun offenders, guys. There's only 2 genders. Anything else is a disorder, mental. ICE agents, guys, and that's not the kind that, it's at the border. Unvaccinated people against the mutilation of children. Tucker Carlson, climate change, Armageddon deniers, and people without the Ukrainian flags in their profiles. This must be old because, guys, now it's Israel flag. So
yeah, Israel. Well, wait, which side is it going to be? Is it going to be the pro-Palestinians or the pro-Israeli Nazis? Which ones, man?
Which ones? And then we had this come out today. So everybody remembers the Rochester man given 180 days in jail for raping some girls. Yeah, between the ages of 4 and 9. And then they're moving on and get over it. 180 days. But the guy who spread a meme got 7 months, guys. What meme was that? Anybody remember the meme? Here is the meme. We got it for you right here. This is the meme that the gentleman got 7 months.
So what's the context? Inform me on why this is bad, or what happened?
He put out an ad because he told the Democrats, don't go and vote. You could text Hillary. And that was the whole thing. This is the meme this guy got 7 months for right here.
Oh, okay.
One person could take this literally and go and do it, and then come back and say, I didn't vote. I didn't do my thing. My vote wasn't counted because of this person and their actions.
Yeah.
So soak this in. 2016, guys.
And there's a lot of, there were a lot of people going out there saying, oh, this guy, got arrested and is going to do 6 years for making a tweet about Hillary, they make it sound like it's just like, some funny picture about Hillary, but in reality, it's actually election interference. So shit, I mean, the guy did something wrong, clearly. And, like Ardoc said, people would go to there and make the vote. Maybe they did and said, hey, and now I don't have to go to the polls, and they got no vote at all. So, we don't want to win that way. We don't need to cheat
And
like
this
that.
this is a scary situation, because look at what's happening to Owen Schroyer and all these other, and look at Boss. So they're kind of setting a precedent here. And I think next they're going to go after the AI fake voices and videos with the face swapping, and they're going to call that election interference as well. That's next. But here's Elon, guys.
Read that.
That had no material impact on the election. What prison sentences were given out to those who suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop information that did have a material impact on the election? This is 1-to-1, guys. You can't refute this. I mean, Elon is dropping red pills here, man. Truth.
Yeah, but who you got to find a prosecutor that's willing to go after in the Justice Department, and they won't do that.
What's the AG from Texas that's free now?
Well, but see that won't matter, because this is going to have to be a federal case, and those guys.
We're going to play the same playbook they're doing down in Georgia. We'll do it that way. We'll do it
all right. So go after them.
DOJ is going to help us. Yeah. They're going to have our back. We're going for it. All right. And the other important news we got to talk about is Joe Biden Harris HQ team has made it over to True Social. Did you see this, Ron? This was
hilarious, and they even go ahead with the proper marketing campaign of the Dark Brandon. But I mean, think about it. This was around the same time that True Social.
There it goes again. It's the blood on the walls.
Yeah, Hulk's house was built on an old cemetery of Native American remains, mostly Native American Pocahontas style. But yeah, they're in his phone lines right now.
Nobody ever lived in the house. We're perfectly clean, like too clean. Yeah, murders.
A lot of bleach. House smells like bleach, guys.
Things buried in the wall.
Oh yeah.
He's coming back in now.
Come on, admit.
Hulk's still running off of Wi-Fi?
I closed the damn program. I don't know what's going on.
Are you hardwired or Wi-Fi?
Yeah, dude, I'm hardwired up, dude. It's just Zoom. I'm still talking anyway. Where's over there? This is gonna suck ass. 90 minutes is in, I've already lost it twice. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna uninstall Zoom and put it back in a little bit later.
It's the stuff in the walls, dude. Don't even. Oh, I got echoes coming out of your machine too. You got it fixed.
Yeah, maybe if it does it again, then try it. We'll keep the show going for a few minutes. Should only take you 2 or 3 minutes to delete it and put it back in if it happens again.
No, I'm already live. I'm just gonna keep going. So here at this time, we'll see what happens. I have to sign in and all that crap and play the freaking. I don't want to do that anyway. So yeah, they're on True Social. Yay! And then what else did we have to show you over here? Okay, we're gonna have to address an issue that we've seen pop up in social media. We do not like to get involved in drama, but there are things that we need to talk about that I think are very relevant.
Wait.
Anybody?
We don't like to get involved in drama amongst the Q fam, MAGA fam. Do you remember like 4 years on what was that? Q Discord server. What was that thing? Oh yeah, QNet.
I mean, I got enough evidence to see the drops and go through all this stuff. We've been there. We've been the soldiers in the freaking foxhole out there live on YouTube for a very, very, very long time, going through all those posts. For everybody that's been watching this show for that long, they can remember us back there. Hat tip to you guys. My heart goes out to you. But there is drama going on, and this is only going to get worse as we roll up to election time. And there are people out there still pushing the narrative, which is absolutely fine. I don't discredit anybody's information that is out there, but there are things to be aware of and things to pay attention to and put it on your list of things. One was this video that came out from Flynn and X22. If you guys want to talk about Flynn, the military, those types of things, it's about a 4-minute conversation. They go in there and they talk about that. And there's a response from General Flynn here. And I want to kind of kick it to Tron if you want to go ahead and read some of this for us and then kind of give me what you're thinking.
Yeah, let's give it a little read here, guys. Here's my take on Q. I believe it is a major psyop, and from what I can tell, it or they or whatever or whoever is running this op has done a major disservice. What I see are a bunch of people sitting and waiting for something to happen instead of doing what I have been calling for now for quite some time, local action. The nonsense about Trump is still a president and the military is coming to rescue is just that. Nonsense. I wasn't belittling Dave. He's a big boy. I was being brutally honest. Like it or not, or believe it or not, Rome is burning Nero and the bucket brigade is getting low on water. And like it or not, I don't. We have a person in the White House that is there following a constitutional process. Note, I didn't say fair election, which I don't believe occurred. Lastly, I so respect your smart statement and most definitely appreciate your support as well as Dave's. I'm a big fan of X22. I also appreciate the support by many of the digital soldiers who did and do support me. Thank you will never be enough. However, I want us to face reality for what it is, and it is staring us in the face currently, and it's ugly. But never ever give up, and trust me, there will always be silver linings. We just have to find them and exploit them as soon and for as long as possible. God bless, MJ Truth.
I mean, we've covered these stories before.
Yeah.
We can go back in the drops and see confirmations all through all that stuff, plus what's currently happening on True Social and what the boss is doing over there and and Dan and doing his poster out there. They see a lot of that. You can go watch that stuff over there on Tronso on Saturday. He puts all that stuff together. Plus, you're doing like a weekly recap of stuff. I think that's Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah,
anyway.
Tuesday afternoon, yeah.
You're going through that info to show the people exactly where the truth lies, and I think that's a fair assessment itself. But again, I don't know how long we're going to go at this and to see this type of operation continue to go on. There's got to be eventually an end to it. I think a lot of us took the big chunk of information what was taught with us, woke us up, and continued to take apart the psyop that we're currently seeing. There's still a shitload of relevant info, but don't get me wrong. It was all a psyop. And I think that's what they're saying here. I want to take wait, before I give it to you, I'm going to give it to Space Shot. You're last, Ardoc. Be quiet.
Smart guy gets to go last. All right. So instead of commenting, I'm just going to read two of my tweets from today. And this was pretty sick. And this wasn't actually just General Flynn at all. This was just like the cherry on top of the cherry on top of the cake. Because there was a few other people kicking this around lately. And it kind of does tick me off. And for this reason, I said, pretty sick of the whole quote, Q is making people sit on their hands. Let's take Q out of the situation for a minute, guys. Okay. And I'm talking to you guys all out there. And please leave me your comments down below. Let's experience all we did in the last 5 years without Q, right? Take him out of the picture. If Q was not around, would most people know about half of this stuff that we're dealing with right now? Because I can tell you that most people at my work don't have a damn clue about any of this stuff at all. All right. But a good chunk of us do. Would people have taken to the streets by now? Would they have gotten so pissed off, not thinking something's going to happen, and then already taken to the streets haphazardly? That could have been a good thing, could have been a bad thing, right? Would they have taken a more local action if Q wasn't around? If nobody was out there saying anything, and not for nothing, like General Flynn, yeah, he was head of the DIA and National Security Council and stuff, but most people in the United States don't know who this guy is. And if he's coming out without the backing of the movement before him and saying, oh, okay, take local action, you guys need to do this. So I said, let's not look for a scapegoat. We were all asleep at the wheel, and it's time to band together as Americans who love this country. And one thing I texted to somebody else earlier who was kind of pushing along the same lines, I said, I think you're being a little short-sighted in the fact of you're not seeing the things that a lot of people are actually doing out of there. I give example, my buddy Patriot Politics Research is getting involved with local politics in his area in a lot of different ways. So that's just one person, okay, and all of that. And then the last one I put out today, guys, was who has linked himself countless times to Q through deltas, air Qs, repeated mentions of the number 17 when most people would be saying 15 or 20, right? Donald J. Trump. When and if he comes out and says, stop the Q stuff, then and only then would I. Sorry, anybody else for me right now is just noise.
Yep, there's your little post right there.
Yeah.
So we're just saying be careful, because what we're seeing now, there's a lot of new shiny coming up, and I want everybody to be careful with shoe night. shiny new, I got info, I got the inside scoop. Please be careful. They warned us about these people. Go ahead, Tron.
Well, no, and remember, guys, that we're in war right now. This is a wartime scenario. So Flynn coming out with this statement, it holds true, and it's very important. I don't like the way he throws around the dummy talk and this and that, but there's a passion in his voice, and there's a sense of urgency that, and I mention this all the time. We don't have much time left, guys. There's less, a year or so till our elections, and honestly, nothing's changed from 2020 in our election cycle and how we vote. So the way to change it is to participate. And there's a lot of drafts there that talk about participation is the way to make the change. Only when the people stand up at the moment of precipice. And he's pretty much putting the bat signal out there that this is precipice. There's no military that's going to come and save you. And that's one of my top 10 Hollywood scenes is the military coming in, doing these military arrest tribunals, taking them to Gitmo, wrapping it all up in one kit and caboodle. But like I said, it has to happen before this 2024 election. But also important, I think, that Flynn is also kind of pointing at a certain idea of maybe this, push for devolution isn't the right way to go. And I think that's, he's kind of separating the Q-op from this devolution idea, kind of making it separate. And like Space Shot said, Flynn has made an expansion of fortune based on the connection to Q. I mean, selling the T-shirts, having Digital Soldiers LLC, and his family is currently suing CNN. I'm not sure if that wrapped up or where that went, but that was also in the news of recently for the past couple of years or whatnot. So there's tremendous pressure not only on Flynn in this political atmosphere, he's being attacked from all angles. So I think this is important. And it's also crucial in this 2023 timeline that we don't have that much time left. And local action is the way to go. There's no decode that's going to make the military come and put the boss back in power. That's not the way it goes. But I mean, this is why I have Tuesday show afternoon, because I go back. Guys, I went through all the confirmations, starting from the beginning, that were one-to-one confirmations, proven by not only the team, but also, this quote-unquote movement, which it's a miracle that we all got together like this, guys. This show, a lot of friendships and relationships would have never happened without this Q team, guys. MAGA was not enough. MAGA was not enough in order for us to get closer to God, closer to patriotism, and closer to God and country, guys, and family. This is what it's all about. And I think Flynn's good, guys. This is going to turn out good. I mean, if everyone's bad, then who's good? So just hang tight and imagine, guys, a PSYOP within a PSYOP. I love it.
Ardoc, sir.
All right. So we want to go down this path, and
a little bit.
For people to understand this, okay, I'm going to take you back in time, and it's January of 2022. 2022. Before, oh, Jesus Christ, Hulkinator.
Go ahead, just keep going, dude. You're good. Just keep going.
His audience needs to hear this. I don't know if they're getting it live.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
so
he's cut up. Well,
I'm assuming he's cut off. I don't know. Maybe the stream is still
going.
going.
Another invite here. Invite Table of Titans, Hulkinator, boom. Yeah. The invite. Why are you calling me? Or maybe he wants us to go to his. But then if that happens,
It won't matter. It won't matter. Yeah.
We'd all get kicked.
Yeah.
Okay, he's in.
I apologize.
All right, lay your hands on your machine and pray over it, bro. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so I didn't start because I wanted to wait for your people.
Wrong. Window.
Wrong.
Hey
There we
guys. Hey guys.
We're good.
Echo.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, we got it fixed. Okay. All right. January 2022. Before Russia moved into Ukraine to settle the war, or whatever they want to call it, I said at that time, Biden's plans and this administration, the intelligence community that's behind Biden, their plans are ultimately going to move to fulfill the 16-year plan. Okay. That ultimately means that they want to round up all of the naysayers, all the people that would come against him, label them as Russian disinformation agents, label them as terrorists, label patriots that support and love and defend the Constitution as those that want to tear down that very government and Constitution. That's the PSYOP. That's their plan. Okay. How do you do that? Okay. And I've been trying to educate people for many, many years now. When you read the manuals that explain how we, the United States, and our intelligence apparatus and infrastructure that has been built up over 200 years, go into a foreign country to take over a media through influencers, through radical people that are very self-centered, and then apply pressure to a political class, to the business class, infiltrate for a soft cue. This shows what is called Hegelian small step process to get to an end result. You move little pieces on the chessboard, and ultimately you have big steps along the way that you look for to happen, so you know how to move to the next step. If you want to purge a society of a certain type of resistance before it becomes a resistance, that's very Machiavellian, you first create the small steps that lead to identifying those free thinkers, into self-identifying as a patriot class, as free thinkers, as the ordinary people that would become that voice that would organize a counter-revolution to a totalitarian takeover. You do this by creating the very resistance and organizational foundation, and watch who moves, and surveil them, and even direct them. And then you apply the pressure to squeeze them until you can use the very laws of the nation that they support to destroy them, to round them up, to arrest them. That's the plan. That is their plan for us. If you thought Hitler was the one who thought this all up, you're wrong. It was the people that put Hitler in power. And those same ideological bound people are in charge of our government. Can you imagine how the founders thought when they turned their backs on the government of Great Britain, the empire, the most powerful empire in the world at the time? You were a privileged citizen of that empire. Even if you were a colonial citizen, you were privileged. All that empire birthed in you and gave you status and the benefits and your station in life that those founders, those very wealthy founders, had when they were in the colonies. How they must have felt when they had to make the decision to turn their backs on that very empire and say no and fight it, and instead adopt this idea, a constitution, and defend it with their lives, because everything that they had would have been wiped clean. How much are you willing to give to defend the Constitution against something that is inside our government, an infiltration, not an invasion? Because that's ultimately the enemy. I mean, it's hard to say that. How must you remain vigilant when you look at our local police force, our Love You Blue? We are the most Love You Blue people you can imagine. But when Love You Blue has been programmed to support the state and defend the state over the Constitution and the rights of the citizens, do you still love You Blue? When the military is controlled by politicians that are more likely able to become supportive of LGBTQ, and if you aren't an LGBTQ supporter, you are denied military service. You're kicked out of the military. That's political class controlling what should be something to defend us from foreign enemies. That's policing that's supposed to protect us from criminal elements. And then the justice system, the banking system, the financial system, when it's all taken over and you're living in what? An illusion. Oh, I got $100 washing machines that I could choose from at the Home Depot. Oh, I got 300 channels on cable TV, but you live in a matrix and you have no freedoms. When I read General Flynn's statements, and I've said this repeatedly, and I did it on the radio program way back with Inferno. Q is a psyop. You do not know who psyop it is. You do not know the end result that they're trying to play for. You and all of these people like X-22 and Praying Medic, myself, Space Shot, etc., all of those that are involved collectively, you in the chat, we love our country. We love the people that we are neighbors with, our family. We love people that we meet in the streets. We are good people. Most of us. Maybe there's some out there that I don't know that are really bad people. We've run across them in the past. But you can be manipulated. The very actions that led people to go to January 6th, thinking that, hey, we're doing a good thing, were manipulated. The very fact that we as good people would go and support General Flynn because Q posted this or Q posted that, that's something a good person would do. Doesn't make Q good. It means that we as good people did something that Q also wanted us to do. Q equals Alice. Alice equals Hillary. I'm going to bring it up, and I still have the copies, and one day I'll bring them back out again, and I hope to God I don't have to bring them back out again. But I'm going to remind people that we're here of that dream, and I said it out there, and I took a lot of criticism. This may be ultimately a very wide flanking plan to purge and to accomplish their plan. And everything that we think we know about is our bias that we've thrown in there. And whether Trump or Flynn take advantage of that as they see the political winds moving of what's called a Q movement or MAGA movement, we are the same people, but we're all still possibly being manipulated. And this is why we always tell you, dig, meme, and pray. Every show, Tron says that, dig, meme, and pray. Every time we say, don't take our word for it, do your own research. Dig, 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 educate yourself. You have to be the ones in your own self-consciousness that comes to your conclusion, and you can't let other people decide for you. Otherwise, you are living in a world of dogma, ideology that you didn't create, that you are being fed, spoon-fed in many cases, by people that have an agenda that may not be good. And whether you're pro-Israeli, pro-Gaza, pro-Palestinian, pro-Russian, pro-Ukrainian, ultimately, there are people out there, there are forces out there, groups out there that want to use your love to do great evil. And that's the bottom line. In this situation, I see General Flynn echoing the same thing we have tried to tell you. And I see a little bit of fear because, and I see fear on their side too. The other side, the bad guy side, they're very afraid, and they're trying to push for actions, and they're moving into this step with Israel. That's a sign of fear. That's a sign that they're losing control. It's dangerous, but it also is a sign that they are losing, and that gives us hope. And in that hope, regardless of what the hell Q or X-22 or Matrix or we say, you have your life and each decision, each nanosecond, to make a decision of being selfish or selfless. And that's what it comes down to. Every moment of your life, living the way you pray and are at peace with. You do that, none of this other shit matters. That's my bottom line. I'm done.
Boom. Thank you. Thank you. Some people liked it. They're telling you a lot of truth that's out there, and that's kind of most of the way I feel on that. But I think, again, local level, get involved, do something, guys. I really recommend it. We got a year and a half. We need to organize more on Twitter, point everybody in the same direction. We need to stay away from disinformation and misinformation on both sides, because we know it's coming from both sides. So we always try to stay in the track in the middle, and we'll wait that week or so to see what comes together, because normally the first response is not always correct. Space Shot, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you a question. What have we been telling people to do? Have we been telling people, hey, we have been saying, enjoy the show, but have we been saying, hey, enjoy the show, sit back, don't do anything, don't get involved locally? What have we been parroting literally for the last 2 or 3 years?
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Exactly that.
It's exactly what Hulk was just saying. Get out, get local, whatever. We've been saying this. None of us have ever sat here and told you guys, don't worry about a thing. Everything's cool. You don't have to do anything. Not one of us has ever said that.
Be good
now,
humans.
If that was 2018 and 2019, that'd be a different story. But now, today, we've seen the PSYOP evolve over time. We really understand what it was set up for. And the people that were in the drops reading it there at that time, they totally understand exactly what that PSYOP was set up for. Some of the new people checking it up and going back in time maybe get a little confused on what that actually is. We got let down a lot. Trust the plan. Military is the only way. A lot. Just think about all that.
Trust Kansas. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I'm just saying it's a big giant psyop. You take it for what it is. I thought it was a good thing in the beginning, and it still is as we go through whatever you want to call it. It was a good training about how disinformation ops work, and we got a big giant boot camp in it, and that'll never be taken away.
But that's the way a psyop works. 97% truth, 3% bullshit that you can then move and manipulate people with. That's the way the best psyops work.
Yes, and especially when they get religion and emotion involved. So let's continue on to get into that. That's basically as far as I wanted to go with that. And it comes out tech billionaire Peter Thiel was an FBI informant all the way back in 2022 when they asked him to join about information, and it tied into Donald Trump. Space Shot, you want to say anything? Are you surprised that this came out?
It's like Patrick Byrne 2.0 or whatever. But yeah, this guy's a billionaire. This guy was supporting Trump, wasn't he? Wasn't he the one that was supporting Trump as well?
2016.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, nothing new under the sun here. Just new players, right? Just keep moving the board around. But yeah, that is interesting.
What software platform did he help create?
He was actually with Elon Musk back in the day. On wasn't he the one with right?
Yeah, that's PayPal. Right? And also, Peter
PayPal,
Thiel has money in Rumble right now, so that's kind of interesting. He's an investor in Rumble.
Oh, we love Peter Thiel. We love you.
Yeah, we got that out there. The other thing we want to touch upon is the speakers race. Again, 13 of the 22 rhinos were holdout. They were supposed to vote today. And I think this is right before the vote itself. I don't know if Jim Jordan's going to stick on today's talking points. He's out, he's in, he's out, he's in now. They're going to try to do a vote today or tomorrow, but he has not made it, and they're playing games. And everybody seems to be pissed off of empowering the temporary Speaker of the House until January. That supposedly came out of Jim Jordan and whatnot, but I don't think they can do that. But they want that money. They need that money for Ukraine and Israel. Get this done.
That's $100 billion. And it's not just, they want to throw that through there before they get a speaker. That's what they want to do. They want that $100 billion to go through because it's packaged as, well, it's for the border, it's for Israel, and it's for Ukraine. But the good House Speaker in the Republican caucus really should break that down and say, no, how much for this one, how much for this one, how much for this one? Because over the next year, $100 billion, this gives the Biden administration room to play games. Very dangerous, very wrong. And that's what they want to do. And then the other thing that's interesting about this, though, and I don't know if you guys saw this, Tron or Space Shot or Hulk, I saw in the leftist chats and in the Republicans against Trump and all these other leftist chats that are sometimes good to see the messaging that's going out. They are afraid of Jordan. They're afraid of Scalise. They're afraid of both of them. And they are pushing for this. The center of both parties need to get together. And I'm like, okay, that's admission of weakness right there. When they make that kind of play, that's telling you that they're afraid of one of these two getting in. And they want to do something else. So they're trying to muddy the waters. That was really actually hopeful commentary that I saw, that we're going to get to something here relatively soon.
Oh, yeah. Hulk, do you have anything on Rachel Maddow on The View? I want to blow a load later. Oh, Hulk is calling. He's gone. What the hell?
What? He's gone? I didn't even notice him disappear.
Oh, my word. This is getting a little out of hand here. Let me send him another invite. I didn't even, my screen didn't even go. Like, it didn't even switch over, like he wasn't there. Well, did you hear Rachel Maddow on The View? She was basically saying, if Trump gets back in there, he's basically going to want to, investigate MSNBC, and he's going to want to execute us all.
Execute?
Whoa.
She said execute?
He said execute us, yep.
That right there should have her pulled off the air. That right there should have her pulled off the air. Unless there's a reason somebody should immediately come and provide commentary and say, well, Rachel, what have you done that could even have the penalty of execution? Did you commit treason? Mute. Everybody muted. Am I still here? Space shot.
Where are they all
There's
gone? They
Tron.
left.
There he is. He was just space muted.
He's calling you, decline, and I can't answer his. I sent him an invite again. Let me send him an invite again here.
Like every 15 minutes, I think. I think he's on a kind of clock.
Here we go. Hulkmaker, sent him another invite. Boom. I'll just leave an invite down to the bottom.
I'm dropping one in too.
There we go. Hulk's now in the room. Here we go.
Dead air.
Yeah.
Dead ant.
I don't know. I'm sharing the wrong window again.
And he set up his system himself.
This is Zoom problem. I don't know. I have to uninstall and reinstall it.
Not with us.
Let's get to this quick clip right here. I had this little clip that rolled out through social media that's been kind of taken off here, talking about how much they kind of miss Trump and the things and policies he had.
Trump was elected, I was told that it was the end of the world, and that's what I thought. And I'd already underwritten him as an F, okay? And then 4 years into the presidency, he was probably like a C in my mind. And then as I get a little bit of distance away, I realized, no, hold on a second. This guy was like a B+. Like, he was pretty good. I voted for Hillary Clinton. I voted for Joe Biden. But this is the honest assessment. The guy did, for the things that he was supposed to do, a good job. And for where every other president found a way to, frankly, make our situation a little bit worse, specifically around wars, he did not do that. And that is a huge accomplishment that I think needs to be acknowledged.
I think the thing that was smart about Trump was that he was willing to do business.
Yes.
He was willing to negotiate, and he didn't feel the need to make these moral condemnations all the time. He was willing to meet with Kim Jong-un. He was willing to meet with Putin and Xi Jinping, and he avoided criticizing them personally. He didn't call them dictators. He talked about how smart they are.
Yeah.
It's the art
Except
of the
for
deal,
Little
right?
Rocket Band.
At the end of the day, he's looking to do business.
One's Trump derangement syndrome causing more damage than anything that Trump could have actually done. And I think the answer is yes, because it's now causing us to not see that good work and then embrace and extend it. So much of the work that happened in that administration turns out to have been right. And that's what's so frustrating for me. The work on the border wall. We didn't like the messenger, so we killed the message. Turned out it was right. Issuing long-term debt to refinance when rates were at zero. We didn't like the messenger, so we killed the message. A structural peace in the Middle East, we didn't like the messenger, so we killed the message. When are we going to stop shooting ourselves in the foot? And when are we going to actually see and take the time to look past who is saying things and actually listen to them word for word?
There we go. That's what we've been saying the entire time, folks. Listen to them. They tell you right to their face. Thoughts? What'd you think about that? Oh, don't tell me I lost everybody.
I think the ripple effect is going to be great with this because, I talked about this a couple days ago. These guys are billionaires from San Francisco, of all places, or California anyway. I know this guy's from San Francisco. And, you know, you got to think of like, hey, people watch these guys. They're billionaires. How do these guys move? I want to be a billionaire. How do these guys think? Oh, that's going to have a big time ripple effect for their viewers that will want to be doing that what they're doing and taking advice from them. So I'm loving this.
And then I figured we might as well spend a little time over here with RDoc's post here, because we could talk about what's happening over there, and then we could go right back to the United States and tell you exactly what's happening over here.
I can summarize this really short.
You want to sub this up for us?
Yeah, I mean, so basically, we talked about the German car market before and how bad things are getting in Europe, right? All right. Well, and we talked about sanctions, how sanctions artificially cut like 1/6 of the world's economy in volume and sales right out of global sales. And most of that global sales is coming out of the West. Okay. When you do that, it's like the scuba tank analogy I gave you guys like a year and a half ago. Well, here's something that happened just this week, which was pretty big. And I've been looking for this, and it finally happened. They started laying off all these Ukrainian workers that they've been hiring here in Central Europe and in these like Czech and Slovakia and Germany and so on and so forth. That was a signal that I was looking for. Why is that important? Because those were like the cheap labor. That's like the Mexican labor you bring across the border into Texas and whatever to work in your manufacturing. They don't have to pay them benefits. You don't have to, you pay a below minimum wage even in some cases because you're getting them through an agency. In Texas is a little different because you got to give them fake papers. But in Czech Republic and places like that, well, they got these refugees in under refugee status and got them work permits. And then you could still give them this below your citizen minimum wage by hiring them through contract labor. And this sign was indicative of the fact that they can't afford them anymore. They can't pay these workers anymore, and they don't have the volume in the production that's coming from the car manufacturers in Germany that demands these subassembly components, because that's the way automotive works both in our country and in Europe. Lots of little just-in-time deliveries of subassemblies to get into the plant to make these cars, right? Well, there's less cars being made because there's less demand for the cars. And Germany in particular, the Mittelstand of these manufacturing in Central Europe is the key to the economy of Central Europe. When this declines, when this starts having an impact, especially in the fourth quarter now, that means that they're redoing their budget. That means that they've run out of money. They've got to cut costs, and it's a warning sign of what's coming here in Europe. And this will translate into the United States. On top of that, now you're also getting the impact, again, more impact on raw inputs by the threat and uncertainty of global war, because the oil industry from the Middle East is still going to impact us. And these guys are hoping this will push you to buy electric cars. Problem is, all the components for the electric cars also go through this whole region. All the lithium for the batteries in Africa, all of the manufacturers, the subassembly components in Europe, all this stuff would be impacted. Electrical car prices will even go up more. So this is bad news. And China is a direct competition now in 2/3 of the world's economy. So you're seeing market share start to push under this BRICS side of things again now, where instead of the demand coming for Japanese car manufacturers, European car manufacturers, U.S. car manufacturers, you're starting to see demand now push into China, and Russia's starting to get in the game now. India is in the game now, and they're basically going and creating their own infrastructure, their own supply chains, their own logistics, and they're going to serve 2/3 of the world's market, of which most of the growth, economic growth, is forecasted by our own IMF. This is bad news. There's my summary.
Yeah, and you had mentioned,
and see, this is where part of the problem comes from, guys, is that we have got our nose stuck so far up every other country's butts, okay, that we're controlling everything everywhere. Okay. It doesn't matter what type of market it is. It doesn't matter what type of industry it is. We have our nose in their business and totally ignoring the business that should be done here in America, taking care of the American citizen. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I was saying this was an important podcast for me to play for you guys today, was because of this particular part of the conversation. Okay, this was well actually one of many, because I have something in regards to the Rachel Maddow. There was a big, huge call out on MSDNC. Okay, and the people from The View. Okay, that was really thrown in people's faces yesterday. With let me see. Let me move my signal over here. Okay, give me a second. Let me pull this. Actually, there's a couple of different things that are on here that that I want to share with you guys. Okay, but the dang nabbit. Oh, it's not on that. Hang on. Give me a second, folks. Give me a second. We're gonna come back to this. Give me a second. Let me shrink this down for a second and pull up face. There we go. I posted this last night, and I'm actually surprised that I haven't seen a strike for it yet, because of the fact that it was very, 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 very blatant. Okay, and me, I'm not one to mince words where it comes, because we've all witnessed so many things go on in our country that we have to question a lot of things, both with the industrial side, the financial side, the military side, and most definitely the political side. But on the media side, this is one thing that people need to understand. Give it a second to load here.
Was more important in Congress to Trump's effort to overthrow the lawfully elected government of the United States than Jim Jordan.
Rachel, Trump called for a recount of the votes. That's not overthrowing the government, and you know that. But you and the entire left-wing media keep saying that because Project Mockingbird still goes on, and whether you like it or not, all of you motherfuckers are part of it.
Okay, you got that? Did you guys hear that? National TV, live on The View, what that guy just told them. Okay, and look at their...
There was nobody who was more important.
Okay, more important than anything else. Look at their reactions, each and every one of them. Okay, all the panels of The View. Okay, all the panel members. Okay, even Whoopi Goldberg. Okay, watch this really close. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Is there a way to make this
Congress
bigger?
To Trump's effort to overthrow the lawfully elected government of the United States than Jim Jordan.
Rachel, Trump called for a recount of the votes. That's not overthrowing the government, and you know that. But you and the entire left-wing media keep saying that because Project Mockingbird still goes on, and whether you like it or not, all of you motherfuckers are part of it.
There was nobody who was...
Okay, you get that? Okay, do you understand? Okay, he not only did he yeah, okay, Jody Terry said it right out there. He just shut them right up. Okay, and then all of a sudden on TV, national TV, it says signal lost. Okay, it's 100% accurate. Anybody who does any type of study on Operation Mockingbird, okay, listen, you can go to your phone, you can go to your computer, okay, whatever you have, whatever device you have, pull up a second tab, type in Operation Mockingbird, okay? Let's see. Here we go. Bang. Okay. Ooh, that page is missing. How is that page missing? Oh, I see what I did. Okay. I guess I tried to type it into Facebook. Okay. Operation Mockingbird. I see it here. Okay. Let's click on this. Bring it up. Okay. Operation Mockingbird is an alleged. Okay. Now, they use the word alleged because of the fact that they know that it's accurate. They know that it's true. They know that it's real. They know that they created it. Okay. But they can't confirm or deny it. Okay. Because if they did, then guess what that does? Okay. Guess what that does? That tells every American that these people have been on your TV, on your radio, okay, and in your newspapers lying to you for the last 100 years or more. Okay? So, Operation Mockingbird is an alleged large-scale program of the United States Central Intelligence Agency, and we know that there is absolutely no intelligence in that agency. Okay? There is no intelligence in that energy. There is not one working brain in that entire agency. Okay? That began in the early years of the Cold War. Bull crap. Okay? It wasn't during the Cold War. The CIA was built immediately upon the U.S. surrender to the Germans during World War II. Okay? And that's where Operation Paperclip comes in, because the concession for war was, listen, you get to tell everybody that you won, but you're going to take and you're going to bring this many people over into your country, and you're going to allow these people to go to this country, these people to go to this country. And that's exactly what happened. Okay. Everything from Venezuela to Brazil to Argentina, here in the United States, 70,000. We're told that only 7,000 or 700 were brought here. No, 70,000. Okay. Canada took a bunch. Cuba got a bunch. All over the world, these guys were placed by the United States. Okay. By the United States. Okay. And then they even built the bomb and had the plan and what they were going to do to Japan. Okay. Because I'll tell you right now, okay, it wasn't just Japan that attacked us that day. Okay. That was 100% psyop right there on the entire United States. Okay. There were American, Chinese, and Japanese pilots in those planes. Nobody ever talks about that. Nobody ever says anything about that. Okay. Now, this may sound crazy to you guys. Okay. But the fact of the matter is that these people have been lying to us our entire lives. Okay. We've got a guy in the Facebook chat right now. Okay. Bill, he's a guy I love dearly. A guy I love dearly. He's a Korean War veteran. Okay. And when he came home from the Korean War, he got involved with the Black Panthers. Okay. Why? Because the Black Panthers were speaking the truth then. Okay. They were doing everything that they could to educate their community, to teach their community, to teach them about the Constitution and the rights and the laws in this country. Okay. And what did the government do to them? They hunted them down like dogs. They hunted them down like dogs. Okay. Malcolm X came to the realization of what was really going on in America and around the world because of American influence. Okay. Not the American people per se. Okay, the American people have been unaware of 90% of what our federal government has done to other countries. Okay, and it's amazing to me that even today we are getting more and more people that are coming to the realization, hey, there is something really weird going on. And I need to find out from somebody the truth. I need to find out what's really going on. Okay. And the thing is that the research ability has been siphoned out of the American spirit. Okay. Back in the 1800s, it was important to know everything about the thing that you were working on. Everything. Okay. And the truth had to be surrounding of it. Okay, but after the 1871 Act, it became the corporate elite, all the big companies that were built by the English and by the French, because they were both involved in it. Okay, and nobody can say any different. Okay, the global hierarchy has always been. Okay, it's never mattered about the people. We're just cattle to them. We're a means in which for them to tax us to death. Okay, we work 40, 60, 80. Some people work 100 hours a week and barely make their bills and paying big taxes and everything else, while these guys are taking that money that we're giving them and shipping it out of our country. Taking our jobs, taking our factories, taking everything away from the American people. Okay. And at the same time, we have tens of thousands crossing into our border every single week that get our tax dollars for nothing. For nothing. They get to sit around, collect our money, and then ship our money back home to their home country to take care of their people there. No different than what we're doing in Ukraine right now, okay? Because we're paying off Biden's blackmail, okay? And what do I mean by Biden's blackmail? Because they know everything bad about Biden because he's been laundering money through that country, and his son and him have been involved in the trafficking in that country. And hey, they've manipulated the energy companies there. Okay. And they don't want that information to become public, because if it becomes public, the American people will finally stand up and say, no, we're not sending you any money. They want to wrap up this little policy of this omnibus. Okay. And give a percentage to Ukraine and give a percentage to Israel. And the only reason that they want that money to go to these places is because it's all going to end up in Ukraine, because it's all going to be fighting the battle, okay, to not expose these crooked SOBs in Washington, D.C., okay, and in our own state capitals. You guys notice that your representative is maybe home 6 weeks out of the entire year. The rest of the time he's in Washington, D.C. Why? Okay. Every day they put new laws on the floor, always new laws going down on the floor, new laws on the agenda, everything all the way down the line to take more and more of our rights away. You know, so with this Operation Mockingbird, it's okay, to manipulate American or domestic American news media organizations for propaganda purposes. According to author Deborah Davis, Operation Mockingbird recruited leading American journalists into propaganda network and influenced the operations of the front groups. CIA support of front groups was exposed when in April 1967, okay, think of that timeline. What was I just talking about? I was talking about Malcolm X. I was talking about the Black Panthers. At the same time, we had the emergence of Louis Farrakhan. Okay, he all of a sudden emerged onto the picture. Okay, we had the assassination of John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, or Bobby Kennedy, and then we had Martin Luther King. Okay. All of these people. Okay. And the only thing that the people had, okay, and get this, this is another part of the Mockingbird media. Okay. Nixon sat at his desk, picked up the phone, and was talking to the guys on the moon. Okay. Yeah, right. Okay, come on. Seriously. We can't get cell signal in half of this country. Okay. And you're telling me that man can pick up a landline and talk to the moon. As clear as a bell. Okay. I heard people tell me, I said to somebody just the other day, I said, hey, how did they get that Range Rover up there onto the moon? They said, oh, it's folded up and tucked underneath it. Well, if it was folded up and tucked underneath it, wouldn't the aft jets be going off in order to create a stable landing? Wouldn't that have fried that thing to nothing? So exactly how did they get that big old dune buggy up there on the moon? Okay, because that capsule wasn't big enough. You see what I'm saying here? So, there's so much. Okay. Rampart's article reported that the National Student Association received funding from the CIA in 1975. Church Committee, congressional investigations revealed the agency's connections with journalists and civic groups. Okay. Do you remember there was a clip that I played, not too long ago, in regards to a congressional, the Church Committee's congressional hearing, and the guy was being questioned as to, do you have active operatives in the media? Okay, in all media, and the guy said, well, I'm not willing to talk about that here. We'd have to go into a closed session, and it would have to be classified. Okay. As soon as they say something like that, right then, okay, that, that this is, that this is 100% big snowball in our faces. Okay. And it's time to reel this all in. It's time to reel it in. Let's get back to Space Shot. But actually, I have a couple other clips too, but I should probably go ahead and play them while I'm here. Okay. Let's talk about John McCain. Okay. Let's talk about John McCain. Okay. A lot of people don't know this, but listen very carefully.
It's like 24 hours since John McCain was put to death. And look at this.
Okay. Did you get that? Did you catch that? I'm going to play it for you again. Let's make it full screen here so that way I don't click the wrong thing. All right. Listen really close.
It's like 24 hours since John McCain was put to death. And look at this.
What did he just say? You caught that, right? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Can it be any clearer? Too low a sound? I thought I had it up all the way. It's up all the way. I can't make it any bigger. But I will drop the link in here for you guys if you like. Let's see. How do I? Okay, copy link. Okay, and I'm going to drop it here in the chat for you. Here you go. Okay, that way there, when you play it on your computer, it'll be louder. Okay. That one there, I'm gonna hold off on playing. I'm gonna play that one a little bit later. Let's get back to the Table of Titans here. So, I just wanted you guys to understand, where this is all coming from. Okay, and the level of this. Okay, it's our influence outside of our own borders and not paying attention to what's inside our borders. Okay, here we go.
mentioned electric cars. I can't remember if it was the Ford Lightning electric vehicle or the Chevy, whatever. When they had canceled production at this point, or not making any more. But that's that kind of European thing. So over here in the United States, fixed mortgage rate is now 8% for a 30-year fixed mortgage right now. So that's about $1,300 higher than it was a year ago, if you're thinking about that compared to where we're at today. So all the first-time home buyers, that's gone. They're not going to show up over there. Other thing over here, people, I was following these silver guys that keep talking about the 10-year note yield. They were saying it was really.
One second. Go back to that story before you jump into the high finance. Let's make this clear, okay? Why is that important, guys? I'll let you guys talk, and then I'll tell you if unless you want me to talk.
Well, this is just how people are going to afford their homes with inflation. If you just remember the video we played in the beginning, where the guy was talking about what was happening to people's home mortgages there. You can't afford it. You're going to be pricing out the middle class. It makes them disappear.
What happens if nobody's shopping for new homes? Are people going to invest? Are home builders going to build new homes?
No,
what
why?
happens
There's
to
no
the
demand for it.
contractors? What happens to the contractors? Do they have jobs? Nope.
We got beavers. They can cut down trees.
So the contractors don't have jobs. The contractors are buying less material, less tools, less. So your Home Depot type stores, they're going to have problems. They're going to start laying. That sends ripple effects all the way back, all the way to the people growing the lumber, all the way to the Mexicans coming across the border. They usually fill those jobs. What are they going to do? This is infrastructural, foundational layer impacts that you're seeing in a financial indicator such as a mortgage rate. That the cost of money is getting too high for the home builders. That's usually where we incentivize. What is that going to be to a business guy, to a capitalist, to somebody who wants to employ capital? They're going to demand a higher return on their money before they risk it. And you're going to see less risk taking place, tightening
what's
up
happened here?
spending. Go ahead. Now explain
With
this.
the 10-year bond, they've been watching this number, however, right below 5%. I'm not smart on any of this. I wanted to ask you. They're connecting this to 8, 9, or 10% mortgages by early next year. So what are they talking about with this bond market? Because it's not going to make money. That's debt, correct?
So that the third sentence there is the important one that I saw. There's more important stuff in there. It should be no surprise that investor purchases are now down a massive 45% this year. This is on the 10-year note. So is it saying that there's been an inversion? Oh yeah, there's the cap. Oh wow, cap rate is for his profit is now equal to the. Okay, so this is not a good thing either. This is our ability as a country in order to finance certain types of our debt. We have 30 years, we have 10 years, we have 5 years, we have short 1 years. And this 10-year is kind of like a more realistic guide of current trends that can turn into long-term trends. And what this is telling you is that our current trends mean that because you're not able to attract investors unless people are buying your 10-year note, okay, they're predicting that in 10 years' time, this isn't a good deal. You got to offer them a better rate because the US dollar, their return on that investment is going to be at higher risk premium. It's not going to be worth as much in US dollars when they get this paid back, or negative yield, right? And so they're basically saying, no, I'm out. So the US has to basically give a greater discount on these notes, get less money, incur more debt, pay higher interest for something that's going to be paid back in 10 years. This is a very negative trend.
Here's another one for you. Want to take a look quick? Credit card delinquencies continue to sharply rise, and at March 2020 levels, the delinquency rate is now aged between 18 to 29 is at 9%, and those between 30 and 39 are up 7.5%. So this is starting to rise also. And then if we want to get into a little bit more talking points over here, what was this?
Well, what's the first thing that people do when they start running into economic problems? They blow through they blow through their savings, and they try to use credit cards to push it down the road until things get better. Okay, and they build up credit card debt, and then they can't pay the credit card debt. They have to go bust. Okay, and they walk away from it. And they ruin their credit, and they're living a shitty life. It's very difficult to live in the United States without credit. I know. I've taken a long time to get out from underneath that wheel, and I'm still not out from underneath the wheel completely. So this is again about making people captive in a tightened economy, in a depressed economy. People are more easily to be manipulated into avenues where they can get a deal, they can get money, they can get access to money, they can get access to food. I mean, it's a way of controlling. Financial system is one of the three pillars of control.
But they're refinancing a lot of this debt that is coming up, and they're saying they've added a couple of trillion just since June. All right, so basically we're adding 195 million in debt every hour if you're counting just what happened last month. And then this happened. Rite Aid went down, took a whole bunch of stores down with it. They're going to be consolidating and being sold off. So if you've got a Rite Aid in your area, they just folded. So if anybody's paying attention to that.
What happens to those pharmacists? What happens to just the workers? What happens to the delivery drivers? You got fewer delivery routes. All this constriction is a sign. And it's not just Rite Aid. I don't know, do you have other stories about some of the closures? No. We got bank closures. We got lots of banks that are closing.
Well, they're saying they're going to online banking. So you got a lot of B of A and all those types of things. Okay, I get it. They don't need a branch open and all that.
So how do you
digital money?
How do you go to your bank and withdraw your $100,000 when there's a crash? Oh, you can't. You got to go to an ATM machine. Oh, the ATM machine maybe has $2,000.
You got to go to the Fed now. They're going to pay you through there. It's a cryptocurrency. We had a problem with the bank. I'm absolutely sorry. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you, for every dollar you have, I'm going to give you $5. If you just move it over to the digital system itself, you just have to go and sign up for this ID. We'll get you guys set up and no big deal, and you get your money right away, right from the government in a digital bank currency. That's where we're going with that. And then if a surprising move, the United States just restricted sales of NVIDIA cards to China to deal with their AI problem. But I think we're well too far away to have any impact of this because they're well ahead on that. So it's not going to impact them whatsoever.
Well, what's funny about this is NVIDIA gets their chips from China. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. I mean, they're basically trying to restrict the U.S. entity from its China operations from selling to China. It's hilarious, absolutely hilarious.
Thought this was interesting. Elon Musk, Mark Cuban filed joint amicus brief at the Supreme Court calling for the overhaul of the SEC's proceedings. Yeah, so they've had fun with the Bitcoin and all that, with those things and all that. So I just wanted to make a quick note that I thought that was interesting that those two guys teamed up to go after them. Comments on that? That's Gelsner and all those guys, right?
Here's the bottom line on this. And we had this discussion earlier this week amongst a circle of many rich, wealthy people involved in the FinTech, FinServe. You can't even say crypto community anymore because it's anathema. So you call it Web3 or digital finance or something like this, okay? Because it's got bad taste in people's mouths. There's hardly any development going on, but there is development going on. It's just very secretive and very hidden because it's big. All right. Now, what is the U.S. going to do if they try to open up a three-front war with Israel, Ukraine, Russia, Taiwan, China, which they think that they can finance? They will shut down access to any ability to move funds or do any kind of commerce outside of something they can control. They will try to shut down anything that they cannot control. That could include Bitcoin, that could include Ethereum. They aren't going to be able to. It's just going to shift it outside of the reach of many people in the U.S. from doing it and make it possibly illegal to do it. Okay, that's what they will ultimately try to do. All right. Meanwhile, on the flip side, and I don't know if you got the BRICS article.
I can go grab that really quick. Yeah, because the BRICS payment system did go live.
Just went live. And that's basically their answer. Well, there he goes. Space Shot, come entertain us, man.
Oh, holy crap.
Jesus, internet, I'm telling you.
Well, I guess the new house doesn't.
Does anybody
After-
know
after
what
Halloween.
what was that little lady that was in the movie with the girl in the TV Poltergeist?
Yeah.
Wasn't she like an exorcist? Or
No, she was like one of those seance people. She like raised
yeah.
yeah, she spoke to the dead.
Yeah, until Hulk gets back, maybe we can talk about it for a second. Here he comes in now. But yeah, and she had a very suspicious death around who? Steven Spielberg.
Yep.
Really?
There was alleged some trauma. Let's just say from the rear end. And,
Well, that's the little girl, not the Asian lady.
Yeah. No, that was the little girl.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant the
Heather
lady.
Rourke, or was her name, I believe.
Heather O'Rourke. Yep.
Really?
Rourke, yeah.
The only thing else, sorry for leaving. The only thing else I wanted to mention is Sarah Sanders down in Arkansas just kicked out, or is going to kick out a state Chinese-owned seed company that owns, I think it's like 200 acres or whatever. But she's going after them first, kick them out of Arkansas. And then I thought this was interesting as I was rolling through some of the old tweets the boss has. Tron, would you read that for me?
How come ISIS never attacks Israel? Because the dog doesn't bite his own tail. Misspells tail. What's going on? Is that real?
Boom.
Yes, that is a real tweet. So you want to make a comment on that, Ardoc?
Oh, I do. But look, if you are thinking, oh, pro-Israel, God's going to come and he's going to set foot on Israel, and it's the sign of the times. Understand that you are being manipulated by a pro-Zionist movement that started about 70, 80, 150 years ago, depending. Okay. And this is what they're trying to aim, and this is why they created groups like ISIS and Hamas and other groups like Mossad. They're all the same. It's all the United States. It's all of what we've done. We created Al-Qaeda out of Mujahideen. We created ISIS with our own U.S. Marines and Syrian rebels. We created Hamas. We did it all.
Let me show you just a reminder for everybody, because this is Biden from today. We're not going to play his clip. This is, I know many of you in the Muslim American community are outraged, saying to yourself, here we go again, Islamophobe, distressed after we saw 9/11. Okay, I would like to go and show old footage after 9/11 in Palestine. They're handing out, remember when they were handing out candy to the kids and celebrating?
Atmosphere, the V sign for victory being displayed in East Jerusalem today among jubilant Palestinians that the United States had been subject to this attack. What are we to make of that, Jennifer? Are we to, Yasser Arafat may issue this condemnation. Look at this. We're seeing people applauding, clapping, smiling, happy to know that thousands of Americans have died in this sneak attack. And there you see a V for victory sign held up to the camera. What are we to make of that? And what are we to make of what about what Yasser Arafat said today?
The United States blamed by some Palestinians for its ongoing support, as it is seen, of Israel in this conflict, in this Middle Eastern conflict. However, while some Palestinians were taking to the streets in apparent celebration, one youth was quoted as saying, as he received sweets handed around in celebration, "This is a sweet from Osama bin Laden," he said.
Pat Dawson, thanks very much. We have some videotape, I understand, that we're going to show you from the West Bank. These are Palestinian celebrations in the wake of Tuesday's terror attacks in the United States.
As we get into more repeats of that, just to give you a little context of these people that they're talking about, Palestinians bringing them to the United States, just a million or so, right? Just a million.
No biggie. Oh, Hulk, remind me, was there any validity to the story of the dancing Israelis in a truck that were found on a bridge around 9/11? Was there any validity to that, guys? You guys remember?
I'm going to say yes, but I do want to play a quick. I think Tron dropped it. There is Monkey Works. Have you seen this? Before we go anything, I just want to I want to get this out about this Monkey Works and what he's saying about the Palestinians.
Let's look real quickly at the C-17 traffic. This tells a story. This is important. Look at how many have flown in and out of Israel. All right. Look at this heavy-duty spaghetti path. All right. You see some going into, Qatar, UAE, et cetera. But then look at this heavy that trace line is into Germany and then across the drink. Right. Look at this. And then notice how they fan out when they come to the U.S. Now, there is some concentration in the U.S. We'll look at that a little closer. See that spread? I'm telling you, as sure as I'm sitting here right now, we watch the base activity spike all of a sudden. Yeah, they're bringing them over here. And these aren't folks that are, this isn't the Israeli Jews leaving and getting out of town, folks, right? This is going to be your Arab Israelis coming out of Gaza and out of Palestine, the occupied West Bank, as they call it. All right. And so they're bringing them here, bet my life on it. But then also notice there are some flights that are coming out of Charleston, South Carolina, which is a major port area. That tells me that they are moving equipment over as well right now. Right.
Go ahead, Mr. Ardoch.
Maybe. I don't know that they're starting to move people yet. Is it possible? Maybe, but the refugee status of certain people would have to have been executed under a secret executive order of some kind, or in order to pass it through the requisite members. The speaker would get a copy, the Senate leader would get a copy. All this stuff would be notification worthy. If he's done it in secret through the military, I don't know. It's possible. Anything's possible.
But the other thing we do want to make a comment on is what Kash Patel had been saying, and reporting on the Iranian infiltration to the Biden administration is another thing we do want to make a quick comment on. You want me to play the video, or you want to talk about it?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. And I can't remember if I dropped it in our chat or not. Did I drop a video to you guys of after the hospital attack? There was footage that was released by media all throughout Europe and then, of course, in the U.S. of a woman that's crying, and she's like at the hospital and she's holding kids and she's crying. And then they show this same woman is doing the same thing in another video where she supposedly has lost a child and she's crying over her dead child, whatever. And then there's another video. She's like in 5 or 6. It's actors. They're actors. It's white helmets. Remember? It's so there is the Palestinian Hamas thing. Their run, that information operation is run by the same people that are running Ukraine. Just FYI. Okay. So yeah, they got a lot of tools, they got a lot of money, they got a lot of talent in order to push PSYOPs. And there's a reason they push PSYOPs. They want the Muslim community to be activated, to be passionate. But then the same group also runs the PSYOPs on the other side, the Jewish side. Okay, so they're running it over there to activate them. Okay, they're running both sides of this coin. That's not good. And there's only one group that is even talking about peace. Only one. And it is really important. So once we get through talking about who's doing what and muddying up the waters and who's working for the Biden administration, stuff like that, we need to come back to the statements that Biden made on the airplane and with Netanyahu, and the statements that Putin and Xi have made, and the contrast between them.
So, okay, I'll go here. Probably going to take about 2 minutes of this. Kash Patel giving us a quick breakdown of what's going on. So he does speak fast.
Taxpayers. Now we're spread out all over hell's half acre. Go ahead, brother. Tell me about the Persian infiltration of our government.
Yeah, I know you're sitting down, but you're probably going to need a couch after this one. Look, I laid it out in my op-ed last week. The groundwork about the intentional intelligence failures of the Biden regime has led to this World War IV, and I promised the War Room Posse I'd come back. I'm just finishing the op-ed right now that lays out what I'm going to tell you right now. First ever heard preview. The intelligence decisions by the Biden administration reprioritizing away from the southern border, away from terrorists, away from Iran, away from China. Do you know who they're being made by? There's one individual in the White House National Security Shop, head of intelligence programs. His name is Maher Bitar. Maher Bitar. Yes, remember that name. He is solely responsible for prioritizing what collection efforts on intelligence or tier 1, 2, 3, and 4 for President Biden. Why is this guy's name important? Well, one, he used to work for Samantha Powers, but let's put that aside in the United Nations. Two, we just found a photo of Maher Bitar recently wearing Palestinian garb, raising a hand, behind a picture that said, "We want Jewish apartheid." This is the guy in charge of intelligence operations for the United States of America. That's step one. Step two, Robert Malley, Biden's #1 envoy, the guy that's supposed to be keeping us out of war in Iran, had his clearance, security clearance suspended by Chris Wray's FBI, of all people, just 2 months ago. You got to ask why. They won't publicly release it. Well, let me tell you why. Because
Oh no. He gone again, man.
You gotta be shitting me.
Okay,
Like,
so
hey, let me tell you exactly why. Click.
So while he's gone, until he comes back, let me go ahead and share some stuff. I guess that might help. Screen one. Let's do that.
Should be back in a second. I sent an invite again.
So let's find out who Bitar is. So this is Bitar here. Maher Bitar. He's a special assistant to the president, senior director for intelligence programs at the NSC. Okay. We've covered the NSC before. Cash and those guys, that's their domain. Okay. He is a Palestinian. He worked for Adam Schiff, and he was involved, very much so, in the impeachment of Donald Trump. What has he done? Oh, he's done nothing except being a student trainee in the government, working his way all the way up, et cetera, et cetera. This is Maher Bitar. No, that's not Maher Bitar. That's some sort of Czech adult site. Okay. Maher works for the federal government, and he makes, maybe $128,000 in year 2016. We don't have the last 4 years data, I guess, is what it's saying. He's GG 15 or higher. I think he's higher now as a senior director. And so that's Maher Bitar there. And then Maher Bitar here. Here's this Georgetown Law Review, Special Assistant President, 2017 to 2021, General Counsel, U.S. House Rep, Permanent Select Committee, Intelligence. Now, he has what access to our secrets? What does he have access to? Biden appoints Palestinian American to key intelligence role. Okay, he was deeply involved in Trump's first impeachment. He's the role of Senior Director for Intelligence Programs as the National Security Council, according to the Politico. What does that allow him to do? That means he has access to every single intelligence data and the servers that this intelligence data gets compiled into. He is the one that has this access. He has worked for the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees in Jerusalem. He wrote his dissertation on forced migration for the Refugee Study Center while at Oxford. Okay. This guy is pro-Palestinian. Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with any of that. Okay. Except when you understand the connection between Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood and the PLO and the Fatah movement and Palestinians. Now then you got to start saying, do we have a security risk? Do we have an intelligence risk here with letting somebody like this have access to all of our secrets? Do you start asking the question, why didn't Israel know about Egypt's intelligence, about Saudi intelligence, about our own intelligence, about Turkey's intelligence that was known days before? Why wasn't Israel made aware of this? Or were they made aware of this? What role did Bitar play in advising the president or in working for Jake Sullivan, communicating or not communicating with Israel? These are the questions that an investigation on his actions related to Israel needs to be started up by the Senate and the House. Oh, but we don't have a speaker. Okay. Now, he's not the only bad person there. And Hulk, I'm sorry, I guess you're back. Are you back? Is he back? Is he muted? He's not the only one.
More minutes.
Yeah. He's not the only one that was appointed. Okay. Because and it's not the only time that he's been criticized by Israeli Jewish organizations, but others, Palestinian organizations and Arab pro-Arab organizations have criticized the other person that has been elevated into a very sensitive position in the Biden administration, and that's Ann Neuberger. Okay, and so you have one who you would classify as an ultra nationalist Jewish supporter, and one who is a very connected Palestinian refugee, Palestinian state supporter. Okay. And one has access to National Security Council. One has access to cybersecurity. She is in charge of NSA cybersecurity. She is the new director of cybersecurity at NSA. Okay. Now,
she took over for Nakasone.
No, she's like the next step down, I believe. So, but possibly, I don't know if she took over for him or if she's like the next person down for who would be his replacement. So he is the senior director for intelligence programs. Mother Jones did a report. Now, Mother Jones is a left-leaning paper. Okay, they're news organizations, and they basically like dug into to her situation, and her daddy is involved in some stuff, and she's connected. Who's her daddy? Her daddy is a billionaire named where'd he go? There he is. There he is. Her daddy is this guy, George Carfunkel. Now, what's important of George Carfunkel? Born in Hungary. George Soros, around 19. Okay. So he and his brother formed Amtrust Financial Services. Now, Hulk and I started talking about this before the show. American Stock Transfer and Trust Company. There it is, Hulk. American Stock Transfer and Trust Company. And he bought a lot of stock. He had a lot of stock with him and his wife, and they donated it into a congregation, Kimdas Yisrael, tax-exempt religious organization, so that doesn't have to be taxed. Because during rising prices, now this was during the Trump administration, and he came under attack by a left-leaning paper as like somehow getting some sort of benefit with or between Donald Trump. They were trying to smear anything on Trump that they could, right? But look at this here. In 1976, her father, the woman who is very pro-Israel national, in charge of our cybersecurity, her dad was one of the survivors of a Palestinian terror hijacking of Air France plane that flew to Uganda. And the Israeli Defense Forces commandos went to Uganda and rescued 102 of the 106 hostages. That means 4 were killed. I remember this in 76. I remember this. Okay. And their daughter works in the Biden administration. She's married to Yehuda Neuberger, and I haven't dug into him yet, but I'm interested to follow his path and see where that leads. Bottom line is, the Biden administration, I'm going to say the word setup. Tron, take it away. Do you think that there's a setup, or do you think that this is just a coincidence?
No, it's always a setup. There's always more than one path to victory. But again, no coincidence, especially not in 2023. You can go back as far as you want. This is the final battle. And no coincidence, dude. It doesn't work that way. Hey, Kash Patel's back.
Hey, Kash Patel, as I crashed out. But that was all the stuff that we're going to go over next. All that fun jazz.
Okay, you did.
Anything else in here? I did grab it all. Let's see if we missed it. Bonus points passed in American key to the intelligence role. Is there anything in here? Mutiny brewing on.
Oh yeah, that was
Palestine policy.
This is brand new. This just dropped this evening. So there is this is Huffington Post, guys. There are many people within the State Department that are very upset with Biden's statements and and they have basically said that they want to offer a dissent letter. Now, this basically means that the State Department is basically saying, we don't agree with Blinken and our boss's policy. They're not talking to the experts. Biden is making mistakes. He's saying things. Their policy is wrong. And they're offering a dissent letter, which is done anonymously and in confidential manner, and goes to the Senate and to the House, or somehow to the Congress, to be evaluated and reviewed. And it may even go to the investigators. What do they call
What are they saying? He's being too pro Israel and not enough Palestine?
Scroll down, because this was fascinating to read, and it just came out. So officials in the State Department told HuffPost Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and his most senior advisors are overlooking widespread internal frustration. Some department staff said they feel as if Blinken and his team are uninterested in their own experts' advice. Well, of course they are, because they got their own plan. And expanding, supporting, and they want to focus on supporting Israel. So the Biden higher-ups want to support Israel's expanding operation in Gaza, where the Palestinian militant group Hamas is based. There's basically mutiny viewing in the state at all levels, one department official said. Since October 7th terror attacks by Hamas in Israel, fighting in the region has killed more than 4,000, blah, blah, blah. Israel preparing a ground invasion, expect to claim the lines of tens of thousands. And it's going to expand from there, because when that happens, you're going to have war in Europe and war in the U.S. and Canada. Okay. Two officials told HuffPost diplomats are preparing what's called a dissent cable, a document criticizing American policy. Why? Biden and Blinken say they want to help Israeli decisively defeat Hamas, but that they do not want to see. Hold on, wait. I was reading the paragraph above. You just.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do not want to see suffering among ordinary Gazans on a border regional conflict. Both have recently visited Israel. Blinken is prioritizing attempt. This is soft language that HuffPost is writing so they don't piss off the Biden administration. Okay. Such cables are seen within the State Department as consequential statements of serious disagreement at key historical moments. The dissent channel was established amid deep internal conflict during Vietnam, and it was also done again during the Trump administration. The cable would come, the veteran State Department official announcing his resignation. Josh Paul resigned Wednesday after working on arms deals for decades, and blah, 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 blah. So basically the way I'm seeing this, and you guys jump in here at any time, we are supplying lots and lots of weapons to Israel now. And the JDAMs is one example. That video I sent of that military expert that's talking about the kind of impact and the whistling noise and so on and so forth that happened when we get into that. We're sending lots of stuff in there, and it's for one purpose only, one purpose: to kill, to destroy and break things and kill. Okay. And the language that Biden is using and that Blinken is using, the one-sided language, is very dangerous. Go ahead. I'll take over.
Well, I'm just going to throw over with them, New York Times changing the way that they're. Again, in the end, did the actual strike happen? Because there's so much disinformation on both sides of them putting this thing together. I don't know where it actually sits here at this point. Can you give the crowd your interpretation of what happened over there? I mean, I got video. We could play it and all that.
Go, let's play the video. Let's talk about it if you got some video.
I got the launch site and the hospital thing. I do have the video that you talked about there. So here, we'll throw this little video out right here.
Proof of Israel's claims that it was actually missiles from the Gaza Strip shot.
So this was 2022 video. It wasn't current. So Israel got busted for putting out fake information. Okay, go ahead. This is Jackson Hinkle.
Okay, yeah, this guy's totally anti everybody. So.
Yeah, he's okay. So shh, you'll hear that kind of noise. Okay. Okay. That noise does not distinctively say it's JDAM, but it is very likely, very possible. It's made by a finned projectile. Okay. Now, so that the actual image of the explosion in the hospital area that was released there, that image and that hit was a finned projectile of some kind that was very likely a JDAM. Now, this is from Defense Politics Asia, and this guy is actually very unbiased analyst in assessing things. And this is a before picture of the parking lot showing the hospital compound, and you got the tree in the courtyard there, and that blue building and that little red building that's highlighted there in the white square highlighted area. And then you've got the impact based on where the image is geolocated to where the impact happened. You can see over that blue building that Hulk, if you move your cursor to the little house, no, that now move over to the other picture where the fire is. No, you'll see the blue building there. You see the red build. That's the blue building. That's the red building. So that's the image of the actual fire in the strike. Okay, and that happened on 10/17. The failed launch is what it's being called now. Now let's go back to the next video or the next image.
You need that?
So this is the post strike impact. So this is the satellite image and an infrared, or it looks like, and you can see the before image on the left side with the blue building and the red building that we just saw in that other picture, and the cars in the parking lot. And then you can see now the image on the right side where the parking lot has been impacted and the vehicles that are there. That's an explosion site, and you can see the peripheral damage and the shrapnel on the top of the roof, a hole in the tile roof. Okay, so if this was a JDAM, it would have caused considerably more damage to the surrounding buildings, especially the building that's immediately above that explosion site deal. Okay, so a Hamas rocket typically is, I believe, 25 kilograms, 25 kilogram rocket. And that rocket is not going to have the kind of explosive impact to take down a building like we saw happening in some of the earlier videos. But it would have enough damage to do this. And so what they're saying was this is a failed Hamas rocket launch that didn't ignite all its propellant and to go through the initial launch, and therefore created a very spectacular fire and all in this particular damage without the destructiveness of a JDAM type explosion.
Yep. Okay, what else do we want to show you really quick? Anything here? I just brought up a map in case you needed something to talk about where we're at in Israel and the type of areas that they're dealing with. So I don't know if that was relevant to anything, but I do have
what I'm hearing is that through the sources is that they want to push almost all the people in the north up to Wadi Gaza, everybody in the north, all the way into the south or into Egypt. Okay, and they want to level this. They don't want to take troops in now. They don't want to take the 300,000 troops and into this city area here. Instead, they want to do more of a Russian strategy, which is artillery strikes and airstrikes to literally level the entire northern part of Gaza City, and then go in with troops to clear out the tunnel system and the network that lies underneath. They feel that they would have too much loss of life on their soldiers' side, and they want to do this. Now, can they do this? Can they do this? They've been attacked. Even if you come under the precept that Gaza, or mandatory Palestine, as it was initially labeled by the United Nations way back when, is its own independent, autonomous group, and even though the original ruling entity got somehow transferred into Egypt and eventually got destroyed, they're supposed to be and protected to some degree under United Nations agreement that the United States signed on. Okay. Does Israel have a right to do this, or would this be considered acts of terror? Because that's what Ukraine has claimed that Russia has done in certain cities and certain venues. They have said this is act of terror. The United States have sided with them. But now we're on the other side. We're saying that Israel can do this. But we're not, the United Nations and the media is not saying this is an act of terror. And this is what the Palestinian and the Arab states are all up in arms about, is that this is wrong. It's not right when Russia does it. It's not right when they do it. It's not right when Ukraine does it. It's not right when anybody does it. But you don't hear Biden calling for restraint. What do you hear Biden in the U.S. calling for?
But I find this interesting, right?
Doc, real quick, Doc, have you heard of Israeli a tactic called roof knocking, where they use dummy rounds intended to warn the occupants of full strike oncoming?
Yeah, it's been used for quite some time now by the Israeli Defense Forces, the IAF, and they will drop fireworks grade bomblets on tops of roof, and it's an advice to anybody that's in that building, get the hell out because it's going to be struck. And now here's the interesting thing. The hospital was told, I think 6 hours or 7 hours ahead of time when they were struck earlier, because they were struck on Saturday. Okay, I think this attack happened on a Wednesday. Am I right? Am I remembering all this? I can't remember the dates. I'm ahead a day in some cases. And no, I'm not. I'm on the same time as these guys. So when they got hit on Saturday, and then this happened like 3 days later, and they were told 6 hours, 7 hours beforehand by the Israeli Defense Forces, we are going to strike the hospital. That's what's weird about it. And this is coming out of Israeli, but they didn't. They say they didn't do it. Okay, that's what's interesting about this. Yeah.
I thought this comment was interesting. Leader of Hamas, the same type of racism that killed George Floyd is being used by Israel against Palestinians. Talking points, guys. You see how that game works? What else did I want to show you guys over here? Okay, Saudi Crown Prince condemns Hamas. Do you want to make any comments on this? Because this came out.
People are using this, the Western people and people like Becker and people that are pro-Israeli, are using this to basically say, Hamas, you don't have support. The Arab world is not coalescing behind you. And they're trying, this is an intentional strategy to prevent the Arab world from coalescing behind some fight against Israel. Okay. So this is Prince Faisal, I believe. Yeah. And he has come out and he said, hey, we categorically condemn Hamas targeting of civilians. It belittles Hamas's claim of Islamic identity, and he talks about the injunction against killing innocent children and women in places of worship, which was done. Okay. So this is Saudi Arabia, a Islamic state condemning Hamas. Now, I also posted you an article that was right behind that, the analysis that was a news article. I don't know if you picked that up. There it is.
What was the lead on?
Just
the destroyer stuff I was going to hit really quick, really next.
Yeah, I said this is like one of the best analyses that I've ever seen. Where the hell that go? It was before the Neuberger guys. Halkenair says, got it. That's Talibi. Xenox status. Okay, so I posted as reply. No, that wasn't that. It was the one above that. Where the hell did I put it? Before the little aliens, before the little Biden stuff, man, I'm sorry. Biden lied. Okay, above attack comes Al Jazeera. Logan. Am I still on? Did Hulk drop? Hulk dropped out again, didn't he? He did.
Yeah, I mean, this is a problem.
Oh my God.
The neighbor turned on the microwave or something, you know? Make it a hot pocket.
I think when he clicks out of Zoom into something else is when it's happening. I think that's.
Yeah,
what's
it seems like when he's switching a
I found
story
it.
or something like that.
I found it.
He might be
I can.
clicking.
So
We're just
I
gonna
found
remind
it
him when he gets back in. He's coming back in right now. Let's remind him that we got the link at the bottom. Hulk, if you can hear us.
I found it.
All right, Hulk.
I'm good.
If you can hear us, we got the link at the bottom of Tip Secret. It's been there, just so you know.
So this story came out in Al Jazeera, and so we didn't go any further, Hulk, because I was looking for the article. So
go ahead and lead.
I've got it. I'm sharing. Can you see it?
Yeah. You're good.
Okay. All right. So this story came out just a month ago, and it's in Al Jazeera, which is catering to the Islamic community. What's behind the Saudi campaign against Hamas? So it's nothing new. First lesson, it's nothing new that Saudi Arabia is having a little bit of issues with Hamas. Okay. So that post by Becker trying to make it seem like, hey, Saudi Arabia is against you, Hamas, is kind of disingenuous. But this article, and we can drop the link in the chat if somebody's got a link, is fascinating because it goes through the history since the time of Hamas and how Hamas has literally been bounced around with Iran, against Iran, with Saudi, against Saudi. And, it's the story of Hamas-Saudi relations are like back and forth. And the Arab Spring, if we remember the Arab Spring, that deposed the Egyptian president. Well, when Saudi supported the removal and the coup against their Muslim Brotherhood president, that pissed off Hamas. So the relations worsened. But then at the same time, Muslim Brotherhood was trying to work with who's the Washington Post guy that got whacked by the Saudis. That was really not the Saudis, but anyway, that's another story. Help me here, guys. Tron.
What was your question?
You're talking about the guy that Trump killed?
The Washington Post guy that was working with Walid bin Talal, who was working with Muslim Brotherhood. Khashoggi.
Yeah,
Jamal Khashoggi.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, one of the guys we had killed. Yeah, or they had killed.
Well, it wasn't. It wasn't. Okay. So Jamal Khashoggi was working with Muslim Brotherhood to overthrow the Saudis. Okay. He was working to do another Arab Spring in Saudi Arabia. So yeah, the Hamas Muslim Brotherhood / Saudi relationship is not a beautiful, peaceful thing. And this is why the UAE and today with the Russians called for a special UN Security Council meeting to make a resolution to broker or demand a ceasefire so they can get a peace plan in place. And the United States voted against it. Why? Why do you want to see this escalate, Joe Biden? So this article is fascinating. It's probably one of the best analysis I've ever seen in a media publication without having a classified stamp on it in terms of a relationship and intelligence that is public here about the relationship between Saudi and Hamas. Really, really good stuff. So that is that, Hulkinator. Back to you.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry I'm crashing here for so long. I apologize for that. I guess I got to share sound and the correct screen. Was there anything else? Because we had the attack that happened. Oh, I got the picture. Somebody was showing that, the nuclear football, Putin's nuclear football right there. Traveling with him to China. We also wanted to hit the attack that Yemen did.
So what is happening? So we saw Biden meet with Bibi Netanyahu, and you got the clip of Biden's talk with Bibi. Yeah, that was it, I think.
I'm all discombobulated here. This one? We're not alone?
That may be it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. In the wake of Hamas's appalling terrorist assault, it was brutal, inhumane, almost beyond belief what they did. This cabinet came together and standing strong, standing united, and I want you to know you're not alone. You are not alone. As I emphasized earlier, we will continue to have Israel's back as you work to defend your people. We'll continue to work with you and partners across the region to prevent more tragedy to innocent civilians. 75 years ago, your founders declared that this nation would be one based, quote, based on freedom, justice, and peace. Based on freedom, justice, and peace. The United States stands with you in defense of that freedom, in pursuit of that justice, and in support of that peace. Today, tomorrow, and always, we promise you. Thank you.
Oh, he actually got his words out.
Yeah, so he was reading from his card. Go ahead.
Ardoc, if you notice when Bibi Netanyahu, when he gets up and does his little speeches, right? You ever notice too when he's like, "Oh, we really appreciate the American support, and we really know that USA has our back." Like he's out there, like basically thanking us, not really, but bragging to everybody else. Like, yeah, listen, you want to mess with us? We got these guys right here. Like
he's
my
being
big
a
brother's over
Zelensky.
the corner here. Yeah,
He's
exactly.
being a Zelensky. Because
and it's horrible. What if they? Let me ask you. I'm going to leave you in a question. So please follow up on that, and then also, they're our best ally. They're our best ally. What have they done, for us besides, smash, the USS Liberty, take a bunch of money from us over the last few hundred? And I understand the whole, it's God's chosen land and people and stuff, but like I feel like that's got a lot of people's emotions, and that's why it's like, oh, I support these guys no matter what because it's God and said in the Bible. And you have to make that distinction between the people and the government, or the people in the deep state, essentially.
Without going into the religious implications of the Ezekiel dry bones prophecy and all that jazz, let's talk about the geopolitics. So he's acting like a Zelensky, and we talked last week about the fact that he's in a political mess. He was having very difficult time in his government. The military generals were very much against him. They didn't like his policies. He just got back into power not too long ago. So he was being isolated by the Biden administration. Biden and Netanyahu are not buddies. They do not like each other. They may have sat there, but they do not like each other. But in this situation, and this is where Bibi Netanyahu needs to understand, the USA is not his only option, but it looks like he's being pressured with all of the Jewish congregation of the World Jewish Conferences and this huge, very massive political lobby to, make sure, hey, don't deviate from the U.S. Of course, all of the weapons, if the U.S. cut them off, they're exposed. It's a very risky proposition. But I want you to contrast that with, and I don't know if you have Putin's statement. I posted the little clips of what his statements were.
Did you see this?
Yeah, but I don't want to go into something else that's going to take away from it. Let's focus on the contrast of Biden, and I posted the little pictures. If you don't have them, I can grab them.
Pictures
of Putin's statements, what Putin was saying.
I have to go dig those out. I didn't grab.
I've got it
in here.
I've got them here. I can open them up.
You want to share?
Yeah, I'll share really quick.
Okay.
That way we can get through this fast. All right. Hopefully you're able to screen. Okay. So this is what when the attacks on Al-Ali Hospital happened, as an example, this is what Putin said. Speaking to journalists at China's Belt and Road Forum. Oh, by the way, yeah, that was going on. Putin described the powerful explosion that rocked Al Ali Arab Hospital, killing at least 500 people. And this is based on news reports, to local authorities as a tragedy and a terrible incident. Okay, notice he didn't call this a terrorist attack or an intentional bombing or anything. That he's using very careful words here, and this is part of the point I'm trying to get across here. And then he also said hundreds of dead and wounded. Of course, this is a catastrophe, especially in a humanitarian place. I expect this to be a signal that this conflict should end as soon as possible. In any case, it should lead to the start of some kind of contacts and negotiations, he said. Putin also said that he discussed the Middle East crisis with the leaders of Egypt, Palestine. Notice he's counting Palestinian policymakers. That's Hamas, Iran, Syria, and Israel. Why Iran and Syria? Well, Iran is launching, it possibly has got control over the Hezbollah over there in Lebanon. Okay, and they also got the Houthi rebels. Syria, because Israel's been bombing into Syria. They've been bombing into Lebanon and they've been bombing into Syria. Okay, and so he's talking to all these people. Russia has relationships with all of these people and Israel. Described the conversation as important and timely. I had the impression that nobody wants this conflict to go on and escalate. Those are important words. The president noted, though he declined to give specific details of the talks. Okay. That is Putin's language, and Xi had similar language, and they have offered up to be brokers of a negotiation, and therefore they're trying not to take sides. Even Maria Zakharova in the Russian Foreign Ministry has said, language that is not indicative of blaming one side or the other, because they are in a unique position where the United States is not. The United States has got political pressure from Jewish lobbyists, from Palestinian lobbyists, that doesn't put them, they've got Israel's back. They got to vote at the Security Council, but they don't have good relationships anymore with the Middle Eastern countries. They don't have relations. Well, they should have relations with Iran, but because they gave them a ton of money, right? But there's a unique situation here where potentially all three of the major powers can come together and demand Israel and Hamas stop. But you don't see that from the U.S. side. Instead, you see them immediately jumping out and saying, we got your back, Israel. We're with you, Israel. This is horrible what Hamas did to you. Where was Biden when Israel killed a bunch of Palestinians in a horrific manner about, January, February timeframe that all the Palestinians are talking about? This selectiveness by the Biden administration is very noticeable to people in the Arab countries. And these guys are like, why are you trying to escalate this? Why is you trying to make this happen? What is going on here? And they view the situation, I'll just be honest, they view this as, this is insanity. This is nuts. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're absolutely good. Probably got less than 10 minutes before Zoom crashes again. So let's see if we can kind of wrap this up here a little bit. And we'll try to correct those issues here. Did you want to mention the strike that they obviously?
Yeah. So there were two things that happened. So we had the ATACMS missile strike in Ukraine with missiles that they weren't supposed to have yet, because Biden said that we weren't sending them, but they do. We have Ukraine also, and so this supposedly damaged, according to Ukraine, 20 helicopters. Russians said it was only 4. and they're back. And they did this to make sure that these helicopters were not available as they again launched one of their other major, what they call D-Day, across the Dnieper River. So the Ukrainians have been trying to mass forces. They don't have the armor, they don't have the artillery, but they've got the infantry, and they're bringing them across the Dnieper River in these little boats. They tested a barge. They want to try to take over the Kinber Spit and get a PR victory, and they're already incurring massive losses. Massive losses. It's sad. Meanwhile, Avdiivka is being encircled. The Russians are working to further entrench and to put Avdiivka into a full cauldron. And if Ukraine loses Avdiivka, it's over. It's done. So that's what's going on there. And Zelensky tried to come to Israel, and Netanyahu wouldn't let him. Why? Because he wants a piece of pie. He wants some action. He wants to attach himself to Israel because he sees what's going on. And because he's getting denied, the writing's on the wall for him politically. The U.S. ain't there for him. It's like Joe Biden said, I got your back, Netanyahu. No, he doesn't. Just like he doesn't have Zelensky's back. He's walking away from Ukraine. The Ukraine is in shambles. 70% of the people want the war ended. How the hell they're getting these polls, I don't know, because the damn people are dispersed, and it's a mess. Okay, and these weapons are all throughout Europe, and the European Union finally had one of their commissions say, we're concerned about these weapons all over Europe. and they are also pushing for a two-state solution to finally be imposed in Israel.
What was the UN thing? Okay. What was the actual agreement that we're doing at the UN? Because that's important.
So so way back.
No, I'm talking just a couple of days ago or a day ago. There was something going on they did with the UN, and we vetoed it. So I didn't know what they were talking about. But
that was the attempt to have a ceasefire. They were trying. Russia and the United Arab Emirates called a emergency session of the Security Council and put forth a proposal to demand a ceasefire. United States, you get Israel to stop. We'll work to get Hamas to stop. Let's get a ceasefire in place, and let's start negotiating and talking and start working on this solution, which must include the UN previous votes to have a serious discussion and get a two-state solution in place. A lot of people think, oh, no, Israel reclaimed. No, Israel and the Palestinians were always supposed to have this. And you call them Palestinians. You can just call them the people that were here when all the Israelis started making Aliyah, from as early as the mid-19th century or even earlier, and got much heavier after World War II, of course. So
this is just them turning their backs on the U.S. ambassador after they vetoed this type of action, as we're getting into.
Oh yeah, the UN is they're like, again, 2/3 of the world is viewing the U.S. as a bully and as a tyrant. Now, so what happened today? Well, big media, U.S. warship attacked. U.S. bases in Syria attacked. Were they really? Okay, when you dig into the actual details, what happens is Yemen launched 3 cruise missiles, all of which were destroyed. Where were the cruise missiles going? Well, they may have been heading in a northerly direction. Well, there's a lot of territory between Yemen, way in the south of the Arabian Peninsula, and Israel, way over here on the Med Coast. That's a lot of land across, and these missiles were
drones.
There were drones as well, like 20 drones or something, a swarm of drones. Okay, well, drones don't have the range to go 1,000 kilometers. Okay, they don't have that range. Sorry, they just don't. And the extent of those cruise missiles is right at 1,000 kilometers. So they would have barely maybe been able to make it to Israel. Okay, and So the question as to whether they were even targeting Israel is unknown, because the U.S. warship destroyer shot them down with 2 SM-2s and another EESSM that shot down these cruise missiles. Okay. But the way the Western media portrayed it is
exactly
that Iran is attacking through its Houthi rebels in Yemen, is attacking U.S. warship. No, they didn't. U.S. warship was in the Red Sea, and they shot down these missiles and supposedly shot down some drones. Although I don't see how these drones got that far. But anyway, that's another story.
So what else you want to throw on this?
The Syrian base, well, we don't know who attacked them. They're saying it's Hezbollah. They're saying it's Iranian-backed forces. Maybe they captured. They said it was unsuccessful. Again, rocket attacks, drones shot down. Nothing of substance really. And they're using language that is escalatory. Okay, Syria, Iranian-backed. They don't know. They don't know any of this stuff. They're making it up to make you, in your pro-Zionist programming as Christians, activate. Done.
Okay,
Yeah, absolutely.
cool.
That's what the playbook is. They keep pushing that same damn playbook.
So anything else you want to throw on top of this? We didn't really get into the BRICS stuff because that payment system went live.
I think
they're
we
doing
talked
that
about
sort
it,
of thing. A little
People
bit.
can
Is there
look
anything else we
We
should
never
mention?
finished the cash video.
Which one?
Two people in the chat were like, "You never finished the cash video."
Let me
the
pull
Cash
that back
Patel,
up.
we can do it.
I will go back and drop the link in the chat for everybody to watch later. I know I did grab it in here, and I would like to kind of get out the door before the right
System
here.
crash. Witching hour.
Before Zoom crashes. So I don't know what the hell's going on with that.
Just don't switch back and forth out of your apps. You'll be fine.
I'm not. I don't even touch that window. I don't even touch Zoom, and it just crashes. So there's that for you guys out there. Anything else we should throw out, Tron or RDoc, Face Shot, anybody?
What else did you have in your links? I don't remember.
Looks good.
I think we can finish it up on Saturday for sure. We're already 10 minutes past, and I know somebody's got an itchy trigger finger.
What else did I have to do? Oh, wait, a quick note for Saturday. I did find this. I didn't get a chance to dig into it yet. Where is it? How about read that one?
Wow, it's happening. Congress is finally investigating Sequoia Capital after years of funding CCP military tech and paying millions to McCarthy, McConnell, Schumer, and Pelosi to look the other way. This investigation only began after McCarthy was ousted, and that's not a coincidence. Kabooms.
Give him 1 minute on Sequoia Capital, please. 1 minute, RDoc.
Sequoia Capital and Kleiner Perkins were two joint venture fundraising companies that were started in 1972-73 timeframe, exactly at the moment when the creation of the Trilateral Commission was created. And they are essentially deep state shell companies to fund programs that are part of the surveillance development. They are taking tech that is coming from secretive sources and basically rolling it through universities and private companies to develop. They funded the creation of Google, of Alphabet, YouTube, Oracle, all of these companies that you now see. And they hired, of course, in the same year that they were created, people like Sergey Brin and others were born in Soviet Union and to Jewish parentage and were brought through a particular Jewish organization to come to the United States. And then they got excellent education and moved into the right positions and connected to all the same people that are all connected, and they were put into these positions, and the rest is history. There you go.
So that's that. There's your 1 minute of RDoc getting that out there. I don't think we missed anything else, so I'm just going to kick it right to Tron. What do we serve for dinner?
What's up, guys? Dinner tomorrow night, biscuits and gravy, 10:15 Eastern, non-political show. Submit your Tronton Hopefully we'll go live. If not, we got a rerun. I'll join you in the chat. If not, guys, Sunday morning, me, Leonidas, and Grasshopper, bread to the head, crumbs to the table. And with everything going on, guys, remember resilience. Resilience. America is resilient, as well as our beautiful president, Donald John Trump, as he continues to take slings and arrows in this witch hunt of 2023. And has, as Flynn has kind of pointed to, guys, the time is ticking. 2024 is approaching. Again, I want those diamonds returned, but in this political atmosphere, we have war on the horizon, all sorts of anomalies just await week after week, man. It's truly amazing. And I can't believe that Sleepy Joe has made it this far. But in the end, guys, no matter how we got here, we stick together. And that is a true meaning of where we go one, we go all, guys. We stick together. We came here for a common reason. And some of us got closer to God. Some of us found friends and like-minded patriots. But now it's time to find them locally, guys. Our neighbors are at your local library, at your local book fair, your local farmer's market. Get involved. Make some honey, sell some honey, or first get the bees and then get the honey. Lemonade and lemons, guys. But at the end of the day, this is a fantastic movement, and we're going to prevail because this is, again, American exceptionalism, and I like to see it, guys. I like seeing it. I like to see how God works and mysterious ways, guys. 2023. Have faith, be encouraged. Thank you so much, Doc, Space Shot, and Hulk, for another great show. We'll get the Zoom figured out. And thank you, mods in the chat, for being awesome, not only for our channel, but other channels as well. Again, sticking together. Love you all. We will see you tomorrow night, if not Sunday morning. Hit that thumbs up, dig, meme, and pray. Boom time. Where we go one, we go all. Q. Love you guys.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and stop that there because it's all pretty much them just saying their goodbyes and everything else. So let's go ahead and get on to our next. It's funny how all this stuff kind of works itself out, right? Really is. So, okay, let me dump that one. Okay, we are up to our Jim Willie and Patriot Underground. Here we go.
What's going on, everybody? This is Patriot Underground here. I just want to say a couple words on behalf of a couple of amazing sponsors of this show, grassfedinUSA.com/Patriot Underground and switch-stores.com/Patriot Underground. You're going to see links for both of those in the description. And I just want to tell folks, first of all, the grass-fed beef is absolutely incredible. We're talking about farm to table, no mRNA injections, no antibiotics, no hormones, no magnets sticking to your beef. The incredible flavor, folks, I can't even get over it. The filet mignon is my favorite, but they have ribeye, ground beef, all different cuts at prices that, quite frankly, are stunning. I was shocked at how low the prices are, considering the quality of what you're getting shipped directly to your door. This is a no-brainer, folks. Check it out. And switch-stores.com/Patriot Underground is the place to go to do all of your shopping for your household and your personal items. This is a no-brainer, folks. We have to create the new economy. We have to vote with our dollars, with our financial resources. Hopefully there'll be U.S. notes pretty soon. But certainly our financial resources, our energy has to be directed toward companies and toward causes that are aligned with us spiritually, politically, and in every other way that it's going to take for us to take this across the finish line. It's incumbent upon us to shop with the good guys and to defund the cabal to the best of our ability by ditching the big box conglomerates. So switch-stores.com/Patriot Underground, links in the description, and grassfedinUSA.com/Patriot Underground. Check them out today, folks. You're going to absolutely love it. All right. Enjoy the show, everybody. Patriot out. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Patriot Underground. Today is October 19th, 2023. Thank you so much for joining me, folks, to discover the truth beneath the surface. I really do appreciate everybody out there taking the time to listen. So today it's my pleasure to welcome my good friend Jim Willie back to the show for another update. He's certainly no stranger to this audience, but for those out there still getting acquainted with the truth movement, for all those new people out there, I will say that Jim is one of the top financial forecasters in the world. He is the editor of the website golden-jackass.com, where folks should definitely go and sign up for his famous Hat Trick newsletter, which is Jim's monthly breakdown of this historic financial transition that we're all living through. And he provides really top-notch analysis, much of which you're going to hear today. And if you go to golden-jackass.com by clicking the link in the description, you can also sign up for one-on-one consultations, and you can get direct FaceTime with Jim to discuss your finances and get his professional insight into how to brace yourself for the eye of the storm, which we all know is coming. And on that note, before we get started, I will say this. I know that Jim is also an advocate, as I am, for precious metal accounts. So just a quick plug for those of you out there listening who have an IRA, who have a 401k account that's tied to the stock market and hence the US dollar, which is, of course, gradually being isolated primarily by way of the BRICS De-Dollarization Alliance. We're going to discuss that tonight. I highly recommend you go ahead and click the link in the description for patriotundergroundgold.com and find out how simple it is to transition your retirement savings into precious metal assets. So this is a no-brainer, folks. Everybody out there knows we are on the cusp of an unprecedented shift away from this financial debt-based economy that we've been saddled with for our entire lives. But indeed, change is coming, and making moves like this is going to prepare you very well for what's to come. So once again, Jim, it's great to see you again, my friend. Welcome back to the show.
Oh, it's good to be back. In the last month, we got a new crisis. We have a new war. You know, I'm going to put this in the simplest terms possible. Ukraine was shutting down, was gradually turning into a defeated war, an ended story, but not an ended event. And they needed a new war.
Mm-hmm.
And they couldn't get one with Sudan. They couldn't get one with Niger. There's a trans-Sahara pipeline that is going across the entire belt of Africa. And across that entire belt is dismissed and removed French military. Think of it as French Foreign Legion.
Mm-hmm.
So the colonialists are out. And since Ukraine, okay, you know, it's complicated, but I think what has happened is the various channels for the money laundering and the slush funds at the higher, let's just call it Davos, Uberlord, slush fund level, that level and those channels were getting discovered. And then you had a congressional bill in the United States to halt additional Ukraine funding. Okay, a lot of doors were being closed. A lot of channels were being exposed. So they needed a new war.
Okay, all right.
I've actually got 9 basic points and a couple of NB, note bene, note well,
Okay.
Regarding Israel. And let me start by saying that I am all for Israeli state rights. I am all in favor of Jewish rights, and it is very hard even to put into words. I've had a lot of Jewish friends all my life. I've had Jewish professors at Carnegie Mellon. I've had Jewish colleagues. I still had Jewish friends, and I lost a Jewish New York Times moron as a college roommate a couple months ago. He liked New York Times, he trusted a doctor, and he's dead. He was a friend for over 50 years. Okay. I wouldn't say that I wave the Israeli flag and I'm, you know, constantly promoting the Jewish rights. That's not it. I'm in favor of live and let live. I'm in favor of sovereignty of nations. I don't even want to get into the discussion of the 1940s issue to create the nation. I don't want to begin even with that. But what I'm noticing now, I don't know, I constantly don't know what to call you. I call you Patrick, I call you Patriot.
Everyone knows that you call me Patrick.
Okay, Patrick, whatever. Pat, Patriot, or whatever. There is something that shocked me considerably, almost immediately out of the gate, regarding this Israeli issue, story, battle, war. And that was the denial by former Israeli Defense Forces, IDF. It's called IDF. Within IDF, there were denials that their guard was actually violated. There was denial that there was penetration for their defenses. There was denial that they were ineffective. There was denial that they were asleep at the wheel. Then there was very quickly more stories that they were ordered to stand down, to drop the guard, to abandon their posts. These are coming out of Israel, and I was absolutely shocked to read that. Then there was a Jerusalem Post poll survey. 86% of the people believed that they were ordered to stand down and permit the attack.
I saw that too. That was shocking to me. In the best possible way.
We have never seen anything like this in the news.
It's true.
Okay. I have got 9 different points, and I don't know how much time you wish to spend on this.
Lay it out for us. I think this is the issue that everybody, we're going to get to the financial stuff. We always do, but I think everybody wants to hear about this. So lay it out.
I've got a financial angle to this.
I figured you would.
Well, I always look for it because it's always there whether you see it or not. Okay, I mentioned right at the beginning the channels for the slush funds to keep Davos and the Uber lords funded were being shut down.
In Ukraine,
They
right.
were being exposed. They needed a new war. There's no objection for financing more aid, but this time to Israel. There's no objection. In fact, what the Biden show did, I never call it administration. It's not a legitimate administration. It's not even a legitimate government. It's a show. The Biden show has blocked together the Ukrainian and the Israeli aid.
That's right.
And it's a whopper at 100 billion. Okay, I bristle at the phrase "at taxpayer expense." The taxpayers, I believe, cannot quite even manage borrowing costs on the gargantuan $33 trillion debt for the U.S. government and the obligations. What we have now is credit-based spending with no bond investors, or very few, for the U.S. treasuries that finance the U.S. government debt in a securitized form. You know, I got to back up a little bit. The U.S. government runs a deficit. We need to finance a deficit. We ask the Treasury Department to issue Treasury bonds. We put out an auction, we get bidders, we get financed, and that does the funding for the U.S. government. That's the process. I've been a bit alarmed in the last several months that people don't even know what a Treasury bond is. It is the method to create a bond and securitize in a formal process the U.S. government debt financing. Right now, we're financing it with printing money. That's all we're doing. We print money and we finance the debt. We can't even cover the interest payments on 33 trillion. Okay, back to the main point. Ooh. I'm going to just rip these off.
Go ahead. Yeah, the floor is yours, my friend.
This is okay for those who believe, well, we've just got an issue of Hamas attacking Israel and they're defending themselves. Okay, that's the 70 IQ response and perception. Okay, all right. I'm going to give you the 135 IQ response. Okay. Okay, and 135 is a number that's
It's about high average, I think, something like that, right?
Yeah. Okay. This is very, very ugly and very, very complicated. Okay. Several months ago, Israel donated a lot of weapons to Ukraine. And I thought, well, that's kind of weird. What's going on with that? And a lot of nations were donating weapons to Ukraine for the cause, and they were being blown up and exploded within 30 days. That's the norm. 3 weeks, 4 weeks, they were all blown up. In fact, Germany said, we're not going to give you any more Leopard tanks because they'll just be blown up in 2 or 3 weeks. Okay, but Israel donated a lot of weapons, and I thought, well, that's kind of funny. They're left unguarded. But you know, I also figured if Israel donates a lot of weapons to Ukraine, the United States will just replenish them, and it's really just a backdoor, indirect, additional funding for U.S. weapons contractors. Okay. Notice that we donate a lot of obsolete weapons because they have no use. They're not really functional, but we get rid of them and then they get replaced funding.
That's it. That's it.
All right. I heard a long time ago, Langley and the U.S. government, our security forces, created Hamas with Israel. And it was even admitted by Bibi. I'm going to call him Bibi. His name is Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm not sure that this version of Netanyahu is the original version, and I don't want to get too deep into that at all.
I tend to agree with you, but we'll leave it at that.
There might be a new version running with that name. He announced a couple of years ago in press conferences and open discussions that they created, the Israeli government created Hamas in order to divide the Gaza Arab support and coalitions. They figured if we create a radical group and a moderate group, we can control the radical group of Hamas. There it was. Netanyahu created Hamas. Now, Hamas attacked Gaza. Hey, you can now begin to think, okay? You can begin to think now. I also heard that the weapons donated to Ukraine came back to Hamas by virtue of Obama office logistics. There's also the, what was it? I called it in a recent interview, I called it $8 billion, but I was corrected by a client. Said, Jim, no. The Afghanistan abandoned weaponry was $80 billion worth. Okay, so we left behind a lot of weapons, a lot of war materiel. Why? In order to have it move around the globe and continue with war without much in the way of interruption or funding. Yeah, I believe that Hamas received orders from the Israeli government, weapons from Ukraine, and probably some from Afghanistan, and no cash changed hands for those supplied weapons. So when you hear that Hezbollah was funded by Iran in order to make the Hamas attacks possible, I think bullshit. Okay, that's point number one.
Okay.
Self-inflicted false flag attack with full admission. All you have to do is go back and hear that Netanyahu created Hamas. Open discussions. Open your brain stem. Now, I'm going to get emotional.
No, I mean, even if you didn't know that, Jim, I'll just pipe in real quick and then I'll let you continue. But I mean, even if you didn't know what you had just revealed about Netanyahu, which I did, and I'm sure a lot of my listeners did, the fact of the matter is everybody knows that Israel has the most heavily fortified borders on all sides of any nation in the world. And they also have the most technologically superior surveillance equipment that comes directly from the United States. There is zero chance that they got caught with their pants down.
And Israeli technology is right up there.
That's right.
Up there, world class.
And that's why that Jerusalem Post poll that you referenced is, I mean, listen, people actually have a brainstem apparently in Israel. Thank God.
A lot of people in Israel know what's going on, which brings me to point number two. The Israeli Defense Fund was ordered to stand down, not passively, but abandon the posts. And there was one particular item that I read yesterday that a group of Israeli army personnel were forcibly removed from their posts.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
And they asked, what's this all about? And they said, just follow your orders. Okay. There was a former IDF soldier, a woman, and this came out, wow, this came out very quickly within a couple of days. And she said, it's her quote, "Not a grain of rice can cross the border without our high-tech, superior
That's right.
technology detecting it." So when you hear that we got our guard, they caught us with our guard down, it's nonsense. And she said this was a stand down order, abandon the posts.
100%.
Actively removed, which I believe the higher ups in probably the Israeli military are involved with treason, genocide, and dereliction of duty. Okay. Now, for those who say, Jim, you're speaking against Israel, you're anti-Semitic, I tell you, go eat shit. Okay, just eat a yard of my shit. I'm so tired of this argument. Any criticism of Israel or Jewish or anti-Semitic. I grew up with Jews. I got Jewish friends. I still do. Eat shit. Okay, eat shit.
Couldn't
Wake
agree
up.
more, my friend. Couldn't agree more.
Okay,
Absolutely.
Moving on. This is a big disruption. Item 3. Okay, I've got notes now because this has been a point of study because I think it's one of the most important conflicts that we're going to see in decades, and it's eventually going to overshadow Ukraine. Okay, there is a disruption of the BRICS unity. This is a financial factor. There was I called a love fest between Persia. Okay, I got a Persian client. He said, Jim, we don't like the name Iran. That's a Western name. It's Persia. We're the Persian Empire. We've been Persia for 5,000 years. Suddenly, a few decades ago, with Mossadegh and others, that were called Iran. Okay, fine. It's Persia, the Persian Gulf. It's not the Gulf. It's the Persian Gulf.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's kowtowing to the Saudis. There had been a love fest between Persia and the Saudis / UAE for the last year, more 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they dropped their conflict. They removed the Americans from the room. They isolated the Israelis, and suddenly there's no more conflict and everybody getting along, and they've got economic development, and they stopped the Yemen war. Very critical. They stopped the Yemen war. And there's this progress with the line in Saudi. They're opening a Persian embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Okay, a lot of that being interrupted. What they're trying to do now is to drive a wedge between Persia and the Arabs.
Uh-huh.
And it involves Hezbollah. Okay, there's been a lot of talk that Hezbollah funded Hamas. No, I think the United States did. I think Hamas did. I think Israel did. I think even the cabal in Switzerland, Davos, they might have helped that out.
This is basically what Mossad does. That's like their primary objective.
Yeah, I leave the M group out of everything because they threatened to put a bullet in the back of my head. I leave the M group out.
Okay.
Out.
Well, I said
all
it. You
discussion. Okay, out. Bullet in the back of the head, November 2006. Thank you very much. It's going to be difficult to create a wedge between Persia and the Arabs. What we might see instead is the Sunni moderates and the more radical Shiites join in an alliance politically, financially, militarily. But Hezbollah is the wild card because Hezbollah has been involved in Syria and Lebanon and has been a rather powerful force in opposition to the Israeli military. And there have been some reports out, I do not author these reports, that the Israeli military might be in trouble if Hezbollah enters this war. Moving on. Item 4. There's talk, and I did not author it, that the Israeli war will be the last war. There's not a great deal of explanation of what that means. You could say, well, it'll be the last war for the planet Earth, that we're going to have an ascension. It could be that it'd be the last war and everything will be turned to a thermonuclear crisp, like many predictive programming futuristic movies indicate. It could be that it's the last war for the cabal, where they get exposed, they get decapitated, they get denutted, and they get driven off the planet or buried.
I'm going to go with that option.
I like that option, and I think that is the proper interpretation, but we don't really know. There's talk that the last war will bring about a conversion of the news networks toward truth, integrity, and actual news. I have been now for the last few years, especially the last 2 years, using the MSM News as an indicator of 180-degree opposite. Take whatever they have to say, give it a 180 twist, and that is the news.
Yep, the inversion factor, absolutely.
The inversion, right. And oh gosh, that has worked for me at least 50, 60 times. Oh, so, okay, let me put that backwards. Okay, and then a couple of days later, verification, another month, some other confirmation, and okay, well that's, and you know, you got to remember that the numbnuts who run around with their liberal retard flags in the United States and Canada, they don't have much of a memory. So it's kind of a memory wipe every 2 or 3 weeks that they can't remember what happened in a contradictory fashion a couple months ago. They're some of the dumbest sons of bitches I've ever encountered in my life. I regard 1/3 of the United States as hopelessly moronic, never redeemable. And we are not in that group, and neither is anyone in this audience.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, furthermore, this last war is very encouraging if you maintain a positive outlook. Pardon my glasses, but after age 70, I'm sorry that my really good vision for all my adult life is starting to slip. And
I think this is the first time I've seen you with glasses on.
these are not bifocals. They're not for astigmatism. They're not corrective. They are magnification.
Gotcha.
And thanks, Walmart. Looks like you do something well. I bought them at Walmart back incredibly. I bought them when I started the newsletter because sometimes the articles that I would print out, I was not paperless until about 2010. I'd print out like 500 sheets every month. I printed out a lot. I went through printers. I went through reams of paper, and the print was, sometimes it's font 7, and I put on the glasses so I could read it. Now I don't. Next point, number 5. These are all very important points, and I got 9 of them. Okay. Point number 5, Bibi Netanyahu, very unpopular. Very unpopular. I don't have poll results for his, approval ratings, but Biden is working his way into single digits. It was 13% a few months ago. But
they actually still claim he's got a 58% approval rating on CNN. Isn't that amazing? 58%.
Well, that's when you have 10 times as many representatives in your poll coming from the liberal retard party. By the way,
even with that, it's still hard to hit 58% at this point.
Well, there's still a lot of liberal retards in the liberal retard party. They're not retards without a reason to call them retards. Bibi is very unpopular. He had a vaccine mandate. He was one of the first countries that tried to make it universal within the country. And I had numerous clients tell me that people took it unwillingly, friends of friends within Israel, and their friends are in like New York. By the way, 20% of all United States Jews live in New York. That is a remarkable item of trivia. 20% are in New York City, greater New York City. That includes suburbs like Yonkers and whatever. There has been backlash against Bibi within the country. There have been, I was under the impression a couple of months ago that the vaccine damage in Israel was not too extensive, and I have been corrected after I said that. Some people just banged on my door with email and said, Jim, there's a lot of myocarditis, heart inflammation problems, a number of heart attacks, a lot of turbo cancer, there's a lot of death, and it's after the vaccination initiatives in Israel. So I stand corrected, and that's fine. I don't like being corrected, but I'm corrected, and that's
Well,
the
it
way
stands
it
to
is.
reason. That's the same thing that happened in every other country.
Well, someone told me with a military background that Israel received an inordinate percentage of placebos. And I said, okay, well, I hear you. Thank you for the information. Let's see if other people verify that. Let's see how it plays out. And it's
Well, you
playing
know,
out.
RFK came out and he said he made a statement about it being that it was race specific in the sense that it was meant to be designed to be impervious to the Ashkenazi. I don't know if you had heard that
I
statement.
heard that, but there's still a lot of damage within Israel, and that's where I stand right now. So Bibi was actually close to being impeached and driven out of office, and now that's not the case. What a remarkable turn of events. Everybody's rallying behind Bibi now.
Same guy is also under investigation for corruption charges, for bribery and all types
Oh
of things.
gosh, and involvement even in Fukushima. The criminality is astonishing. Okay, let's move on. Okay, point 6 is regarding the vaccine, so I got to that. Point 7 is a very unusual, let's just call it theory or postulate. I like that word postulate because I'm not saying it's my position. I'm not saying it's my forecast. I'm saying that it's out there. It is a construct. It is a postulate. The postulate is that Ukraine population is being eradicated as much as possible. And I've heard that it's like somewhere between 7 and 10 million have either been killed or removed and emigrated. They left. And now the postulate is that a great deal of the Israeli population will return to Ukraine because of the type of Jewish descent that they come from. And I hear that it's Turkic, and I'm not an expert in this. I'm just not an expert in this.
Well, it's ancient Khazaria.
Yeah, Khazaria, if you look at maps from like 300 years ago or so, I'm not an expert in this. It's Ukraine and some surrounding areas.
That's right.
And the population of Israel is roughly equal to the population reduction of Ukraine right now.
Wow.
And, okay, it's a postulate, so it's.
I get it, but wow, that's one heck of a postulate.
It's a weird, unusual postulate. Let's see if it has any legs, or as I like to say, I throw it up against the wall and I look to see if it sticks. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If there's nothing to support it, it doesn't stick and it falls to the floor as an unverified, unconfirmed, unsubstantiated postulate. And we're dealing with a lot of uncertainty. So let's deal with the uncertainty and have a process to let it become sticky or not.
Well, that's why I don't mind doing a little bit of speculation, because
Me
if it's
too.
based on good research, it's a possibility and it's worth talking about. I totally agree.
Okay. The next point, 8. Whew. We're going to get a higher oil price. We're probably, if we're not careful, probably going to see a limited or a more extensive embargo against the West. By the West, I mean Europe, England, North America. It's possible. They're already talking about it. The Saudis are saying we're entertaining the thought of an embargo if the Western nations support the Israeli genocide. Oh, wow. Okay, there it is. There it is. Right out there in the open. And another, I'm not certain, I think it was Qatar. I call it Qatar. They sometimes call it Qatar. I don't like the name Qatar because makes me think of the television show Welcome Back, Kotter with John Travolta. I like the name of Qatar because it's got the emphasis, and you know what I'm talking about, Qatar with a Q. Iran, Persia is also talking about limiting oil shipments. And there's a lot of controversy and a lot of threats regarding Persian oil shipments that I really don't want to get into because it's so messy, and it involves the United States seizing Persian oil tankers, which I call pilferage and piracy on the high seas, sponsored by the state, supported by the military. It's very ugly stuff.
Yep.
I don't want to get into all that. The point is, we might be on the cusp at the door of much higher oil prices and embargoes against the Western nations, like the 1973 oil embargo part 2.
So
And
that
I
wouldn't really play into the cabal's hand, though, would it?
Well, it does the Rockefeller hand.
Gotcha. Okay.
And we may have a situation where the Rockefellers want a higher price for their own oil enterprise, but they might be in charge within the Biden show of liquidating petrodollar derivative contracts. And a higher price would enable them to do it at a profitable level and make it worth their while to amplify it. Let's get this moving. For instance, we got $130 oil price, and we got a nice little hefty profit for the Rockefeller Institute, which is all tax exempt. The Rockefellers have wrecked our country along with Obama as their boy. And I'm not racist.
So they're really
Don't
driving
have that shit either.
They're really driving a. So this whole war really is a cabal initiative to basically to interrupt. I know you still have some points to make, but just so we can kind of encapsulate what you've said so far, primarily, it's to interrupt the unity of the BRICS alliance, basically to drive a wedge in there, and also to continue this whole funding, this system, their war machine. That's really what it's all about, because Ukraine is dried up, like you said. They need another war. They need to get to grease the skids to get things going the way they always have, because so many of their revenue streams have been cut off. They're basically doing this fighting for their lives. In essence.
And it's funding for the cabal. Funding,
Gotcha.
not just the weapon contractors, but it's I think an interruption of the Davos and Rothschild funding mechanisms. And what have they done but to create a war in a region where you're not permitted to criticize? And I just got an hour ago, I got a graphic, and it had, a big hand over a platform, and under the platform were hundreds of people. And it said, you know who your rulers are by the groups you're not permitted to criticize.
That's right.
Okay, that's a very important concept.
But the real Jews have always been a shield. I think it's a point worth making here really quickly, that the real Jews, I mean, go back and watch. There are many documentaries, but I always recommend The Fall of the Cabal. It's a great series of documentaries that explains exactly how the Khazarians adopted the Jewish religion as camouflage, that they're Satan worshipers. They come from Khazaria. There's a whole story that goes into it, but the real Jews are not the enemy. And I've said it many, many times, and I stand by that statement.
The Khazars are Satanists, and the way I describe it, very consistent with your interpretation, is the Khazarians are the Uber Lords. They're the Satanists, and they're taking shield and refuge in the synagogue.
That's right. The Russian Tsar gave them a choice between Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. They chose Judaism. They hid behind that shield. They've done that for centuries. And that's why you're not allowed to criticize. And that's why there's this whole, you had to preface everything you said tonight by basically saying you're not an anti-Semite. I mean, this is the world that they've created, but we have to dispel all of this BS. And I think it's really important that people understand the true history. But go ahead, Jim.
I lost a friend in 2009 from Pennsylvania. He was Jewish. I knew him for 20 years. He was my sports bookie. He was my buddy. I met him for weightlifting. I met him occasionally for like an NCAA finals for basketball. A good guy, a weird guy, but a good guy. And he was a weightlifter, and I was a mild weightlifter. I always marveled that he moved more weight than I did. And he said, well, I've been at it for a while. And I said, got a little juice going for you, Jeff? Meaning steroids. And he denied it, but I'm pretty sure he did. But we broke when I gave him a free subscription. And then a year and a half later, he said, Jim, I saw your report on the Rothschilds and their origin, and I don't want to have any more contact with you because you're an anti-Semite. And I said, no, I'm not. Khazarians and the Rothschilds are not Jewish. They're Khazarians, they're Satanists, and you don't get it because you don't study this at all. And you're like a knee-jerk idiot.
That's the way most people have been programmed and conditioned. This is the program.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
because they don't know the true history. That's the bottom line.
The third rail. I got into an argument with James Kunstler. He accused me of being anti-Semitic. I'm not making this up. It was 2015, 16. The argument lasted for about 3 weeks. I made my point. I stood my ground. I told him I thought he was crazy. I thought he was using the standard knee-jerk bullshit. I'm criticizing some Jewish bankers. What the fuck is your problem? And I told him about my background, growing up in a neighborhood that was 30% Jewish. I like to rattle off the names because they were part of my childhood, and they were my buddies. They were my friends. Freeberg, Abramovitz, Winston, Hayden, Jacob. They were my buddies. I got tingles now because this is my childhood, and we used to play baseball and pick up football, 3-on-3 football on the street when we're 12 years old. Hey, we had a lot of fun together. I hit on the younger sister of my buddy Hayden, and his father was all over me. Leave her alone. Okay, all right. Okay. And I went to college, and I had a roommate who was Jewish from Long Island, or should I say Long Island. That's the guy who died. In graduate school, I had a couple of Jewish friends. I had one professor named Roth who I tried to defend to get him tenure, and it didn't work, and he had to leave, and he went elsewhere. I had another couple Jewish professors. One of them I actually did not get along with, but that's okay. It's okay. I had one Jewish student rival, and he was from Ohio, and he was an asshole. He tried to embarrass. We were rivals. We were both good students in the graduate school classes. He was in my class for about 3 different courses, and he always tried to point out my mistakes in front of the class. And I'd say, hey, look, Dan, get with it. I speak a lot more than you do because you don't have the courage to speak in class, which means that 9 out of 10 times I'm correct and 1 I'm not, and you point out the 1. So I said, hey, we'll talk after class. And what I did was I grabbed him like this, and I shoved him up against the wall, and I said, see that window? Well, that's what you're flying out of on the 7th floor if you do that again. And he was a nice guy after that because he was a coward. He wasn't very big, and I was athletic. I was a bicyclist. Football, a little basketball. I played soccer in college. Soccer in high school. I played a lot of tennis. Tennis was my best sport. Anyway, the point is that I had a lot of Jewish friends. My first sweetheart was Jewish, and I didn't even know that she was Jewish until it kind of faded away. And it's okay. She was from Virginia, and I met her in college. I'm not anti-Semitic. Let me get back to Kunstler. He backed down. He apologized. I don't want to make a big issue out of the apology, but he backed down and said, Jim, I overstepped. I can see that you're just criticizing a group that happens to be Jewish. I said, yeah, the bankers that happen to be Jewish, they're dominant. Yeah, but this group just happened to be Jewish. And I said, look, James, if you can't see it, you're a blind man, and you're a very smart guy. So I assume that you see it and you prefer not to talk about it. He said, yeah, okay, all right. Well, very good. Be on your way. I'll be on my way. Good luck to you. Best of all. Okay, so we're not exactly buddies, but we had a skirmish, and he backed down.
Well, at least he was intellectually honest enough to admit that you're not anti-Semitic just because you're criticizing a certain group of people. But that's exactly what they have. They've literally programmed that into the fabric of our culture because they control all of the media, all of the communication, all of the movies, Hollywood. I mean, they've been doing this now for decades and decades and decades. So there's this knee-jerk reaction and people become completely irrational, especially Jewish people, because they feel as if they're defending their Judaism. Because they don't understand the true history. But thank God, so many people in Israel actually do, and they're recognizing the paradigm. That's the good news.
Yeah. And don't ever leave out the Anti-Defamation League.
Oh boy, don't get me started on that.
They are now under the microscope for some extortion. And I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
The last point is the most important point regarding my 9 issues. And if you study Albert Pike, he was a globalist from way back. He was a globalist before they called them globalists. He was like a right-hand man ideologue for the Rothschild of that day. And he wrote before World War I. I'm talking about around 1910. And he talked about the 3 world wars.
Yep.
The First World War was to get rid of the monarchy and to align sovereign governments in Europe. The Second World War was to isolate Russia and to keep them in the cold freezer and I'm not an expert in the Albert Pike global wars. What I've focused on is the Third War that he discussed. And I don't have it all laid out, but here's some of the major points. What they want among the globalists is another world war. They want it to be the West, led by the Khazarians, with dutiful, obedient, sovereign nations and leaders and their militaries against the Arab world. They want it to be the West versus the Arabs. I should really say Islam, because Persia is included. Okay, if you say Arab, you're not including Persia. If you say Islam, then you're including the Persian version, their sect. It's Shiite. And there are a number of Shiites in the Arab world, but they're the minority. For instance, in Bahrain, and the correct pronunciation is Bahrain. They are majority Shiite. And that is in the Persian Gulf, and that's considered Arab. But it's Shiite Arab. Okay, it's very complex. The majority of the Iraqi parliament is now Shiite. This is very complicated. Okay, the globalists strive to create another world war for the purpose of destroying Islam, confiscating their natural resource wealth. It's not just oil and gas, it's mineral wealth. There's $1 trillion of mineral wealth under Saudi Arabia. I got that pointed out to me by a Norwegian consultant about 5 years ago, because I said that I made a point and I was off base. I said that the Saudis, when the world moves away from fossil fuels or whatever, oil and gas, carbon-based fuel, that the Saudis will be moved into the back seat. He said, "Oh, no. I was part of a mineral resource assay, a grand project, and we estimated that, including uranium, they had $1 trillion of metals, mineral wealth, they call it. That's strategic metals, industrial metals, uranium.
In one country, in Saudi Arabia. That's
in
amazing.
Saudi Arabia alone. And that means that it's in United Arab Emirates. It means it's elsewhere. It's in Yemen. Okay. Anyway, back to the point. The globalists want a war to wreck Islam, confiscate their wealth, and to deplete, this is the important second part, and to deplete the Western nations of their energy, their spirit, their resources, so that we've got a global decimation. And then in rides the cabal, the overlords, to take control.
That's right.
The New World Order after the Third War. Now, I've been saying for 20 years, we've had a third war, but it's been a Cold War. But if you exclude the Cold Wars, and I don't ever like to do that for nomenclature, if you exclude it, then we're on the edge now of igniting the Third World War. We're on the edge. They're trying to, okay, look at it this way. Just for a moment, entertain me. I don't like when I say look at it this way. Consider the following point. In Ukraine, they failed to bait Russia into a wider war. They failed.
Okay. I was going to go in this direction. I wanted to know where Russia is going to fall into all this. Go ahead.
I don't really know, but they did move a Russian fleet into the Mediterranean to be nearby. They did not succeed with drone strikes, even in Russian territory near the border. They didn't succeed. They tried to align the Wagner group with Prigozhin. And by the way, he might be dead, but he might not be dead.
I agree.
There's a group that might be dead and might not be
Pretty
dead.
sure he's not. Pretty sure.
Okay, this is a high-level command. You think he really didn't check his aircraft for explosives? Okay, they say that it was in the landing gear. Okay, well, I don't care where it was. You still run a check. It's kind of like Robert David Steele, who was hired by many people to fake their deaths. You think Robert David Steele did not fake his deaths when he knew he was under attack? Anyway,
100%.
he wrote books about child trafficking. I even asked him personally. I was on his show, I think it was 3 times, might have been 2 times, 3 times, I think. I asked him, I said, do you mind if I ask you a couple of probing questions? He said, sure. I said, are you really safe having written a couple books on child trafficking? And he said, not really, but I made an understanding with them. They leave me alone, I leave them alone. I don't continue with that effort. And I thought, that's not a good answer. That's what I thought. Not a good. I didn't say that. I just thought it. It's not a good answer. They never leave it alone. They never. You can never leave, and you can never drop an argument. It's a forever issue always with Langley. Anyway, I don't think that it's going to result in an Islamic war. Let's just call it a global Islamic war. I don't think it's going to happen.
I agree.
Because the Islamic nations are aware that they're being baited. And
That's right.
this follows the observation for 18 months that Russia has been baited. And they've watched that Russia did not follow through under the bait of war. And keep in mind that Persia supplied drone weapons to Russia for Ukrainian front usage, and they were world-class. If they're not world-class, they were extremely effective.
Mm-hmm.
I don't worry about who has the best world-class, Russian, Persian, Chinese, or US. I don't really get involved in military technology investigations. I just figure if you get above a certain level of competence, it's a dangerous weapon. I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want a second-class effective drone weapon going overhead where I live, okay? Because a second-class weapon can do a lot of damage. I don't think Persia is going to take the bait. They are the wild card here. It is not Saudi UAE. The wild card is Persia because they've got the most effective, I don't even know what to call it. It's an army. It's more than a militia. Hezbollah is more than a militia. It is like an army under the Islamic Republic flag of Persia. Iranian Okay, this is not simple. When the, what do you call it, the Islamic Brotherhood, Hamas, and ISIS all battled in Lebanon and Syria, we got a real big, ugly soup of multinational hidden militias. And I believe Israel was in charge of ISIS and Langley was in charge of Hamas with Israeli help, and Hezbollah was pure Persia. Okay, that's my understanding, and it might not be exactly right, but I think it's got the rough cut correct. I don't believe Persia is going to take the bait because they realize there's been a battle going on for 20 years. They've had their assets frozen for 20 years. Ayatollah Khomeini, by the way, came from France. Duh! In other words, Ayatollah Khomeini was a Langley asset.
That's right.
And he created the Iranian Islamic Republic. He brought in religion to their sovereign government. I don't want to get into all that. My point is that Ayatollah was a Langley asset, just like Sarkozy. Sarkozy was a president of France. Macron is not a Langley asset. Macron is a sex toy for Davos and the globalists at parties. Let's just say, I'm going to give you a couple of disgusting facts as I know them. Macron's wife, Geraldine, is a man. Macron is a man toy. He is a party favor among the globalists to take into the back room and get serviced man on man. Macron is a wily little son of a bitch, a Satanist, and he's trying to run the chameleon act right now, trying to curry favor with China, and they told him, screw you. We might soon see France curry favor with the Arabs. They've already done one deal. It was for LNG, liquefied natural gas, out of UAE. And it was paid for in the contract with Chinese yuan. The French bought UAE gas product, LNG, and the contract stipulates yuan payment. I think France is going to extend that trend for more yuan contracts for energy, because they produce nothing in France. They got no North Sea interest. That's all Britain and Norway and a couple of other smaller countries with an interest. I think France is going to eventually have an XRP deal for UAE energy contracts. That's my wild card forecast. Back to the bait. Right now, there is a division among several sovereign nations as to whether Israel committed a false flag, drop your guard, attack yourself, blame Hamas, deny responsibility of control and collusion with Hamas. And a lot of countries are fingering Israel as being part of the false flag, just generally call it false flag. It's even got an acronym of FF now.
That's right.
Very interesting. And to my surprise, because I expected that nation after nation would fall in line behind the support of Israel to protect itself, to defend itself, to react to an invasion. And we're starting to see, even in the U.S. main press, the MSM press stands for mainstream media. MSM press in the United States have already had a few guests on board on their news networks saying it was an inside job, to my great surprise. So I'm not alone. I'll tell you honestly, Patrick, I'm speaking more freely because I'm seeing a lot of people and a number of nations speaking out that
It's
they
about time.
recognize the false flag. They recognize it. So I'm
That's
not.
right.
I'm not gonna
Consciousness is
bring-
rising. Consciousness is rising all over the world.
Okay. Now, let me mention a couple of NB points. Note bene. It's Latin. By the way, when I was in 8th grade, this is just personal stuff. In 8th grade, I got the Latin award. It was only out of like 55 or 57 kids. It was required. It was a Catholic grade school. I got the Latin award. And I even had a crush on Sister Cecilia. I thought she was very pretty, even though she had a mustache. She was. She told me once, "I'm Italian, Jim," and she said that. Don't worry about that. And I said, "Yeah, you're very nice. I really like you a lot. I love Latin. It's really interesting, and I'm trying to be good at it because I know that it's important for Italian, for French, for Spanish. It's a base language." She said, "Yes, yes." And then my father and I got together in my freshman year of high school, and I decided I'm not going to take any more Latin. And I made a big mistake. I took French. Big mistake. Mistake. Should have taken Spanish. So I've had to learn Spanish on my own here. I've been here 16 years. I'm not fluent, but I call it semi-fluent. The other thing I did in 8th grade was I won the Algebra Award. And then in high school, it really gave me a great launching pad for high school. Out of 400 kids, I got the Math Award. First year, second year, third year, and I was second place for the senior year Math Award. And that was AP Math Calculus. I was upset, but I recognized the winner. He was my friend. I had something very unusual in my high school advanced years. I mean, like junior, senior year. It was a group of us. It was Tommy A. It was Stephen L. It was Dennis D. And it was Jimmy G. That's me. And we all worked together. We helped each other. We pulled for each other. But we competed against each other. And when we didn't win, we congratulated the other. And it was very interesting because I didn't get the chemistry award. I didn't get the physics award. My buddy did, and I congratulated him because he was a good student. And that was my high school junior, senior year experience. A lot of work. My best semester ever in high school was when I was on the soccer team in the autumn. I had no time. So I just resigned to the fact. September, October, November, I have no time. So I went home after soccer practice, had dinner, worked till 10 o'clock, and went to bed. Every single night. No television, no nothing. It was my best semester in 4 years. And that's why I ended up in the top 10 out of 400 in my high school. And I know real well why I didn't get higher than rank number 9. It was because I refused to excel in religion class. You
went to Catholic school, huh?
Catholic high school. I told them, hey, look, you're going to force religion as one of my classes? Fine, I'll do okay. I don't think I got a single A in 4 years in religion. So I did very well in everything else. All right, fine. Okay, back to my note bene, which got me off on the Latin tangent. I liked Latin. I thought it was fun. I really did. Apart from Sister Cecilia, she was so cute. Okay, there are two important points that need to be mentioned, and they're not reasons for war. They're consequences of war. We are now witnessing the Israeli state engaged in precisely what they have been complaining about for 80 years in the European front for World War II, and that was genocide and Holocaust. We have now rabbis in Israel calling for genocide and eradication of the Arabs within their country in Gaza, including eliminating all the children. which I read an article today. The rabbi called them children of darkness. Eradicate them. Okay, so we now have the victim, if you will, of genocide now saying it's our turn. Okay, it's a very delicate point, but I quoted the Israeli rabbi because it's his point, and I'm interpreting it as the victim becoming the new engineer. The other notate bene is that there are a number of Persian sleeper cells in the United States. There are far more Arab sleeper cells and Langley Latino sleeper cells in the United States. Let me give you some numbers. The open borders began actually during the Trump administration to give a full exhibition that Trump was not in full charge of our nation. There were several million who entered the country without being vetted, and they took up their locations, lots of different methods, a lot of talk about how they were given funding for schooling, housing, and health. And now it has expanded to a free airline flight to the city of their choice, along with a cell phone and a warning, be on the alert for United Nations instructions, which I believe come from the Obama office. Okay, let's get to some numbers. It has been estimated that when Biden was, let's just say, installed on the television set called The Biden Show in January of 2021, a lot of details behind it. I don't wish to discuss it in this context. It was about 25 or 30 million people who had come across the border in the last several years. And I believe it started during the Obama administration. I believe the open borders were the Soros project adopted by Obama and might have gotten into full swing by 2012 in his second administration. Okay. I have heard the estimate now is between 40 and 50 million unvetted people. And in Texas, they've been obstructing this because it has been 10,000 a day lately. 10,000 a day. Wrap your head around that.
Wow.
Multiply by 300, and that becomes 3 million a year.
My goodness.
That is a big, big number. Now, back to the numbers. I am not naive enough to think that they're all sleeper cell agents. What I focus on is how many or what percentage are military age men who are, say, under 250 pounds. In other words, not obese, ones who can run, ones who could, do their mission at a trot rather than collapsing after 50 yards. And what I hear is that like 1 out of 10 crossing is of military description. 1 out of 10. I've got little side stories, but I don't know.
Yeah,
if
and a
I
lot
have
of them
time
are
for it.
Asian too, but that could take us in a whole different direction.
Oh yeah, and that is the other side. Okay, it's Persians, it's Arabs, it's Latinos, and lately it's a considerable number of Chinese. I'm of the opinion that there might be as little as 1 million sleeper cell agents and maybe more. It could be 500,000, it could be 1 million, it could be over 1 million. That is a very big number.
Yeah, it sure is.
I have lots of little stories. One that sticks out was a guy who did a consult call in Nevada. And he said, Jim, I frequently go to Reno, and it's not for gambling. Reno has an actual economy. Unlike Las Vegas, they don't have an actual economy. They have a gambler's and a sports economy. now with the Las Vegas Raiders and the Las Vegas, what is it? Scarlet Knights hockey. Imagine hockey team in Las Vegas. Incredible. Anyway, the point, what is my point? I forgot my point.
We're getting into the border crossings. I mentioned the Chinese, and you were talking about. I think that's where you were headed. I'm not sure where you were going from there, but that's.
I lost my train of thought, and I apologize. But okay. Oh yeah, Reno. He said on a given Saturday, if you go into Reno, there are several street corners where you see 5 or 6 Latino types, and they're just hanging around on several street corners in Reno on a Saturday. And he said, Jim, I'm sure they all got their phones, their cell phones. Their accounts are paid for. They're paid for by the Soros Foundation. That's what we need to cut off. And one guy was arrested because he did, I don't know what he did, but he might have done some, like an assault. And he was arrested, and they confiscated his cell phone, and they did a little search, and they found some connections. And he said, yeah, I was told to just wait for instructions from the United Nations. Instructions for what? And he said, well, you know, to cause trouble, to riot, you know, maybe arson, whatever, just cause trouble, cause riots. Okay. We don't have dozens and dozens and dozens of stories like that. But all you need is a few to get the idea. I've got other stories that Team Trump has hired like 10,000 Salvadoran military personnel to join that influx because they're all hired to capture and deport. That's an amazing point.
Wow. So he's infiltrated the border crossing. Wow. That's interesting.
And here's my individual story to support that. A client in Los Angeles did a consult call. And by the way, I've done over 600 of them in, it's almost 4 years now. It's 1 or 2 every week. And they're always quite interesting. At times, they're intriguing and memorable for years. This one was memorable for years. There's a woman, she said, Jim, I want you to know something. I have a gardener, and he's been my gardener for a couple of years, and he's really good. You know, he cuts down limbs from a tree, he does the hedges, he mows the lawn, he manicures, does the weeding, does the, you know, fertilizing, all that stuff. He's my gardener. Let's just call him Jose. That's not his name. Okay, Jose's my gardener. And suddenly he didn't show up. And he went missing for like 6 weeks. And his wife called me up and said, hi, I'm Jose's wife. He's been deported back to Salvador. It's El Salvador. They call their people Salvadorans. And she said, what's going on? And she said, well, there's a group of Salvadoran military that have been hired, and I don't know by whom. And we put it together, my client and I, they're hired by Team Trump. And she said, I need to come by your place to pick up his gardening tools because I've got to make the long drive home with a couple friends. We're leaving the United States. We've had enough. If they're going to deport our husbands, we're going to follow our husbands because it's our family. Didn't mention any children, but you know, like a lawnmower and like a weeding thing that spins the little, I don't know what you call it.
Like a weed whacker?
A weed whacker. It's the strand of plastic to cut the weeds. They use weed whackers to mow lawns here in Costa Rica. They don't have lawnmowers. They use weed whackers to do the lawn. Anyway, there's not a lot of lawn here. Okay, so we might have 500,000 in sleeper cells. Now, back up a year and a half, and I got other military sourced information that Antifa and BLM, which stands for burn, loot, and murder. Oh, no, I got that wrong. It's for Black Lives Matter.
No, you got it right.
No, I got it right. It's for burn, loot, and murder. The heads of BLM and Antifa have been captured and prosecuted and dealt with. I don't know what dealt with, Matt, means. It could be in prison, could be executed. I don't know. I don't care. I really don't care. They've been neutralized. And I've been told that anyone who believes that the sleeper cells are going to call on BLM and Antifa to cause riots hasn't kept up with the reality that their management has been decapitated. Okay, so the
To me,
point
they'd be the
for-
least of our worries, though. You know, if you actually have all of these military personnel and these sleeper cells, Antifa and BLM would be the least of my worries under those circumstances. So we better hope they've been infiltrated by the White Hats.
I'm concerned about their numbers, not their organization. If they all get a phone call, go out and raise hell, then they go out, they break windows, they start looting, they throw in little fire bombs, they assault people, they rob people. Oh, kind of like what you're seeing in San Francisco.
Yeah.
That's exactly what's going on in San Francisco.
Mhm.
But it's not done by sleeper cells. It's done by little groups that realize, hey, there's no police prosecution anymore. No
Yeah,
police
a lot of it's just
enforcement.
opportunistic. You know, like
Very
opportunist.
good word.
Yeah. right.
Opportunist criminal activity. There are a lot of women now who are taking their kids out of daycare because when they go pick up their kids, they're getting assaulted. They're getting robbed. San Francisco is being vacated. Okay, that is what could happen. I bring that up because that's the kind of criminality and mayhem that 500,000, say, sleeper cell agents could cause. I mean, in Minneapolis, in St. Louis, Chicago, Denver, Salt Lake City, San Antonio. We've got a lot of big cities in our country, and we got a very big country. And we got maybe at least 30 million who don't belong here. And when they get picked up for deportation, they've got no legitimate papers. So there's no defense. It's just, okay, we got you now. We're taking you out. You got no visa papers. You got no nothing except the cell phone and the health care, the schooling, and the welfare for food. I'm concerned that the sleeper cell agents are going to join with the army of those who are cut off from food stamps. That's one of my concerns. Food stamps. Trump has let it be known. They call it SNAP now. I learned it as food stamps. I never had it myself. But I was on unemployment in 2003 for about 4 months before I started a newsletter. I went from unemployment to newsletter and let's just say lowly ambitions that were quickly realized to make amended mid-level ambitions, which were quickly realized, which were followed by no ambition and some pretty good success that I'm actually grateful to the Lord for my abilities and gifts.
Amen. Yeah.
And I'm grateful to my colleagues. There are 7 of them. 2 of them, I believe, were killed. Rob Kirby's not the only one. There was another one who was killed. I don't talk about him much. I'm grateful to them. Now I'm grateful to another group that I have formed. I call my digital asset, my crypto colleagues. And they're not as united. I'm like the axle and they're the spokes on a wheel. Whereas my first colleague group is like a conference. We send emails to each other. It's like to all 7 and we respond. But my cryptos are just to me and I share with the others. They're like spokes on a wheel. I'm the axle. Anyway, it is what it is. And it's changing in a mild way because a couple people are now talking to each other. I'm trying to encourage it, but they don't know who they are. They never met each other. So I'm just saying, hey, he's a good guy. You can trust him with information. And look what I'm sharing. It came from A and you're B, so you can talk to each other. Okay, not that easy to do. Building trust is not that easy to do. And I built my colleague group based on introductions at conferences, emails and phone calls, and two guys that I met here. They say, "Hey, Jim, I've been a client for like 3 years. I'd like to meet you. Let's have a dinner." I say, "Okay, well, how about, next to Hotel Presidente, they got a nice little restaurant." "Okay, fine." And that's where we met. I mention that because there's no more Hotel Presidente. But there's another guy who met me. We met at a different hotel. We met twice, 3 times, and now he's a regular friend. And I go visit him when I want to get away and kick back a little bit and have fresh air out in the countryside. All right. Donald Trump said there are 2 programs that will remain in force. One is military disability, and I've had trouble with that name. I called it, aid for wounded soldiers. I couldn't come up with a name. It's military disability.
Mm-hmm.
And he said there's no way that we're going to have soldiers fight in the current tunnel wars. We have wars. They're in the underground system network. It's to rescue kids in prisons and harvesting centers. This is very cruel. It's obscene. It's incredibly ugly and evil. But there are soldiers, and they're primarily special forces soldiers mixed with Marines. For those who don't know what special forces are, imagine you've got Navy SEALs. They serve a tour and they decide, I need a change. Okay, join the special forces of the U.S. military. Okay, you got another guy, and that's, sea-based. SEAL is for sea-based. They're out of the Navy. Then you got the Army base, the Army type. They're called Rangers. And you could serve a tour, you have your projects, and you want to change, you can join the special forces. You got Air Force, paratroopers, all kinds of specialists out there. And if you achieve a certain degree of excellence, you can join the special forces. Now, I don't know a lot about it, but I've known 1 SEAL and 2 Army Rangers. So they tell me a little bit about it. They say, you don't need to know a whole lot more. You got the basics, and that's enough. But what they're telling me, and other people are telling me, is that we've got an active hot war going on. Okay, I've got a client from Southern California who informed me that there is a hot war going on under Los Angeles and Southern California. And he said that there are, for a while, for a long period of time, there were 20 military trucks that passed through Long Beach, went to the port, and came back empty in order to pick up another 20 or 25 soldiers at 2 and 3 a.m. And at the same time, every single night, there were several explosions deep underground, and the news networks told the false story that there were earthquakes. Well, you don't get 5 earthquakes every night between 2 and 4 a.m.
Certainly not.
If you were to run a hypothesis test under the assumption that they were randomly distributed across the 24 hours, and several of them were between 2 and 4 a.m. on given days, you would blow right out of the water any hypothesis that it was random, which is associated with earthquake. We are being fed bullshit lies left, right, up and down, front and back, all 6 sides.
100%. But I'm glad you brought that to the fore, though, because it's a good reminder that there is a hot war going on, and
There's
it's still
a hot
raging.
war going on, and I didn't leave it alone, Patrick. I said, who are we fighting? And how do we know that information? And he said to me, Jim, I've got numerous friends in Long Beach, and some of them frequent coffee houses, little diners, and it is open discussion by the military personnel in their private time that there's a hot war going on, and they're participating. He said they're going to Long Beach and they're going underground. Think of it as going down like 50 stories. I'm not talking about 10 feet underground. I'm talking about going down 500 feet. I'm talking about going down a few kilometers.
Yeah, I was going to say
and
at least
fighting
a
a
few
war.
kilometers.
Fighting a war. Many of the explosions are like 5 kilometers down because the ground level geologists do their little seismic. And here's a very interesting piece of information that people need to comprehend. If it's an earthquake, then the oscilloscope will build in its vibrations and disturbances, and they'll get bigger and much bigger, and then there'll be a bang earthquake. So it gradually builds. However, if it's an explosion, it's a big impact followed by the other side oscillations gradually tapering down. Fukushima was the latter. Explosions that tapered down. The scientists were all over it, and they were shut down. In Fukushima, they were told, shut up or we will kill you. They called it earthquakes, and it wasn't. It was Bush family engineers with micro nuke explosions. All right, back to Long Beach. I asked, who are we fighting? And the soldiers have said the same thing as what my military sources have said. Mexican cartel soldiers, not regular Mexican military, Mexican cartel soldiers, Chinese soldiers, and you want to take a guess, the third one?
Non-terrestrials.
Cyborgs.
Okay.
Cyborg soldiers. Made in China. United States is using Chinese, which I call it, production centers, and a mix of Chinese and US technology. There's more to say on that, but it's a very dangerous topic if I mention names and companies. But there was an event about 6 years ago where a certain executive left and he went to China and he boasted about the technology advances. And now they have Chinese cyborg military units, call them, not soldiers, but units. They're under Southern California and they are at the border of Quebec and Maine, another hot war location. This is very difficult for the regular good citizens to comprehend. Very difficult.
Do you have any intel on the progress of the underground war from your sources?
Only that there are a lot of casualties for the American soldiers, the Special Forces and Marines. It's in the thousands, and they're being treated with med beds. Now, that's not a progress report as much as it is a flash of reality. I cannot say that we're winning. I can say that there was a piece of progress that I heard from numerous, it's not like 10 or 12, it's like 2 or 3 sources, that we have had great progress in identifying, isolating, locating, and neutralizing underground nuclear devices so that it is no longer a threat for blackmail of the nation.
Okay, because I was actually gonna. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The blackmail of the nation, Patrick, right now is Marburg, the Ebola smallpox virus. That's the blackmail.
So that's still in play, but they've taken out most of the, or all, hopefully, of the underground nukes.
Underground, but not the above ground Chinese container vessels that have missiles at the top level. That's not.
So then,
neutralized.
presumably, if my line of reasoning is correct here, we're not going to see an EAS, EBS type of scenario until these threats have been neutralized, because
Right.
that's the whole point of their
Right.
existence, right? Is that they have, the white hats have
Yeah.
to keep the war covert, but then we've got the issue of the election coming up and all of these crazy things on the surface. So, I mean, if the war is raging on and all of these threats still exist, and I'm completely on board with that, how does that play out on the surface? Especially because we've been talking about the onset of World War III. And of course, this really begs the question, do the white hats have a response? Do they have a counter attack plan? Is there something here in the works, do you believe?
I think the counter to what I call conflagration is a hidden triumvirate of Chinese President Xi, Russian President Putin, and the US President Trump. And they have a regular and frequent communication and will not permit a conflagration. So my main question is, under what wing does Persia operate? And I believe the answer is China, under Xi.
Okay.
For those who think I misspoke, I said President Trump, and that's exactly what I meant to say, President Trump. Because right now we've got a very unusual and surprising development that there's an aircraft carrier group. They call them carrier groups because it's an aircraft carrier and on the order of 3 protective escort destroyers. And they prevent submarine attack and aerial attack. And the admiral in charge of the carrier group has defied the Biden show orders and said, we await orders from the commander-in-chief, President Trump. It is now out there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not making it up, but it's only one carrier group, but a carrier group is like 4 naval vessels, and they ain't small. They're not little frigates. They're giant destroyers, top of the line, first, what do you call it? State of the art U.S. military vessels. Now, they may have less than world-class defensive measures, but they still have a tremendous amount of hardware and technology. I hear over and over again, here's another protective, it's not a measure as much as it is a reality. It is a regular and frequent event to hear that the U.S. military has done a war game simulation. Every single one for the last 15 years or more has resulted in a U.S. defeat. So we don't go there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? When it came to Syria, Syria was a turning point because Syria had all the mix. The Islamic Brotherhood, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Israeli military, and hidden U.S. special forces. And we got our clock cleaned. And the main item was the Russian S-series defensive missiles. And we left, and what we did, U.S.-Israeli combination, what we did was we made it kind of an agreement. We're going to fight a guerrilla war. We're going to make it so that aerial reconnaissance or drones won't know who's who. But what they fail is in masking, is the theft of the oil installations. They're overrun by ISIS for the Israeli benefit, and the oil is being stolen on a rather large scale out of Syria, delivered to Israel. If you think that's an anti-Semitic comment, go shove it up your ass. It's not. It's a military observation. And I left out something. Let's call it item number 10. I left it out of forgetting because this list was created 24 hours ago during a long conversation with a really bright favorite client of mine in the United States. The 10th point is that Israel wants full claim for the Leviathan oil and gas deposit that stretches across 5 Middle East nations, including a portion of the southern Mediterranean, where the Israelis have a high-tech Tamar platform, TAMAR. It's state-of-the-art. It's a floating platform, no anchoring to the seabed, and it produces a lot of gas. And you might ask, where's that gas delivered? Into the Gazprom network, the Russian Gazprom network.
Yep,
Israel is supplying gas to the Gazprom network, which is in direct violation of all the European sanctions. Can we say exceptional nation? Can we say you can't criticize to those who people who consider me to be of a certain anti-type? Eat a yard of my shit. Time will prove that this is a correct observation. So Little Palestine has oil and gas rights. If they're eradicated, then their gas rights are eradicated. Okay? Are you with me? I'm not picking to you, Patrick.
Oh, I know. I'm just letting you roll.
Rhetorically.
Of course.
Yeah, that's item 10. All right. So, I cut my teeth in 2004 with the newsletter. And I quickly, by the end of the year, I wrote an article, what were the motives for the Iraqi war? And I was thinking yesterday in my quiet moments, can I come up with the Iraqi 1, 2, 3, 4? Well, let me rattle off a few, okay? Because history repeats itself. War has common hidden motives. You can call them ulterior motives. You could call them globalist motives that never reach the MSM news. Okay, let's just rattle off a few from my memory. Number one, Iraq was about to have euro-based oil payments, and that got blocked. We went into Iraq supposedly to stop weapons of mass destruction. We claimed later that there were none. We found none. And a remarkable event happened with me in 2009. There were 2 men. One was not American and the other one was American. They were both from English-speaking countries. We did not end up doing a marketing project for me and the newsletter. I said, thanks, but no thanks. Thanks for showing me your ideas. And I asked one of them, hey, Mike, where'd you come from? And he said, well, I worked for 18 months for Halliburton in Iraq. And we were in weapons of mass destruction discovery, and we found them at 10 different military bases. We vacated them all. We removed the threat. And then came the MSM story that none were found. Okay, so okay, that's a little bit of information to chew on, people. And I said, what can you tell me about the weapons of mass destruction? He said they all had made in USA.
Mm-hmm. Big shock.
They were all from the Bush contracts. And I said, were they all maybe directed toward Israel? And that's why we went in there. And he said, yes. Okay. The third point, we went in there and we stole all of their central bank gold. I was told that it was something on the order of 50 to 60 metric tons. Okay.
Wow.
We then told the story Do you remember the picture of the yellow painted wooden blocks?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay, that was one of the false stories for the photo ops with the morons running the MSM news outlets. they just eat up bullshit like that. It's plates of bullshit served and swallowed whole. Okay, that's a nice little turn of phrase. Okay, so we stole their central bank gold. And now part of the reval for the Iraqi dinar involves restitution. It's a complex issue that I don't wish to pursue here because I'm about to give you item 4. Iraq had embarked in recent months with Russian oil contracts. And we wanted to stop all that. So we eradicated the oil contracts. We interrupted the euro-based oil sales. We stole their gold, and we recovered the weapons of mass destruction made in the United States. And then we saw a really good opportunity for a lot of military contracts for war material and an invasion force and lots of military funding, and it's all good. Okay, we funded more war.
Yep.
There's an NB that should never be omitted. Note bene, note well, that afterwards we did systematic destruction and called it nation building, followed by reconstruction fund. And that was pretty much all stolen by our elite sweetheart leaders. So 5 reasons plus a note bene. That's Iraq. Okay? And you know, if you look closely at Ukraine, you can come up with a similar list. I call it rhyming. They're not exactly the same. I don't want to get into the list. I don't want to talk about Ukraine. It's coming to an end. They're desperate now to do a surrender. They're desperate, but they made a big mistake in dishonoring the Minsk II agreement. So the Russians are not interested in a surrender agreement. They're interested in you could call it a decimation. Okay, let me give a little lesson. Decimation does not mean destruction. Decimation is a term going back to the Roman Empire and the Roman army. In a decimation event, you would take, for instance, a conquered army. Let's just say the Phoenicians. They beat the Phoenicians, and you've got like 100 different officers of the defeated army, and you pass out marbles, and 1 out of 10 is black, 9 out of 10 is white. And they reach into a bag, these 100 officers, and 10 of them get a black marble and they're executed. That is decimation, 1 in 10. The decimal system is 10. Decimation is wrecking 1/10. Whenever they had like an army that had a failed mission in Rome, they would tell the soldiers, you got to go through a decimation process, including your officers. They were given a big bag of marbles, and 1 out of 10 was black. And the ones who got the black marbles were not executed. Maybe some officers were, but the rank and file soldiers were told, you are banished from Rome. You must leave Rome and live a life of banishment and start up anew, like open up a shop 80 miles away from Rome, and you're a nobody. They don't have ID cards back then. You know what I mean? So they start anew without any like passing of the business and wealth from the family. Okay. Ukraine is being decimated. Russia, I'm only giving the high level here. I couldn't avoid it. Russia is not interested in a surrender. They're interested in a Russian declaration of victory, and here are the terms. You can swallow it, or we will continue to wreck your country. And I believe it's lasting a long time, because in Kiev and under Kiev are many, many laboratories funded by the US military for bioweapon research. Under Kiev are many nodes for child trafficking and narco trafficking. Under Kiev are slaughterhouses for kids' organs. Under Kiev are baby farms in vitro, thousands of them, to make babies that will never see the light of day. And they all are equipped with human organs and a human body. By the way, if you do a chop shop, this is obscene. If you do a chop shop of a human body, the value is a little bit short of $200,000 for the organs. On top of that, under Kiev are adrenochrome harvesting farms. They do not want to kill the civilian population of Kiev. And they're hoping that there is a surrender. And what I believe is what's going on is the tunnel system under Kiev is being blocked off, so it's being isolated and cannot function properly, but it still can function. I have heard from numerous clients, probably 6 or 7, in Canada, in the Northeast US, in Britain, and in Western Europe. Massive number of Ukrainian immigrants, and most of them are women. I had one client tell me, Jim, I got a buddy. This is way back. This is early in 2022. I got a buddy, Jim, and he volunteered for Special Forces. And I'm not sure who he's working with, but he won't say. I think it's NATO Special Forces. He's working in Ukraine. And what he's doing is he's trying to get people, organize them, get little food kitchens in like conference centers and sports, you know, like basketball arenas and little facilities having to do with community centers and schools and universities. And they make a food kitchen. He said it's like 200 beds in a big auditorium, constant rotation. They're never there more than about 48 hours. He said, Jim, what he said is there's a lot of movement. He's seen thousands now move in and out, 200 at a time, and 60 to 70% of them are women. And he said the other observation he made is these women under 40 years old, they're almost all very attractive women. And they're getting out. And they're going to Toronto, to New York, to London, to Paris, to Madrid. They're getting out. He said 2/3 of them roughly are women. Most of them are attractive. There are not many kids. They're teenagers with their mothers, you know, like a 35-year-old mother, a 12-year-old kid, stuff like that. Anyway, that was a first-hand item that I got. People, I know why, you can figure out why, but people like to talk to me and share information because I get it out there, I piece it together, and people need to know, and I do my best. I do my best, and I get a lot of help from my colleagues and my friendly clients. Okay, I'm going to tell you something. I got 7 direct colleagues who've been with me for almost 10 years. I got 6 or 8 other people I call my digital asset group that operate one-on-one with me. And I've got somewhere between 30 and 70 clients who I call buddy clients. And they're like quasi colleagues. They share information with me. They ask me, what does this mean? What do you think? And I give my opinion. They give me opinion back. They say, well, let me add something to that I heard, that I read, or I know somebody who knew something, and they share. One really weird item that I got was something from an aerospace engineer, and I believe he was working in the Space Force. And he told a lot of different things, and he said, get this to Jim Willie and the others on this list. And one of the items was Elon Musk was captured, dealt with, and replaced by the white hats. Elon Musk, for the purpose of capturing and controlling the Starlink network. What's so important about the Starlink? Well, it's a satellite network over Ukraine for GPS targeting, for controlling, what do you call them? The drone attack aircraft, for isolating by GPS artillery strikes. And it's used far more by the Russians. And when I heard that the Russians were using Starlink and Cheyenne Mountain was trying to get control of Starlink, and then Elon Musk got replaced and Tesla was sharing Starlink with Ukraine, I realized that the criticism was not that he was sharing it with Ukraine, he was sharing it with Russia.
That's right.
Okay. Which tells me that the White Alliance is working with Russia. And we're not going to have a nuclear war. And Russia never took the bait. Okay, that's my quick overview of Ukraine, and their infrastructure is wrecked. Their population is disheveled. There are now women being recruited into the military. There are men over 40 years of age recruiting. There's a new term. It's called a meat wave, M-E-A-T. It's like a bonsai suicide charge, meat wave. And one of the collusion organizing agents and instructors and officials for this is Zelensky and his top military. They're engineering meat waves. They're eradicating their male population. They are sending them into suicide meat waves where 95% of them are killed quickly. This is unconscionable, and it will not last much longer. And the Russians eliminated a lot of the money laundering, and that got interrupted by the Congress. No more Ukrainian aid, so now they're lumping it in with Israeli aid. They needed a new war.
We went full circle. Beautiful.
Full circle.
Beautiful. Well, you know, we've been on now for about 2 hours, Jim, and I know you've been absolutely on fire tonight. You must be exhausted, my friend. You laid out brilliant analysis on just about every topic that I was going to ask you about. I mean, we must be connected telepathically or something. I don't even have to ask the questions. You're already answering them. So thank you so much for joining us tonight. Anything else you want to leave the audience with? Tell them a little bit about Golden-Jackass and
I need support. I need support. I actually said to a sweetheart today, I'd get more respect if I wore a military uniform. And I had some medals like a Purple Heart. And it got a blank response. I'm in a war zone. It's a hidden war. It's a war my father did not recognize. He called me unpatriotic. It's because he wasn't aware. I am grateful. I want to be balanced here. I am very grateful to my father. I loved my father. My father taught me how to throw a curveball. My father was involved with me in archery. I built a crossbow with him. He let me continue. I designed the trigger mechanism out of 1-inch thick plexiglass. My father helped me with little experiments. Like I said, Dad, you know, here I am like 2 months into my senior year physics class. Let's do an experiment down by the what do you call it? The driver's lesson yard. It's a big 1 acre yard off Washington Boulevard in Pittsburgh. And what we did was I shot an arrow straight up in the air. And we timed how many seconds to come down. And it was about 8 seconds. And I said, here, Dad, I got the formula. I'll work it out. And I could tell how high it went based on how many seconds. You know, that's just fun low-level physics, Newtonian physics. And my dad was always there for me. My dad took us to Pirate games, Pittsburgh Pirate. He must have chauffeured me 150 games with my brother. We saw Roberto Clemente, his entire career of the Pittsburgh Pirates. I saw 2 World Series games. My father taught me to be a good student. And I left him behind in mathematics. I did not want to pursue a literary career. My brother did a compromise career in law, and he regretted it. It was partly from pressure from my father. So what I did was something clever regarding my dad. I never got an A in English. I didn't do all the work. So that was another thing that I kind of sabotaged in my high school career. And I would have finished higher if I read all the books. I didn't read them all. I was busy with my math and physics and chemistry and other stuff. I liked biology, but I wasn't great in it. It's not mathematical. It's very, what's the word?
It's all based on memorization, really, from what I remember from high school.
Well, biology it's not linear. It's not mathematical. It's intuitive. It's right brain. Anyway, I'm a left brain creature, but I got a pretty decent right brain side. I developed it in graduate school. Anyway, my dad taught me to be a good student. My dad supported me with indirectly after the fact seed capital for my newsletter. I'm talking about over $20,000. He said, Jim, I don't understand all you're doing, but I want to help you. I want it to be successful. I want you to do well and be happy. I want you to do well and be happy, even though I don't know exactly what you're doing. I try to teach him about bonds, interest rate policy. Completely forget it. Forget about it. Anyway, my dad taught me to be a good student, Patrick. And what got interesting is that it developed my critical thinking, which he did not have. He said, you obey your commanding officer, you obey your political leaders, you obey your security officers. I said, not when they're involved with narcotics, Dad. What? You have no proof of that. Not when they're involved in killing Kennedy. What? You have no proof of that. And then later it was not when they're involved in hitting the Pentagon and a World Trade Center bank heist. What? You can't prove that. Okay. Anyway, that's where we broke. We broke because I was doing critical thinking, and a remarkable early development difference took place. That's true of a lot of people in my generation with respect to their own parents. Like my father, their parents had a World War II indoctrination, education, experience. I had a Vietnam. And I had a friend that I made on a Lake Chautauqua 2-week vacation in mid-New York State. And I was 16. And it was an interesting 2 weeks. We did not have a motorboat, but they did. And I went skiing. I had 2 or 3 little skiing outings, water skiing. Anyway, the lad was 23 years old and over, iced tea, sitting on a bench, looking at the lake, watching ducks, etc. He gave me an education about what Vietnam was. And I tried to share with my father when I was 16. He said, Jim, I'm not interested in that. It's a word to combat communism. I said, Dad, that's a party line. But what about all the kickbacks to the senators? What about the lobbyists? What about all the huge military contracts for Sikorsky helicopters? What about Agent Orange and all the experimentals? And later, I learned about what about the Cambodian Triangle for the heroin? I didn't learn about that till I was midway through college. My dad didn't buy that anyway, either. He said, Jim, that's a serious accusation. You have no proof of that. I said, Dad, we got the movie with Mel Gibson called Air America. And if you do a little research, which you don't, you'll learn about the abandonment of the Hmong tribe, HMONG, that assisted us in capturing the Cambodia Triangle. And then we left them all abandoned to be killed. He said, we have no proof of that. I said, no, I know, Dad, but you have no curiosity. Anyway, we had a break. We had a break after 9/11. I bought the 9/11 story, Patrick, for about 2 months. And then I thought, this doesn't make any sense. A bunch of kids and a Boeing aircraft, that doesn't make any sense. And then soon afterwards, it was not long, we had the airline pilot simulation test where not even 5% passed the test of crashing into the World Trade Center, coming in at 500 miles an hour. And I thought, okay, I'm convinced this is an inside job. It's probably about, I don't know what it's about. It's to make a reason for war, to go after Iraq. I don't know. Probably that, Afghanistan too. I mean, a bunch of ragheads operating out of a bunch of caves in Afghanistan. I don't buy it. Sorry, I don't buy it. And then I followed, by 2003, I knew what was going on with Iraq. I knew. And in 2004, I wrote the article about my, 6 reasons for war in Iraq. And right now we're doing a tremendous amount of backpedaling. All right, you asked for a closing, and I didn't.
Well, you just
really
keep dropping bombs on us, so I just let you talk, you know. But
I know.
I know
I
you've been amazing tonight. You really have.
These are incredibly dangerous and ugly times.
Yep.
It's the Golden-Jackass website.
There's going to be a link in the description, folks, so you can just click the link.
Golden-Jackass.com. I'm in my 20th year now. The longest corporate employment I had was 13 years. It was 2 jobs at Digital Equipment Corp. It was almost 5 years at Staples. I loved both jobs, but digital, the second job with marketing research, that was the creme de la creme. Golden-Jackass.com. I'm a shop of one, but I'm a team of about 15 colleagues and about 50, just roughly 50 field agents that I call buddy clients. And I'm not alone. I got a lot of boots on the ground. I have 2 indirect boots on the ground at the Iraqi Central Bank. So I know more than a little bit about the reval. It will happen. If it doesn't, woe to the United States for a global embargo. It will happen, the reval. They're now on step 10 out of 10. Sign up for the newsletter. That is my stock and trade. That is my main item. It's over 90% of my efforts. It's a big newsletter. It's over 40 pages. Many people say, Jim, I only read like 3 or 4 chapters of it. Well, fine. Read what interests you. You know, when I bought the New York Times, or when I bought more often the Boston Globe when I was in Boston for 20 years, I didn't read every section. I read the business section. I read the front section. I read the sports section. I take a look into the culture and the food section a little bit. Look at maybe a recipe here and there, but not much. I didn't cook much. But it was sports, business, politics, and main news. I didn't read the rest. It made a pile that I sent to the recycling center every 3 or 4 months when it got to be thigh high. I didn't buy the paper every day. I bought the Sunday Globe, Boston Globe. And it's turned into a liberal rag, just like the Washington Post. Okay, so, you know, the newsletter, I let it expand into the health area in 2020 and 21 because that was interwoven with the economy to lock down and suffer the effects of supply chain shortage and price inflation. And then you had the COVID stimulus for the financial sector. So the health and the medical became interwoven. And now one of the greatest ironies in modern history has taken place. We now have the medical sector, through their lockdowns, they have destroyed the banking sector. So that's a two-headed fascist snake. The bankers and the doctors killed the bankers. But the bankers have an unlimited supply of money. And as Chris Marcus of Arcadia likes to show, his little spinning propeller for the Bernanke helicopter, and he says they're just spewing out $100 bills. And I joked with him and said, yeah, and he's defecating silver coins. All right, so the doctors killed the banks. And because of the 18-month non-disclosure for the COVID stimulus, 2 bills of $9 trillion, they can't do it again because people know that it's just big bank welfare in the trillions. Okay, well, that was to compensate for, lost revenue on mortgages. Well, now the people have a mortgage problem. The bankers have a household mortgage problem and a commercial mortgage problem. They're compensating by stealing commercial properties with the collusion of not doing a, what do you call it? When you continue a mortgage, when you run out of time on your mortgage and you need to rework your mortgage with a continued,
I wish I could help you out. I don't know.
I can't think of the name. It's a continuation of a mortgage. You rewrite and redo your mortgage. I'll think of it later. I always do. But the banks are not continuing. They're not reworking the mortgages. They're not. Oh, back of my mind is struggling. I can't think of the word. There's a verb. Can't think of it. So instead, the bankers are saying, look, let's get together and decide on which large property we want to steal. No one will do the continued mortgage. Damn, I can't think of it. It's very frustrating. I get a little bit compulsive now and again, but I can live with it, and I'll write you an email later, but it won't be on the internet show.
I'm trying to look it up, but I don't know if I'm going to be successful.
It's a continuation of a mortgage. You run out of this. It's only a 7-year mortgage, typically for commercial. And they rework it. They continue it. I can't think of it. So the bankers are in trouble, and it's really pretty much all banks, the largest, the regionals, and the small. They all have commercial mortgages, and they're all in trouble. Credit unions are the safest. Anyway, back to the newsletter. Golden-Jack asked, the newsletter subscription is the stock and trade. More activity in the last year and a half than ever. For the consults, I've done over 620 of them, Patrick, and it's really quite amazing. I've met a lot of very kind people. I've met a number of Christian people, and we share our faith in the Lord Jesus. They have helped me. They have said, look, you are a Christian warrior, and I support you.
Amen.
And some people were not very wealthy, and they supported me with the sponsor button hit, which is 1,000 or more. I've got supporters who are Christians. I've got supporters who are truth warriors. And so I've got the console button. I got the sponsor button. Donations are also there. That's with PayPal, which is, not my favorite organization after their censorship policy. So sign up for the newsletter, and more. I'd say it's happened about a dozen times in the last several months. People have signed up for the newsletter and done a consult. They say, I want you to explain to me what's in some of the previous newsletters so that I can go back and you give me a guide and we can talk about the present, talk about some of my current challenges. That's a nice combination, a subscription with a consult. I've had numerous people, probably 40 people do more than one consult, spaced apart, several weeks, several months. I call her Sweet Pea, and if she's saying this, she'll giggle. She's in Texas. She's done 6 consults. She's got the record. And I make buddy clients that way because she's told stories about the Texas property market. And they get filed away in my little noggin.
Mhm. I can imagine.
Well, all right. Well, look,
All right.
it's been
It's
great.
been great. Absolutely.
Patrick, and I appreciate your time and your support and your
course.
exposure, and I give you a lot of credit. We're in
Well, I
war.
give you all the credit, my friend. I mean, I just laid out a question and you just rolled on for over 2 hours. Just absolutely brilliant. And you just covered everything. You really did. So thank you for coming on the show. It's an
I
honor.
didn't get too much finance, but I'll tell you this about the BRICS. My closing point. Their love fest and their unity has been somewhat interrupted, but individually, the BRICS nations are continuing to de-dollarize.
For sure.
And I got a forecast. They're not going to do Operation Fan Man. They're not going to do a 24 to 48 hour dumping of $2 trillion worth of treasury bonds. They're watching the crisis that has resulted in Japan. They've got an unending crisis in Japan. It is now very visible. So what the BRICS nations are going to do is continue on their individual courses of de-dollarizing, which Japan is doing without application to the BRICS. Japan is de-dollarizing, selling treasuries, buying gold as reserves.
They're doing everything a BRICS nation does, right? The question is, are they going to actually be a BRICS nation? Because that would be huge.
They're going to later become a BRICS nation in name after being a BRICS nation in policy.
Wow,
But the point is that the BRICS nations are continuing to de-dollarize. And on the other side, there's a massive dumping of treasury bonds that has not been interrupted and might get worse from U.S. support of Israel. Might get worse.
All right. Well, let's put a pin in that and let's have you back on. And as soon as I can get you, Jim, I'd love to have you back on. You're amazing. golden-jackass.com, folks. The link's going to be right in the description. And a reminder, check out patriotundergroundgold.com as well. And there are a bunch of other links in the description. I recommend folks check them all out. Jim Willie, God bless everybody. Thank you for listening. I'll be back soon with another report. Until then, Patriot out.
All right. Okay. So I had more stuff lined up, but I'm tired. 6.5 hours. I need a couple hour nap. So I will be going back live right around 9 o'clock tonight and do another 4 hours. But I need a nap. I'm exhausted. Yeah. So hopefully you'll come back to hear more later tonight. All right, guys. God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. Have a good dinner time, and we will catch you in just a bit. I also sent a message to Ronnie if he wants to join me. We can add him to the stream as well. All right, folks. Like I said, yeah, a couple hours. I need the nap. It's 5:30 now. If I get to sleep by 6, then I'll be up by 8. And yeah, I'll be live by 9. All right, guys. Have a good night or afternoon, evening. You know what I mean. Talk to you later. Peace.